All right, boys, welcome to your Organic Dropshipping Masterclass. And this video is very special. It's very special to me. It's very sentimental, and to me, it's very fulfilling. Probably one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life, because the video you're gonna be watching today is around 6 hours worth of course material that I've created within the last year that I used to charge $50 a month for, a course that used to make thousands of dollars a month. I am now giving to you guys for completely free. And not only that, but this is the very first time ever in history anyone has ever dropped this in-depth and this long and this valuable of a course within the organic dropshipping space. And by the way, guys, this isn't just some random course. This isn't some crappy few lessons I put together just to make a really long video. This is the same course that even when people were paying for it, had a 5-star review between 44 different reviews. Meaning even when people were paying for it, not a single soul out of the hundreds, actually 1,000, over 1,000 people have technically purchased this course. Out of all of them, not a single person was let down with the value and what they paid for. That's basically unheard of. Even some of the best things in the world have at least one bad review. And if you're seeing this and you don't know who I am already, my name is Ethan Hayes, and just within the last 2 years, or less than 2 years, I've made almost $1 million with organic dropshipping. And I'm not trying to boost my own ego or nothing like that, but I'm known in this space as kind of one of the titans. Well, before I even started my personal brand and started this YouTube channel, I was already known within this space because of how often people saw me on their burners and how often people would see my accounts while actively doing the business model. And I can proudly say half of the trends, products being ran, the whole 9 yards, were heavily influenced by me. Just scrolling on your burner if you're already in the organic dropshipping space, seeing the backgrounds you do, seeing the style of products that are out there. All of these things I've had a large influence on just from doing the business model myself. And of course, that's a big reason I was able to put together such a valuable and in-depth course that's changed hundreds of lives and made thousands of people their first sale, their first few sales, their first winning product, their first viral video, their first 6 figures within organic. Hundreds of people out there claiming that this course is the reason that they found success with organic dropshipping. And hopefully once you get done watching this, you're the next person to say the same. And you, the person watching this video right now that's about to watch this course. Before we get into how the course is going to be structured and how your organic dropshipping masterclass will go, I want you to understand that this isn't just a super beginner course or the basics that you've already heard all over YouTube. I go in depth on almost every subject within organic dropshipping, and along the way, not only do I leave all kinds of little black hat tips that I've never heard on YouTube, but on a lot of these modules, you actually end up doing whatever it is we're talking about live with me or one of Per Mill's inner circle coaches. So it's not just me telling you what to do or how to do it. You also get to do it live with me. All the way from a live product research session to a live filming session where you sit down with me from beginning to end and craft an entire organic video, all the way to building a website live together with us. There's gonna be no bars held with this. And I want you to understand, once again, the person watching this video, since this is free and since there is no barrier to entry for you to see this video right now, unconsciously, you do not attach value to it. So what that means is, although I'm giving out all of this for free, something insanely valuable that can go and change your life, you inherently still will not find it as valuable because you didn't have to give up anything or risk anything to obtain it. And on top of that, I'll be honest with you guys, a lot of you watching this video will not watch all 6 hours or more of this masterclass. Although if you were to, it would genuinely go on to change the trajectory of your life and genuinely help you find success with organic dropshipping. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to make it through. It's gonna be hard to force yourself to sit down and genuinely internalize how valuable this is, even though it's completely free. But for those of you that do make it all the way through and genuinely take in and apply everything you learn from this course, I look forward to seeing you at the top. With that being said, let's get into how your organic dropshipping masterclass is structured. In module 1, we're gonna talk a little bit about the mindset that's needed in order to genuinely find success with organic, along with a few misconceptions and expectations to have within the business model itself. itself. And then trying not to spend too much time on that so we can genuinely get into the value. Next, we're going to move on breaking down exactly what organic dropshipping is as if you were a complete beginner. But don't worry, we just spent a little bit of time on it. I try not to add any fluff at all, so it's literally straight to the point to just explain exactly what it is we're doing and what organic dropshipping is at the most basic level. Then moving on to module 3, that's where we get into the fun stuff, which is products. So we're gonna get into everything regarding products, what to sell, what not to sell, where to find winning products, what is a winning product, the criteria of a winning product, some best practices. And then at the very end, you get a live product research session from within Per Mill's Inner Circle, which if you don't know what Per Mill's Inner Circle is, that's just our one-on-one mentorship program where me and my team of 6- and 7-figure organic dropshippers basically just team up with organic dropshippers that are kind of struggling or genuinely want to find real success with organic. We kind of just hand-hold them to making a full-time income with organic to help them get to that multi-6-figure mark. And I say that just to show you how valuable that live product research session is going to be, because the only people that have had access to that up until now are only students within our one-on-one mentoring program. Now, moving on to module 4, that's when we're going to get into all of the fundamentals and basics of organic dropshipping. So like branding, naming your product, setting up accounts, posting times, testing products, what to do when you first go viral, all of that fun stuff. And now at module 5, that's when it gets really fun, and that's all things content. And after doing over 1 billion views within organic dropshipping, selling physical products, if there's one thing I'm really good at, it's going viral, and it's content. And within this module, we're going to be going over everything: the fundamentals of content, my 3 pillars of content, editing, audios, what to post, good concepts, not good concepts, the whole 9 yards. And then at the end of this module is when you'll be having your live filming session with me. And then at module 6 is when I'll hand you off to one of Per Mill's advanced coaches, Samuel, where you're gonna sit down with him and build an entire website from scratch, all the way from before the account is even created, all the way to a completely finished and polished, high converting organic dropshipping website. And then once you get done hanging out with him, I also end up going over shipping and customer support for your stores. Then at module 7, I leak and break down my entire $500,000 Instagram strategy in 4 parts. And then to finish everything off at module 8, it's what I like to call my organic extras. All the kind of random outliers that didn't really have a place to fit in within the course. And then there's a few fun lessons like when and how to legitimize your organic dropshipping business once you actually start making money, the best time to make a website when going viral, how I ideated my old famous, I say famous, but it's just famous within the organic dropshipping space, my old famous at-home studio, and how I kind of came up with the background and the setup, all kinds of fun stuff like that. And as I had mentioned previously, not only throughout this entire masterclass do you get to do almost every single subject live with me or another Per Mill coach, but there's also all kinds of little black hat tips stuffed away within each lesson that you won't find anywhere else on YouTube. So if I were you, I'd focus up, maybe get out some Google Docs or your notepad, whatever you can do to really soak in all of this amazing value and lock in for your organic dropshipping masterclass. In business in general, your mindset is everything, okay? Do not come into this with limited beliefs, not believing you can actually make, the amount of money you see people making online, thinking it's fake, thinking it's a scam, or there's no way it could ever possibly be you. You need to throw all of that out the window and understand this can be your life, okay? You can be just like all these rich gurus you see talking on the internet, talking about how much money they make. It all begins with believing first, okay? You have to understand you can be that guy. I really want to drill this into your head. You can make a lot of money. You can become a millionaire. You can become a billionaire, okay? You will never achieve that until you believe it first. I want you to try something for me, okay? I want you to imagine in your head a character, okay? Now, this needs to be your dream character, who you want to become, okay? Think about the way he talks, the way he dresses, or she, the way they talk, the way they dress, how much money they make, what kind of car they drive, what kind of house they live in. Imagine all these things, okay? Now, your job is to wake up every day imagining you are already this character, okay? Think about it as much as you possibly can. You want this to become your default state of mind, okay? You need to think like you think they would think. You need to act like they would. You need to talk like they would. And as many times as possible throughout every single day, I want you to almost make up scenarios inside your head. Use your imagination as much as possible, okay? This kind of goes into manifesting and all that, but I'm not going to go into that deep rabbit hole. It would be way too long. But I want you to almost fade off into your imagination as much as possible throughout the day, imagining you are already that character, doing the things he's doing. When you're in your car, you're in his car, etc. Okay? Your wallet has as much money in it as his does. This needs to be your default state of mind. This is how you need to think literally the rest of your life. If you do this, and you do this properly, and you genuinely believe, and you genuinely work at it every day, trying to become this character, thinking the way this character does, it is inevitable that you become this character. Something you'll hear a lot within the organic dropshipping space are kids that will say things like, oh, well, I've tried for 2-3 years and nothing's ever worked. Shit like that. That is absolutely fucking ludicrous. That is the utmost bullshit. You cannot take these kids seriously, okay? If that is the case, they were not trying hard. They were half-assing everything. They were not doing enough. You can't just sit there and make one video a week for 2 years and never even try to, progress or make your content better, and then sit there and say shit like, oh, well, yeah, it don't work because I tried for X amount of time and nothing worked. That's because you're dog shit. You didn't try, and you didn't put shit into it, okay? This is a business. You have to, do business shit. You have to have discipline. You have to do things you don't want to do sometimes. You want to constantly be progressing. All these things that go into actually making a good business. The same thing applies for organic dropshipping. Yes, you might just be making videos and shit, but this is still a legitimate business, and you have to treat it like one. There is no reason that you go more than, honestly, I could confidently say there's no reason if you're actually trying hard every single day and you're doing everything you can, constantly trying to progress, there is no reason this is not what you're doing full time within 6 months. Honestly, 3 if you're really that guy. I've seen kids within their first month make 6 figures, okay? All these things are possible. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it is possible to get the ball rolling very quickly. I started making 6 figures within the first 2-3 months, okay? It all depends on how much you put into it, okay? There's no point in even trying if you're just gonna half-ass this, okay? Now, with that being said, I also don't want you to think that, within the first week you're about to make $1 bajillion. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're actually gonna have to put in the work. Okay, so first things first, let's just go over what dropshipping is itself, okay? Dropshipping is not a business model, it's a fulfillment method. So it's the process in which you fulfill orders and how your customer receives their order, okay? So let's say we went viral and a customer orders a product off your store. Let's say they buy it for $200, this is what you priced the product. You would keep $50 after paying your supplier $150. They will then ship the product to the customer. You keep the remaining amount, you keep the residual, which is that $50. So that's your pure profit. That's what you make and keep. Okay, so here is a full breakdown of business operations so you can get a rough idea before going through the course, so you're not scrambling back and forth or kind of confused, and it's easier to digest. So when starting out, first things first, we will find a product off of TikTok or AliExpress. We will then order that same product or something as close to it as we can find off Amazon or AliExpress if it's not on Amazon. Then you would brand the product, so logo, name the product, be creative. You're making the name on your own, the logos, the colors, all that good jazz. You will then make the social media accounts for the brand on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Then when the product gets to your house, you're going to make engaging content of the product. Then you go viral with that engaging content. And after going viral, you're going to make a website, and then you make the sales. Pretty self-explanatory. The more views you can get, the more sales you're going to make. Your goal in organic dropshipping, especially as a beginner, is to go viral first, okay? I know it may seem counterintuitive, but when starting out, don't even think about sales or money, okay? The sales are going to come. You first have to master the skill that makes the sales, okay? This will simplify your journey. This will help you out a ton, because when you're sitting there constantly worried about sales or this or that or this or that, it just spreads you thin, okay? First thing you want to focus on is how to go viral, okay? This is going to be the skill that makes you money for the rest of your life. This is the skill that makes you money within organic dropshipping. You must learn this first. This should be your sole focus at the beginning of your organic dropshipping journey. Let's go over what you need to get started. First is an iPhone, preferably an iPhone 11 or newer, because that's when they started making, like the triple camera. The camera is just better from the 11 and up. Obviously, the newer, the better. A computer is preferred but not needed, and I only say this because if you're going to make your own website, making a website on your phone is ridiculously harder than making it on a computer. You're going to need $50 to $100 to spend on the samples of the products you'll test. Just basic filming equipment like lighting. I would say something that is definitely needed though, no matter what, is a tripod. Okay, there's going to be a lot of moments where it's not you just holding the phone. Okay, so a tripod is probably the most actually needed out of all the equipment. Everything else, you can wait until you actually start making money to buy, or if you have the upfront capital, I would suggest getting it. And yeah, like it says right here, I'm gonna have links to basically all the stuff that I've bought, so you don't have to deal with finding good deals, finding the best one, go through crappy ones, all that good jazz. It'll be in the FAQ channel of the Discord. I have a link for, basically it's just a list of all the equipment. And yeah, that's literally it. That is literally all you need to start organic dropshipping. How to find products to sell, also commonly known as product research. This, alongside obviously your content, are going to be the two most valuable skills you have in organic dropshipping, okay? If you have these two skills, you could be dog shit at everything else and you're still gonna make a lot of money. So, product research method number 1. As a beginner, this is the only product research method you really need. This is still how I find 90% of the products I run, okay? And it's called the burner method. A burner product or a burner account is a separate account made just to look for products. You'll set one up by making a brand new TikTok account. You can name it whatever you want. It does not matter at all. You're not going to be posting on there, nothing like that. It's literally just exactly as it sounds, a burner account. Okay, so after you made your burner account, what you're going to do to prime it for finding products is, first things first, is go straight to the search bar, okay? First thing you're going to do is type in commonly known dropshipping phrases like TikTok made me buy it, or you could even do like prototype versus product, and it'll pop up all kinds of dropshipping products. You're going to go through and watch these videos, okay, if it'll load here.
Do not let your boyfriend see this device.
Just do no sound. There's no need to have the sound on.
But
okay, so now I'm going to engage with this content. Okay, I'm going to engage with these videos. I'm going to comment. I'm going to like. I'm going to save. I'm going to watch them a couple of times. Okay, I'm just going to keep going through. Of course, my laptop here is taking forever to load. Okay, I'm just going to keep going through on all these videos that pop up that are dropshipping related, where it's obvious that they're trying to sell a product. I'm going to watch and engage with all this content, okay? You're just going to keep doing that over and over and over. Then you're going to go to your For You page, okay? Now, when you're on your For You page, after doing that for so long, you should start seeing a lot of dropshipping products pop up on your For You page, okay? I don't know what the hell is happening here with mine, because I'm on my burner. I don't know what the hell is happening here. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But, okay, so in this part of your burner, after you get to this part, you should just have a bunch of dropshipping products popping up, okay? You're going to skip videos like this and only interact with dropshipping videos, okay? Only dropshipping products. Skip all other random videos as much as you can, as soon as you can. Eventually, I really wish this wasn't happening right now, but eventually, all you will see is dropshipping products, okay? And that will be your product research method. You will just hop on your burner, scroll through your For You feed, okay? You will just be constantly shown all kinds of products all day long, all over your burner. Okay, now how to make a really good burner account. You're going to continue to engage, watch, and like and comment on every dropshipping vid on your For You page, instantly skipping any video that isn't a dropshipping product. Also, if you start to see the same product a lot, start skipping it, okay? Because the more you watch it, the more you're just going to get shown that specific product, okay? So just skip it. Do not engage with any other content, obviously, besides dropshipping products. Don't make new burners. I see people randomly do that all the time, or they'll just randomly like make a new account for no reason. Over time, your account will evolve and just start showing you better and better and more products. You know, this is taken into consideration that you're also kind of evolving and you're starting to understand what good products look like. So you're engaging with better products more, things like that. Okay, yeah, make sure to make a burner account for TikTok and Instagram, okay? Obviously, the more the merrier. You'll be able to find more products instead of just being restricted to TikTok. Also, you know, like we know, or like I'll end up talking about later on in the course, Instagram is huge. Instagram is a big deal. You'll probably make majority of your money from Instagram, you know, if you actually crack the code on Instagram. Product research method number 2. Now, if you're just starting out, you barely even care about this, okay? This is really only for experienced people, and even then, you're still, you know, taking shots in the dark because you don't really have anything else to validate a product besides just your own instinct. You know, there's a couple things you can do, like go look on Google Trending, look at a couple stats in a couple different areas, but even then, still, knowing if it's going to hit and go viral easy, all that jazz, it's a shot in the dark when you're using these methods. But looking on Temu and AliExpress, as I said, this is not recommended for beginners. What the hell? Okay, this is not recommended for beginners. You know, because like I just explained, you just don't have the experience. When doing this though, if you do end up doing this method, or you know you're a beginner and this method just ends up working out for you, you know, I'm not saying do not try it at all. I'm just saying I don't recommend it. So when doing it though, if a product checks off at least 5 out of the 7 boxes of our winning criteria, then it is reasonable to test, and we'll be going over, you know, what a winning product and all that stuff is, you know, later on in this module. Only interact with potential winning products, not clothes, jewelry, and all that dumb shit. So kind of almost just like your burner, you want to, when you're scrolling on Temu or AliExpress and using these methods, you only really want to engage with, you know, things that pop up that you think, oh, that could be a winning product, okay? You don't want to just be clicking on random shit, because then it's not going to optimize it for you, and it's just going to make your product research harder and, you know, make it less effective. Okay, now let's get into the juicy stuff. What makes a winning product? So you're not just going to go and run every single product you see. The goal is to find what's called a winning product. But this is not a black and white picture. This is not, it needs this, this, and this, and then it's going to be a winner. There are so many just different situations, different things that go into it. Okay, it is not a black and white picture. To start, you need to understand that the entire business model is based on impulse purchases. The easier for the customer to justify in their own mind that they should buy a product, the more it will sell. So, you know, for example, we are not selling $1,000 couches. That's not going to be an impulse purchase for someone. That's going to be something that somebody thinks about, takes their time to think about, and, you know, you're obviously not going to be able to fucking market a couch with organic content. But, you know, I'm stating this just so you can get a better picture of the type of products we're going to sell. So, first things first, anything that makes at least $1,000 per million views is technically a winning product. You will learn how to find out how much money a product makes. Later on, I have a little black hat tip where you can kind of ensure to literally, you can literally make sure and see how much a product makes per million views. But also let it be known, there are products out there that convert as high as $15,000 per million views, okay? The best way to look at product research and kind of what makes a really good product is in terms of work needed compared to what it converts at. And I'm going to explain this, okay? So let's say, for instance, you find a product that converts at $1,000 per million views, and the content looks super easy, super simple to make for it, goes viral super easy, and prints views, etc. You know, 1,000 per million views isn't much, but, you know, with everything else taken into consideration, I would consider this a winning product and probably run it. But let's say you find that same product converting at 1,000 per million views, and the product is super bland looking, isn't super viral, and you have to make like a Hollywood film for it every video, set up lighting, go outside. It takes you, 4 hours per video to film for it. Although it converts at that, bare minimum standard of $1,000 per million views, I would consider it a bad product and not run it because it just doesn't make sense logically. You want to keep the ease of content and ease of virality in mind, no matter how much the product converts at. It doesn't matter if a product converts at $1 trillion per million views, you're gonna make more money from a $1,000 per million views product that you can do 100 million views with than a product that converts at 10K per million views that you can't do more than a couple 100,000 views with. So now let's go over our winning product criteria. This and there's probably 7 or 8 of them. These are all the attributes and characteristics you want to see in a product to consider it a winner. Let's start with intrinsically viral, or wow factor as they call it. You've probably heard that before. It needs to look cool, stand out, or do something really cool. Okay, you do not want some bland ass product that just doesn't look good, super generic, and we'll keep going over what makes a winning product and things like that. And generic is something you don't want. But you want something that stands out, even if it's something like a really cool design on some sort of product that's relatively simple. Something that makes somebody feel wowed. Okay, now demand. Demand is the second thing you want to look for in a product. Will people actually want to buy the product? This does not mean do you want to buy the product. You want to imagine the demographic of who your customer would be. A good way to gauge demand is studying the comments of the account you found the product from. They will tell you. Now, this one's kind of harder. You really have to look deep because in the comments, no matter how good a product is, you're still going to see some people hate on it. You're still going to see some people like it. But this is mainly for being able to tell if a product has absolutely zero demand, because products that don't convert at all, you will rarely see anybody be like, hey, how do I buy this? Products that convert really well, majority of the comments you see will be people asking where or how to buy it or talking about how cool it is. A third one, this one's often overlooked. Does it add value to someone's life? For example, does it solve a problem they have? Okay, some people just leave this part of the criteria as does it solve a problem, but it's deeper than that. Okay, so it can be does it solve a problem they have? Does it entertain them? Does it make them look cooler or more attractive, etc.? Okay, those type of products are what this type of characteristic is what you want in a product. Okay, this is probably one of the bigger pieces of the criteria that matter the most. Okay, emotional and passionate attachment. Okay, emotional as in does it make somebody feel some sort of emotion like sad, happy, mad, confident, excited, or laugh? Okay. Let's go back. And passionate as in products that are related to somebody's favorite anime, video game, hobby, etc. Okay, so basically what I'm getting to here is if it makes somebody feel some sort of emotion, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a really good product. If all the other criteria are hitting. Products that have a strong emotional or passionate attachment normally perform best. This goes hand in hand with products within a niche. Okay, this is not a end all be all necessity. Okay, a product does not have to be within a niche. It can be a general product and still do really well. But it's just these are what I'm telling you is just things to keep in mind. Majority of this criteria are just things to keep in mind. But it doesn't need every single little piece of the criteria to be a winning product. And then products within sorry, brain fart. Products that have a strong emotional / passionate attachment normally perform best. Once again, something like a weed product. That's actual potheads. That's their hobby. They love this shit. So they'll, the weed niche is great. Spidey face. People that Spider-Man has a huge audience. It's much bigger than you would think, which is why, the product Spidey Face, you can go look them up on TikTok, and I have an example. I use them as an example later on in the course, but Spidey Face did really well because, that's connected to people's favorite superhero, okay? My Anime LEDs, this is another really good product. They're like little LED box lights. People can go buy their favorite anime characters LED, put it on their desk, etc. Night operators, this is attached to people's hobbies, okay? And one of the main big accounts I saw running this product, they mainly focused on airsoft, okay, BB guns and shit, or like people that do airsoft battles and shit. That's connected to somebody's hobby, okay? That's what makes it such a good product. Everything I just named off are all six-figure month products, okay? Winning product criteria continued, not too low of a ticket, okay? Now, no matter how good a product is, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you're only selling it for $10, you're just not going to make a lot of money, okay? The amount of sales you'll need to actually make a shit ton of money from a $10 product is a lot. It doesn't make sense, okay? You're going to aim for products that you can sell for $25 to $125. Don't overcomplicate it. Normally when you're pricing your product, you'll just sell it at the same price of whatever account you found it from, or just 2 to 3 times your cost of goods. Can you come up with a lot of video ideas for the product as soon as you see it? This one you don't need to worry about as much as a beginner, because you're just, you don't have much experience. You're not going to think of a lot off rip no matter what. But, after you actually start understanding everything, if you find a product and can't automatically come up with a few video ideas off the top of your head, then you're going to probably have a hard time trying to run the product, okay? Which you don't want that. You don't want to be sitting there all frustrated when running a product or not be able to come up with anything, and you're not going to be able to help yourself, and then you're just going to be wasting your time, okay? No generic or gimmicky products. For example, fidget toys, that's kind of gimmicky. Bracelets, pins, bouncy balls, those are all way too generic, okay? You can find those anywhere. You could literally go to a fucking gas station and buy any of those. So yeah, if you look at it and think, oh, I could go buy that from Walmart or Dollar Tree, don't even try it. Steer away from showcase products. Now, you do not have to completely throw them off the table. Some of them do really well, and if you think really hard about it, a lot of products fall in this category, but you just don't want a product that you can't do anything to help. Like if you're not going viral or something's not working out, if it's too showcasey of a product, meaning something that's just really standstill and it's almost, so basically like, a poster or a desk ornament, something like where you can literally just show it, you're not going to have much room to be able to, come up with new video concepts or this or that to be able to start going viral or fix your low views. So yeah, that's that for showcase products. Like I said, you don't have to completely stay away from these. It's just recommended, especially at the beginning, because it's just going to leave you with, nothing to be able to do. You're basically just going to be relying on luck with showcase products. So this is an example of a super viral product with bad demand. Okay, these are Doflamingo shades. You can go look these up on TikTok. You're going to see a lot of accounts that have ran it. They look cool to watch, and they're from a passionate niche that can easily, have something to say in the comments, which helps with engagement, which is what makes it so viral. But you have to also think in terms of reality. Who the hell is going to be wanting to walk around in public with fucking pink, flamboyant, crazy designed shades that you can obviously tell don't actually work as shades? They're just for design. Which is another reason for low demand. Here is an example of a product that has a lot of demand, but it's really hard to go viral with. Women's jewelry. It's jewelry, and almost all women wear jewelry and buy it, but it's too generic in general and too generic to go crazy because everybody has seen and knows what the fuck women's jewelry is, okay? Neither of these examples are good, okay? Neither of these are winning products. Neither of these are products you want to run, okay? Demand and virality are what makes a winning product. The more that you can get of each, the better the product's going to be. Here is a black hat product research method. Not a lot of people talk about this, and not a lot of people do it. So this is something you want to do if you don't want to waste your time, or especially like if you're like, oh, this product's going to be a banger, I really have a good feeling, or something just to like make sure that a product is good before you try testing it. What you're going to do is buy the product from your competitor store. So however you found the product, you're going to buy it off of that website, okay? And whatever your order number is after 1,000, because that's what it starts at on Shopify, is how many sales they will have done. Now you got to take into consideration a couple things. They can manipulate the number and like add a 1 to it or something, but you know, if they've only done 10 million views, it's pretty obvious that they haven't done 10,000 sales. So, you know, it'll just be common sense looking at it. Nobody really even does that. I've only done this one time, and somebody actually, you know, try to manipulate the order number to keep people from doing this. But yeah, so whatever your order number is after 1,000, you're going to multiply that by the cost of the product to see how much revenue they've done. Okay, so that'll give you a pretty rough general idea. You know, then you're going to go through their accounts and tally up how many views they have done roughly. You then divide the sales by how many millions of views they've done, and this will tell you what it roughly converts at per million views. Okay, this is huge. This is basically the only surefire way you can tell what a product makes per million. Okay, final takeaways for product research. I recommend turning the criteria that we just went over into a checklist, maybe in the notes of your phone, and use it for every product you think about running. If it has at least, you know, maybe 4 to 5 out of the 8 criteria, excluding demand, it must have demand. If it doesn't have demand, then there's no point in running it. Okay, there's no demand, so it's not going to make sales. Okay, but you know, any of them besides that, or 5 of them besides that one out of the 8 is reasonable to run. Use the black hat method as much as possible if you have the capital. Like I said, it is very powerful. And just like everything else, the more time you spend researching and testing products, the easier you're going to be able to identify a good product. As time goes on, you're going to start to understand the criteria much more. And the more winners you run, the easier it'll be to instinctively spot one. So the more experience you have, you know, the easier it's going to be to find a winning product. All right, let's talk about product saturation. This is a term you will hear often. It's kind of fell off since I first started doing organic dropshipping. This is something like everybody would talk about, and they'd include it with every single bit of product research I ever did. And now you barely hear anybody talking about it. And that is because product saturation does not exist in the way you think it does, okay? 99% of all the products being ran in organic right now have been ran before or currently being ran by multiple people, or a variant super similar. Okay, there's like stages and cycles. Okay, like literally majority of products you see have been ran before, or dude, they were made in China like already like 20 fucking years ago. Okay, yes, even the ones that make 6 figures a month. It's not that product saturation isn't a legitimate thing. It would just take so much more than people actually think to actually occur. I made almost a $200,000 month on Glow Gesture 2 months after someone had already ran up a 100K month with it on the same platform. After I popped off a Glow Gesture, the guy who I found the product from ended up personally texting me on Discord saying like, yo, this is the product I ran, blah, blah, blah. And I had already seen like 2 months, 3 months before he had texted me that he did, you know, over $100,000 in a single month. And that right there automatically, even, you know, when I was first starting to pop off, that automatically made me go, what the fuck? Is product saturation even a thing? And yeah, I'm also currently running a product at the time of recording this that's doing $1,000 to $3,000 a day that has been getting ran for over a month by a different account with 50K, I don't know why I put the money sign right there, with over 50K followers on the same platform. So, you know, he's obviously been making a fuck ton of money from it for months before I jumped in. And I'm still able to hit 1 to 3K days. And I genuinely think I'll be able to scale it to 100K month, if that just goes to show you anything. So a certain platform can kind of become saturated in a sense. It's still really hard, a lot harder than anybody will tell you it is. If there's a huge account on that platform selling the product, I'm talking like 1 million plus followers, not 100,000, not 200,000, then you may see it affect sales as they have so much authority of the search results of the product. Yes, you make sales from this, you know, especially if you're going hella viral, or a product itself is hella viral. If people are going on TikTok looking for a product and they type in the type of product you have, and you're hella viral, have hella followers, your video is going to be one of the first to pop up. And then boom, somebody clicks it and they see, oh, 1 million plus followers. This is definitely the people who created this product. They'll buy from you. Okay. TikTok favors them in a way. I noticed this a lot. So I ran a product, the fidget guns. There's already an account on TikTok that has over 200,000 plus followers. after they've already been going crazy since last year, I was still able to make 20 to 40k, 20 to 40k month on TikTok. I even ran the account to like 5,000 plus followers. But I noticed when I started trying to copy their style of videos, they just did dog shit. But yet they were still going crazy with that exact same concept every single video, scorpion shot. And that just kind of shows you. So I had to switch up the content for it, obviously. But that's what I mean by TikTok favors them. I don't know why. It's, obviously since they have so much authority and so many followers, they can get away with a lot more, and their content doesn't even have to be as good. Especially, I almost noticed in TikTok, people kind of own certain concepts or styles of a video. Like exactly what I just explained. He's been popping off with that one for so long. The moment I tried to copy it, and I'll be dead ass honest, actual quality at some point, a few of them were better than his. But it's almost like he owned the concept, if that makes sense. They probably have a very large customer base that will leave negative engagement on your videos. This also happened with the scorpion shot. Hella kids. At the same, it's a bad and good thing. So in a legitimate way, like it definitely did like hurt a couple sales. People definitely saw some of these comments of kids saying, "Oh, Scorpion Shot's the original. Oh, this guy's a scammer. He's stealing these from Scorpion Shot." Blah blah blah. That definitely took away some sales. But overall, at the same time, where it can be a good thing, that's engagement. And there was a video or two that definitely did better just because I had so many people saying that I stole from him. But at the same time, like I said, you're gonna have people that look at that and go, "Oh, then I'm gonna go buy from the original." Okay. But there's a caveat. Just a bunch of shitty low follower accounts trying to run the product will affect nothing. Okay, that just because you go to type it in and you see hella accounts trying to run a product does not mean it's saturated. Okay. Understand that there will never be enough of a product's audience exhausted for an organic dropshipping product to make less sales just because someone else has made a lot of money from it. Okay, a lot of people perceive product saturation, meaning like, oh, so many people have ran it and so many people have made so much money that now there's no more money to be made with it. That just couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of a perspective breakdown. Obviously, these are rough numbers, and not every single person within the population, actually has a fucking home or has enough money, or they could be a child, whatever. But still, this gives you a rough idea of, how product saturation just doesn't make sense. Between North America and Europe combined, they have a population of 1.1 billion people. Let's say you sold $1 million worth of a $50 product. Even if every single sale was made by a different customer and there were, no customers bought, multiple at a time, this would still only account for 20,000 people out of 1.1 billion. That is only 0.00182%. Okay, just within North America and Europe alone. We're not even talking about all these other countries that still buy from you. Okay, but then you will have kids see a product make $50,000 in a single month with like 15 Indian-made accounts that look horrible and will never do anything, trying to run it and say, "Nah, bro, it's saturated." It just does not make sense mathematically and isn't true. So never worry about a product being saturated. It doesn't matter how much a product has been ran through. If you can come up with a new winning video concept to get the ball rolling again, you can still print just as much as whoever else has made money with the product. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get started. As always, any questions, anything of that nature that you have as we go through this, ask away. Okay. I guess like what better way to start? So this is our first product that caught my eye. What these look like are Pokemon lights. Now, I will tell you now, banger. Somebody could go pick these up right now and run them. These are a banger. Okay. Why are they a banger? Wow factor. They light up. I'm assuming they look like one of those products that you touch it and it lights up. Second, huge emotional attachment, passionate niche. Okay. Third, high perceived value. Okay, they include technology. There's some detail on there. They're literally in the shapes of Pokemon. Okay, those are our top three. And obviously, intrinsically viral, that goes into wow factor, right? So everything adds up. Let's really go look at this actually. Let's look into it in detail. I talked with somebody else. Oh my God, like guys, why is nobody running these? What? But wait, how small are these? So right now we're in my mind, guys. These are fire, but why do they look tiny? These are like almost 10 out of 10 banger, guys. They do appear to be squishy. Now, also, another thing you guys will start to realize, and this is why I always talk about, the more winners you run, the better you become at product selection. Well, and the reason being is because you start to realize all these similar traits within products, and you'll also start to realize like 90% of the tapped products or the products that you see getting ran and stuff, they're just variations or have a very similar trait. Yes, you did, Kayla. I was not going to say that out loud, but since you said it, yes, you did. And I told you that these would be worth running. I don't know why you didn't run them. But wasn't there something we brought up where we were like, okay, now we're a little bit more on the fence about it? What was it about them? But if everything checks out with these, right, and so now we're doing more in-depth research. But as I was saying, the reason you become better and better at research is pretty common sense. You just, you have more of an eye of what a good product looks like, but you also just start to notice very similar traits in all of products. And like 90% of products that get ran that everybody knows and everybody sees and they're all over your burner, they're just slowly more and more variations of certain products or traits of certain products, yada, yada, yada. So there is a product very similar that has this exact same function. You hit it and it lights up. But it was like a duck. There was multiple variations of those as well. The best one, I forgot which variation, but the best one converted at like 3K per million views. Okay, so that automatically tells us, okay. Then we might be looking at something here, already knowing it has a similar function to a product that was such a banger. Then we look into it even more. Okay, wow. It's actually in an even more passionate niche with an even more emotional attachment because it is in such a passionate niche and it's a very large niche. This is fucking Pokemon we're talking about. It don't matter where the fuck you're from. You know what the fuck Pokemon is. You've at least heard the name or seen it one time in your life. I used to do when I was a kid. I collected fucking Pokemon. That's how big Pokemon is, bro. Which is just why it's just such a good niche. And 9 times out of 10, it's fire. But like 9 times out of 10, the products in there, if they have other traits, it's gonna be fire because of the niche. But now let's get more into depth of this product. This looks tiny. Like, is this supposed to be a book that it's on? Because if so, then these are not as good as I anticipated. I was hoping these were like this fucking big, Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, Chico. They do have 2-piece. Okay, so they're about the size of your palm. Now our perceived value has went down. Does that make sense, guys? So now, in the eyes of the viewer, in the eyes of the consumer, this has less value. Okay, which does in fact hurt our product and make our product less good. Yeah. See, these took a 10 out of 10 product to like a 3 out of 10, dead ass, because of its perceived value. And then, okay, let's say that didn't matter, right? And then I was wondering, I was like, holy fuck, you can source these for $2.41, $5 max. If that's just a one-time discount and we talk to our supplier and they try to price it at that, it's like, holy fuck, your margins would be insane, right? Because a product like this, if it was the size I had thought or anticipated, this product you could low-key sell for like 30, 40 bucks. But now it all makes sense, right? And then like, okay, let's say the perceived value wasn't the issue and it still had the exact same amount of demand, which it won't, right? Because the perceived value has went down. Let's say that wasn't the issue. The perceived value for this product now is maybe 15 bucks. That shit is literally this fucking big. And even then, I talk about it all the time, I've talked about it in the course, you don't even really want to be selling a product unless there's something weird with the product where you have like average order value stuff, or like it's like this product that has to get bought with this, so the average order value is automatic. But like not like a product like this where you're just selling this product. $15 product is not, even if it's the best product ever, you don't want to sell a $15 product. $20 is the bare minimum. Because, I mean, think about it just with common sense. How many sales it would take to go and do $100,000 a month, or, you know, $15 is kind of pushing it, but like I'll see people run like $8 products. My G, you sell a fucking 1,000 of those, you've only made $8K. You get 1,000 fucking people to buy that product, and you've only made barely $4K in profit. Now that same 1,000 people that go and buy a $40 product, that same 1,000 people, right? It took basically the same effort, the same amount of views to acquire that number of people, right? It might convert a little higher because it's so cheap, whatever, yada, 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 but let's just talk in super broad terms. You know, the same amount of people, if you were selling a product, it took this exact same amount of effort, exact same amount of views to acquire those 1,000 people that came to your store and buy a product. If you were selling a product that had the perceived value and everything was, you know, added up correctly, and you sold a product for $40 instead of $8, I mean, just use common sense, right? That $40 you now made over $20K from, with the same amount of effort put into your video, same views, same everything, right? That's like just as common sense as it gets. So, you know, anything really under $20 just almost damn near isn't worth it, regardless of how good the product is. Regardless. So, we've inspected, started out as a banger. It is now Dookie. But if you do end up seeing a variation of this that is around that size, like I literally thought it would be like on your fucking desk. Like imagine this is my desk, like this fucking tall, this big around. Like that would be some shit right there. That would be 10 out of 10 banger. You will go run up multiple six figures for sure. Okay, let's move on. So this product, I actually did something. How many inches do you mean? That's too specific of a question, Jen. Just bigger. Something that's just big. I don't know how many inches, bro. Something that's just bigger than the palm of your hand for sure. This product, we won't cover a lot on these, but I've tested something with this product just because I'll do this every now and again. And it's worth it to do this shit every now and again. If you find a product that is like, you look at it and you're like, holy shit, that would take me 5 seconds a day. Like literally, I tested a product similar to this. We're going to get into it in a second. But bro, such easy content. It demanded super organic content, so basically trashy content. Literally, I could just take my phone, record from the TikTok app, swing this bitch around for 8 seconds, throw a hook on it, boom, video done. So it's like, and this product actually converted like 1K per mil at that time. Right, I know some other people have ran it. It's been ran through, so the market's pretty exhausted because it's very, very niche, very small niche. Right, it's just jujitsu casing people, and then on top of that, it's only people who fucked with Toji, right? So a certain character within it. So it's very, very small, very niche. I already knew that going into the product, but what I liked about it was it's basically like a custom dropshipping product, but without any of the backlash of it being custom. So basically what it was is I saw somebody else do it and then I went and did it. But you buy you talk to your supplier and everything, but you sell it as one product, but you actually, they're two separate products. You go get a chain that looks like the chain from like a small version, a necklace version of something that looks super chainy. So not like this, right? But like, I'm sure you guys have seen the accounts and shit. But like a fucking necklace that actually looks like a chain, or a keychain that looks like a legitimate linked chain, not like an actual necklace like this, but if that makes sense. But and then this product, but you sell them as one product. Okay, so it just raised the barrier to entry a little bit more. You know, retarded people or super newbie people wouldn't understand that, and they'd think that they can't get it sourced, things like that. So it made it just peculiar, and on top of that, like I said, bro, it 5 seconds a day, literally like the easiest product you could run, and then converting a 1K per mil, oh, definitely worth. But then, I don't know what it was, bro. It was almost so easy that it was like a nuisance to run. It was almost so easy, and this sounds stupid, I know. It was almost so easy that it was like, it was almost more annoying to run it than a hard product because it was like such a tiny task to just interrupt your whole day, if that makes sense. And then it was just very half-assed. I started half-assing everything. And then just on accident, literally I only half-assed like 20 videos. Still went viral. Like 2 videos that did a few 100,000 views. I want to say it did almost 2K. Like it converted really good, honestly. Probably even more than 1K per mil. Yeah, definitely not anymore, I wouldn't say, because a lot of the market share has been taken up. And it's very niche.
But, you know, products like this, and margin was super high as well. I was selling it for like $24.99, I think, or $20. I can't remember. But, I mean, you know, when we get into products like this, although low perceived value, a tiny bit, not really, because it's like really like genuinely like it's fucking metal, right? So the perceived value is actually kind of there, and it was rather large for what it was. It was like this big. And then the chain that came with it. I mean, like the perceived value was there for what it was. These are worth it, right? Took like zero of my time. It converted at like a pretty decent amount of money, and you know, a little bit higher barrier to entry because it was so peculiar. These are kind of worth, right? This product, ass for organic. I wouldn't say it's ass. It's a good product. It's a problem-solving product. This is a paid ads sort of product. I mean, it solves a very big problem, and it hits a very hard pain point, you know, insecure short guys. But it's just going to be so hard for you to run organically, go viral with organically, come up with new ideas. And the perceived value isn't really, like, it's there, but it isn't. Like, once again, it's just a paid ad sort of product. Like, you can push through the perceived value of this by super good branding and paying to acquire your customers. But a product that looks this simple and cheap, regardless, just isn't going to do good with organic. This product, too cheap, too gimmicky. Wow factor, sure, maybe. It just looks like an ugly lightsaber. No passion, no emotional attachment. It just looks kind of cool, and that's all it has. Everything else is straight up dog shit. And that's not enough to be a good product. Teddy bear with muscles, 10 out of 10. The teddy bear with muscles. Teddy bear with muscles is questionable. It's questionable, really. Oh my god. Oh, there's a bunch of variants. Okay. Yeah, no, the teddy bear with muscles, I would automatically deem as ass, to be honest. But it is one of those ones. It's kind of like the poo, right? It's like, okay, even let's say this converted at like $400 to $500 per mil. The content would be so easy, it'd almost be worth it. And I'm sure you'd go viral relatively easy because, I mean, the product itself is so controversial. I mean, like, it's a fucking teddy bear with fucking straight up muscles. Especially this Hello Kitty one, that shit would go dummy viral. I don't think it would convert for shit. Who knows though? It might. I really, plushies, I would start them all at a baseline of a few $100s per mil. Because they're just fucking plushies, bro. They're plushies. It's the first time I've seen the Hello Kitty one, though. I would personally never run a plushie. I take that back. I would if certain things aligned. They're running the buff teddy bear. Or the buff Hello Kitty. Followers or views, Jen? Any conversions at all? $20. Yeah, so I was right on the money with it. That's why plushies are very, like, you can find, if you find a good enough plushie, but, like, think about the emotional attachment to this. There's basically none. There's basically no passion to this. It's just sort of gimmicky and funny. Percocet plushie. I think I know what you're talking about. Percocet plushie. Xanax plushie. Yes, it's being recorded, Ninos. See you, Ninos. Have a good day, brother. I want to try to just skip past dog shit ones and just look for good products, just so we're not taking up all this time. Lean audience. Yeah, exactly. The lean audience. God bless America. Very sure. What the fuck did I just press? Oh, I'm fucking pissed. Okay. Decent product. A bit controversial. I would say at least 1K per mil. This drawing one, passionate niche, drawing. But then the controversy side, you know, people are going to be like, oh, that's not really drawing. You're just copying shit. 16 mils of Garth, 3K in sales on TikTok. That's the issue with the plushies, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Banger. Right. Emotional attachment. Passionate niche. Anime. It's One Piece. One Piece is one of the biggest animes to ever exist. Wow factor. Intrinsically viral. It does the LED sort of thing. It also basically, the light behind it changes and alters the photo itself. High perceived value. Technology. LEDs. Lights. Right? Almost anything that involves some sort of technology is automatically going to skyrocket that perceived value. Banger, as we all know. These sort of products, see guys, like that, it's like you have to constantly evolve with the business model, because the audience and the customers only get smarter and smarter. That's the problem, right? Like fucking damn near any of these products would have made you money, at least 1K per mil plus 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when TikTok was a brand new thing and some of the first people who ever did organic dropshipping started doing it. Any of these would make you thousands per million views. Thousands. Right? But it's like we have to adapt to the audience. Banger, as we all know. Banger, 10 out of 10. Right? It's high perceived value. There's multiple moving parts. It looks nicely branded. It's a full take apart, put together product. It looks great. Passionate niche. Intrinsically viral if you pull it off correctly. Banger. Mid-tier banger. Slightly passionate niche. Very large, broad audience. You know, it's fucking SpongeBob. Everybody knows what SpongeBob is. Looks kind of realistic, so that really helps, especially with the perceived value, especially if it looks this good. I think I've seen one of these on TikTok Shop as well, especially if it looks this good with, like, actually on the wall. Around 1K per million views for sure. Plus the content is super, super, super easy. So, you know, that's also something to consider and weigh out your odds as to, okay, what does it convert at? How viral and how easy is the content? Products on TikTok Shop is going viral. Is it good to try and dropship? Because I've seen the Squidward thing everywhere. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand you have 4 platforms technically to work with. So TikTok makes the least amount of money than everything else, right? So it's like, you know, that's not something to really take into consideration. As for, you know, oh, the issue is people will just buy from TikTok Shop. That's just not true. Right? It's no different. That's like saying, oh, well, you know, they'll just buy it from Amazon. Every product, 99.9% of all of these products running that anybody's ran dropshipping are already on Amazon. Right? So it's like, yes, like that's common sense. Your mind wants to say that, but like we just know based off of impulse purchase, that's just not what ends up happening. Yeah, no, like what I'm saying is, like, you can't just say, oh, I'm not going to run that product because it's getting ran on TikTok Shop. I have one of those banger products I was just telling you is on the way, has done, like, just one of the brands has done, like, the main brand for it has done 125,000 sales on TikTok Shop. I guarantee you I go and make 6 figures this Q4 with that product. You guys like, I like where you're going with what you're thinking, but you're thinking of it incorrectly. You're thinking of it in your own mind. You're not thinking of it in the consumer, in the viewer's mind. right? Once again, it just goes into, if that were the case, although TikTok Shop does hurt it for sure, and there's always going to be, there's always a percentage of people that will do that. Okay, for example, before TikTok Shop, when people would see a product, not large, but a certain percentage of people would go, oh, I guarantee you that's on Amazon, and go buy it off Amazon, right? But that's never stopped somebody from their product converting less, or, that just goes into the actual metrics. Nobody's going to sit there you can't just sit there and be like, oh, if it's on TikTok Shop, don't run it. Bro, I promise you. It's just like Amazon now. I guarantee 99.9% of the products being ran are already on TikTok Shop somewhere. You just can't count it out just because of TikTok Shop. Like I just said, I have a product on the way that I will 100% make 6 figures on with this Q4. You'll see a case study of it on my YouTube. And it has already done over $1 million on TikTok Shop alone, just from one store. Right? It's like when we're in the mind of the viewer, the consumer, we're talking about impulse buys. That's what, a lot of e-commerce rides off of, especially organic dropshipping. Somebody sees that, everything checks out, it's a great product, perceived value, intrinsically viral, blah, 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 blah. They just want to go and buy the shit. And, your branding's there, your the trust is there, all that good stuff of just you doing organic dropshipping correctly. They're going to think you're the source, right? That's how you basically think of every single person in your audience, all of your consumers, as retards. Because they genuinely are ignorant to what dropshipping is, or not really what dropshipping is, but how e-commerce works as a whole. Once again, we don't even have to go into depth into it. That's the only argument needed, right? If that was the case, dropshipping wouldn't work, and before TikTok Shop, people would just go straight to Amazon to buy the product. And once again, guys, TikTok does 20% to 30% of all the sales in the entire space. So it's okay, who cares? Let's say that were the case, which it isn't. You're still going to make sales on TikTok, whether the product's on TikTok Shop or not. It's that's definitely not something to make a decision based off of. But on the other side of that, don't just go run a product just because it's selling a lot on TikTok Shop. That's definitely not what you can do. But do not throw a product out just because it's being ran on TikTok Shop. Hello Kitty phones. I've talked to a lot of you about this product. It's a good one. It's decent. Yeah, if you brand it, then it would be more credible, at least in my eyes. I don't know. TikTok Shop has Amazon for product pictures. Yeah, guys, like I said, it's just not anything to even worry about. These chopsticks, these lightsaber chopsticks, these have been getting ran by a lot of people for a long time now. I would assume at least around 1K per mil. I would say when they first got started, 2 to 3K per mil. Right? Because although it's in a passion and niche and everything, it's fucking chopsticks. Not everybody that knows and loves Star Wars eats with chopsticks, right? So it's you've taken a large percentage of your target audience, and they're gone now. What is this?
Auto check.
Bullshit. Man.
Auto check.
Said winner. This is an OG winner. See, guys, that's what I'm talking about. These, they're basically any product you used to fucking do organic with, it would hit. But a product like this would be so dog shit. You probably get a few $100 per million, if that. Such low perceived value. It's just so dog shit. But 2 years ago, this shit was hitting a couple thousand per mil. Feel me? So it's just that just goes, proof is in the pudding. What I was just talking about. We have to adapt and constantly evolve with the consumer, right? As they only get smarter and smarter about e-commerce, what drop shipping is, what it isn't, what to trust, who to trust, things like that. passionate niche, but outside of that, pretty generic. Mid.
Pokemon Get だぜ!
Hard to make content for as well. Really, the only thing they have going for them is a passionate niche. Everything else is ass. Somebody has sent me this. One of you guys. I have read a book about sales recently, and I think that logic behind people is a little different. When people have an impulse purchase, it goes like emotions, try to basically justify, like, for example, it looks like yes, correct. And that's why we talk about funnels and whatnot. That's awesome that you're looking into this stuff, Jen. This is stuff that you should all be looking into, right? So yes, this is very true in terms of impulse purchasing. That's why we talk about funnels. That's why we talk about the most least amount. This is what goes into converting a customer. So the more time a customer has in between seeing what they want to buy and being able to give you their money for it, should be as minimal as possible, because it's duration of time and exactly what Jen just said here. If they see something that could basically pull them out of an impulse purchase, so perceived value isn't there, they see it has a function that they didn't think it had, or like I've seen some organic dropshippers, they'll put on their store like 15 to 20 day shipping. What the fuck are you doing? Do not fucking make that an announcement to your customer. Right, those are all little things that'll pull them out of that impulsive state of mind. Yeah, see, this product isn't absolutely horrible, but it's like, because like you have a lot of room to work with and stuff. High perceived value. Right, these could go for a 40 or 50 bomb, honestly, just because there's so much detail. But it's like, bro, you will hate your life running some shit like this. You will fucking hate your life. But I'd say almost 2K per mil minimum on a product like this. These are similar to the pads, those little sketch pads or the calendar shits, and those convert decent. But a product like this, you will fucking hate your life. So it's just not worth running in my eyes. Okay, products like these are tricky. This product, to be specific. Custom Legos. Yes, these are good. These are good. 2K-ish, I would say, roughly. Per mil. These are good. But once again, right, this gets into, it's kind of annoying to run. 3K, so I was almost right on the fucking money. So boom. Yeah, but once again, guys, this goes into like, right, are you gonna hate your fucking life running it? Is there another 3K per mil product out there that requires half of the work? Yes. So knowing things like that, it's just like, Correct, Jen. Thank you for this awesome information. And thank you for verifying how good I am, Chico. Okay, now, let's get into this product that I was just about to talk about. This is one of them sneaky bitches, right? Even these could stump a guy like me, right? Who literally you guys just saw almost called how much a product converts at just by a glance within, give or take, 1,000. I would look at a product like this and my very first assumption would say, ass. But roughly 4-ish months ago, I did a test order on a guy running this up on IG, and it converted at like 1.5 to 2K per million views. Now, reason being, the assumption behind this is really because he took such a generic ass product where it's supposed to be for food, and he threw it into a really passionate niche of stoners. And stoners love spending that money. And he took this route of, which is a very big thing to the stoners. He took this route of, I can watch my YouTube shit, which stoners be doing that, right? Imagine you're a stoner. You be rolling up. You be watching your shit. You're lazy as fuck, right? And he just fucking insinuated that perfectly. He took a couple routes like work breaks, just mainly in the car. Like, you know, I'm decent at the stoner niche because, well, I've been a pothead my whole life, unfortunately. Thank God I do not smoke weed like that anymore. But, dude, I've smoked since literally, I would tell you guys the age, and you'd be like, this guy's lying. That's like some made-up bullshit. It's just always been around me my whole life. Drugs and everything of that nature. So I know I have the stoner's mind. And the route this guy took was such a fucking generic product. 7 years old. 7 years old. But, yes, I know. It wasn't like, oh my God, I just started smoking weed at 7 years old. But that was the first time I ingested marijuana. Was at 7 years old. And then, you know, off and on up until maybe 11 or 12. And then 11 or 12, I was just straight fucking pothead. I mean, yeah, bro, I was smoking cigs and shit like second grade. I have buddies I could go get right now on video and then tell you stories of me getting on the fucking bus to school, blowing down a fucking dart. Like second and third grade, bro. I know. Absolute fucking menace to society. But let's get back to the product. He took a dog shit generic product that, you know, solved some sort of a problem, and he morphed it into a whole new fucking product, basically, which is possible. You know, and that's like things to keep in mind when you see really generic products like this. Inner Circle smokes. Yeah, everybody's flying out to Dubai. How did you get away from all of it? I'm still around it, pal. That's still my life. I really live 30 minutes away from my hometown. You know, my family's huge. Dude, you guys, like, I'll have to at some point in my life make a YouTube video of just my whole life. And it wasn't until I was talking to somebody else about this. I'm about to get back to the product after I quit yapping, but I was talking to somebody else about this. But my editor, when I was first like my YouTube guy, he was like trying to like help me like strategize YouTube, this and that. He's like, we need to come out with a year story. He just made me break down a little bit of my story, bro. And I was telling him, and before I even got to like 25% of it, he was like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? That's fucking insane. We need to make this video right now. Just going fucking insane. And I didn't really, because that's just my life, right? Like, just imagine you live that life. It's just normal to you. But then when I started like saying it into words and saying it to people outside of the people I know, because like the circle I have and the people I know, I don't really make a lot of new friends. It's just like, first of all, half of my friends, unfortunately, they're gone because they're fucking low lifes, and they continued on that path and they just play video games all day. But you know, me, just my normal life, my family, and all these people I've had around me my whole life, it's just normal to us. This just crazy life of drugs and issues with the law and just crazy shit, redneck, small town shit. Just normal. So when I was talking to somebody who I guess is perceived as more normal or had a much more normal life, they were like, dude, I was like, told him like 10% of my whole story, and he was like flipping his fucking shit, acting like it was the craziest thing in the world and that it would be the biggest story ever if I made a YouTube video about it. But yeah, bro, I've been through some crazy shit, done a lot of crazy shit. My life is like really a movie. It definitely has some really cool parts, but a lot of bad ones too. And that's not even a flex. Like, my life was just unintentionally crazy as fuck. Okay, but back to the product. He took this generic ass dog shit product, morphed it into an entire different product, which you have to keep in mind. Like, keep your eyes out for things like this. Like, you can do things like this. So, like, don't, like, it's just perfect. Like, you should be, basically, this is a really good sign of, like, hey, think deeper about what a product is or what it does or what you can do with it, right? Instead of just looking at face value, because that's exactly what this kid did. And he took it from eating food, which makes it so dog shit. I don't think it would convert a single damn cell, maybe a few, into, hey, I can roll up on my work break. Or, dude, a lot of stoners, dead ass. Me and my boys, we just, his mom wouldn't let us smoke inside. We'd go out to his truck. Fucking, what was it called? A Toyota Titan or a Toyota Frontier, some dumb shit. We go out to his white truck, bro, and blow down all day long. All fucking day long. Freestyling, blowing down. And so it's like very common for people to just always be blowing down in their vehicle. Whether it's, you know, a break at work or just a lot of fucking stoners just smoking their vehicle all the time. So, dude, he just, obviously the kid definitely smoked weed, because really you'd have to be a stoner to really get this vibe for a product like this and just randomly pull that out of your ass. But yeah, he took this fucking product and he just marketed it towards stoners, smoking in your car, smoking between your work breaks, using it as a rolling tray to smoke up on while you're watching YouTube and shit. And he took such a dog shit product that would convert it like nothing, started making it convert at like 1.5 to 2K per mil. And on a horrible day, 1K per mil. So it's like, wow, you know, keep that in mind. All right, we're going to find one more product. Exactly, Ben. Exactly. I've seen this one. Don't like it. Passionate niche. That's really, and it is kind of wow factor, intrinsically viral, but you also have to like color it and paint it yourself. And it's seasonal. And it's just Bulbasaur. So it's like you're kind of fucked. Like, so like that's niching down too hard. Like you went from a super broad niche. If it had like every Pokemon, it'd be a whole different story. But it's just fucking Bulbasaur. You know, there's hella people that love Pokemon, but how many? Like we're talking about how much of a percentage of the people we just cut off by only people who love Bulbasaur enough. Out of all the fucking thousands of Pokemon, just Bulbasaur enough to run it up. Have you seen the worm thing with the sword on the inside? Yes, it's a good product. But, you know, I talked about this with the Anime Blades YouTube video, bro. It's just like, you're really hit or miss with the anime niche. And it's really hard, even somebody with a lot of experience, it's really hard to pull it off and hit the correct audience the whole time. Because it's just almost no matter what. That's just what sucks, right? It just basically takes every banger product and turns it ass, because it's no matter what. You're going to hit that foreign audience. It's going to make it convert like ass. Also, you'd have to replicate that guy's vibe. So, like, maybe on a fucking mountain outside somewhere or on buildings like he had, right? To really, the product as a whole is good. And what he did something similar to the fucking chain and the thing, which he was also running on that same account, the chain and shit that I was telling you about, where it's technically two products, but you make it one. He's kind of doing that same sort of similar thing, even though he is selling them separately. Paid ads product used to hit. It's ass now. Too generic now. What are these? Yeah, I'm about to fuck up my AliExpress account, because now all I'm seeing is fucking Pokemon shit, bro. What is this shit? Give me more detail, motherfucker. This is like a build your Pokemon thing. Mid. These are like legendary Pokemon from like one specific season of Pokemon. So we're niche down super hard. We've taken off a lot of the niche. Then we're getting into building shit that's more kiddish. Also annoying as fuck to run. Not very even really known cool Pokemon. These are such like random ass Pokemon. They're all like the legendary ones from like one specific game. Okay, so branding your store and naming your product. First and foremost, the goal is to look clean and professional, okay? Be creative and think of a catchy name for the product that makes sense and actually relates to the product. You want it to be short, simple, professional, and to the point, okay? Do not use, do not use the same name as your competitor. This is pretty self-explanatory. Just don't. Be a little original, okay? You're going to make a simple logo
with black, white, and one color that matches the product's identity. So if the product is purple, make the logo have purple in it. Okay, this just makes everything look a lot cleaner and more professional. Okay, you want everything to be symmetrical. If you're gonna stick to super wordy logos, just basically word ones, I recommend definitely adding some sort of design no matter what. You do not just want words as the logo. Make sure you're using good and clean fonts. Okay, don't make it so plain that it looks scammy. Okay, don't make it look like a 12-year-old made it. Okay, put a tiny bit of effort into your logos. Now, here's some resources to brand your product easily. Okay, what I use and I've used since the beginning of time is Canva. This app is goated, okay, especially because they have a free version. They have art and designs called elements in there that you can just kind of fiddle around with or combine to make your logo. So it's literally as simple as finding a good font, putting your name, the name of your product or store, and then throwing a couple elements related to it onto the logo. They even have templates. I've only done this once or twice, but I see a lot of people doing it. You just want to be careful of this because you got to think about it. If people are always seeing almost the same exact, kind of logo, but it's all kinds of different brands, it just looks shady. You want to stick. You want to separate yourself. Okay, you want to separate yourself from drop shippers, bad drop shippers. You want to look just like a good, clean, professional business. Okay. Black hat branding tip. Okay. This one I never see anyone talk about. This is actual sauce. The moment I started doing this and paid attention to this, I'm not kidding, night and day difference. You are going to try and use an image directly related to the product as a profile picture instead of the text logo. Okay, this helps you blend in more and makes you look like a normal account instead of looking like a business trying to promote their product. Okay, I am going to use Spidey Face as an example if it lets me click on it. Okay. Here we go. So, let this load. We're waiting. Slow as hell, boy. Now, this isn't the big main account. I don't think. Yeah, no, definitely not. 4,500 followers. There's a huge account, almost 100K followers or something like that. Pretty sure it's the same guy. He just made new accounts. But look at his profile picture. Okay? Look at this profile picture. When I'm scrolling, okay, no matter what, you're unconsciously thinking and seeing that their profile picture in the corner of the screen. If I'm scrolling and I see something that our organic content that might kind of look like an advertisement, and I notice something that's obviously somebody's logo for a brand and a business, I'm automatically going to scroll and assume it's an ad, right? But if I'm scrolling through, right, and I love Spider-Man, okay, which is this guy's target demographic, and I see just an account that has something to do with some sort of product that has to do with Spider-Man, but the logo is literally Spider-Man's face and eyes, I'm not going to think twice. I'm going to think in my head, bro, this is a guy just showing a cool product because he likes Spider-Man. Then obviously, so that's going to help them stay engaged with the video and not just scroll past you. Then obviously later on they're going to do a little bit of research into your account and realize you're the person that's selling it, and then boom, that's when you can convert them. But yeah, that's just a little black hat tip I never see anybody talk about. Normally you will notice that majority of accounts that are huge and do really well, you'll notice like 90% of them, they have an alternative image as their profile picture, not their logo. Setting up accounts. After you find a product and you order the sample off Amazon, while it's on its way, you're going to do something called warming up an account. Okay. The reason for doing this is so you don't seem like a bot or spam account to the platform. So you're going to create the account for that store and obviously make the name of it the store, the name that you've already came up with, but don't do anything else. Okay. Just go straight to its For You page and start interacting with the app like a normal human being. Okay. Don't do anything weird. Just be normal. Okay. You're going to be watching videos, liking every now and again. If you're just normally scrolling, you're not liking every post. So don't just go through and just like every single post. Commenting maybe 1 to 3 times. On average, you're not going to be commenting on every post. So keep that one to a bare minimum. You do that less than liking, obviously. So the whole goal is just to look like a normal human being. Once it's been a full 24 hours, you're going to go ahead and add the profile picture and create a catchy bio. Professional. It's going to go. I'll show you examples on the next slide of exactly how you want that to look. Don't make more than one account in a day. Don't delete or log out of more than one account in a day. Give it a couple days in between each account that you make. So You need to set your accounts up this way in all of these examples. All of these are the best converting for, views to sales, okay? Remember, your goal is to look like an established professional brand. The more legitimate you look, the better you convert views to sales. So this is how you'll want to set up your Instagram, okay? Look at these nice, clean, simple emojis, that little line, free worldwide shipping, limited time sale, shop here, okay? Gets, some bonuses across and then tells them where to shop, okay? This is really clean. Now, for TikTok, this is how you want to set it up. The ultimate fidget toy, he just explains what the toy is. Sometimes you won't have room for something like 50% off sale. It just depends on how long your tagline is going to be. But then for TikTok specifically, you're going to want a shop here pointing down at the link and or here pointing to what your basic domain is. The reasoning for this is because TikTok will randomly just not show the link. I don't know why. This started happening a couple months ago. People will go to your profile and they'll not be able to see the link. So this kind of helps convert a few of those that don't end up seeing the link. And then for YouTube, yes, this is my account. Just simple, make this little line, the bio line, click here to get a blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then through the YouTube Studio app, you'll be able to put the link to your store. When, where, and how to post. You should be posting on all platforms. It doesn't matter that some may perform better or this or that. You're already making the video. There's no point in not just taking the extra 45 seconds to go and post on all the other platforms, okay? Because you make money from all the platforms, okay? I know kids that have made money from, 100K a month from YouTube. I know kids that have made 100K a month from Instagram. I know kids who have made 100K a month from TikTok. You should be posting on all platforms. Post 2 to 3 videos a day depending on how much time you have and work you can handle, okay? Some people say post this, post that, blah, 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 but it just really depends on how much time you have. The sweet spot for me has always been 2 to 3 high quality videos per day. If you are only running 1 to 2 products, there is no reason that you should not be posting at least 3 products a day for each product. The only reason you wouldn't is if you have your content really dialed in. So then, you're going to be making higher quality content. And no matter what anybody tells you, it's much more, in the general grand scheme of things, it's much more of a quality over quantity sort of thing, okay, when it comes to content. Once an account hits 30K plus followers, you can drop this down to 1 to 2 posts per day so you don't exhaust your audience. This does not pertain to Instagram. I'll explain more later in the course. There will be an entire section specifically for my Instagram strategy in the bonus content module. Never post less than an hour apart from the most previous vid. You do not want to seem like you're spamming stuff on the platform, okay? In a perfect scenario, you're going to be posting 3 videos a day, 3 to 4 hours apart. Okay, now posting basics. Posting times do not really matter, but what I've personally seen work best for posting is posting all my videos in the second half of the day, so after 12 p.m. Between 12 a.m., fitting them into there. If a product is within a niche, use hashtags within that niche. If a product is very general, for example, the glow gesture, the LED flip-off hand that I ran, do not use any hashtags. When captioning your video, always try to make it engagement boosting. So for example, the third one is my favorite, okay, if you're doing listing off numbers, or send this to somebody that blah, 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 or, tag a friend that blah, 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 okay. Always use all 3 topics when posting on IG, and if your account has the post to Reels feed only option, use it every time you post, and I'll go more over that in the Instagram strategy. Black hat posting tip for TikTok. Now this is pretty minor, but I just thought I'd throw it in there because when it does work, it really works. You can go look at a lot of, try to find these examples within big accounts, and you'll see that it low-key cooks. If the video is very self-explanatory, so for instance like a prototype versus product style vid, and already performs well on its own, these videos already do really good. Like, it wouldn't matter if you had no caption at all, these videos would do good just because they're really good content. And they force people to watch till the end. you're going to want to just, as the caption, you're going to want to just say what the product is, okay? So for instance, I used my, this video for example. I made the caption, the content is already going to perform well on its own. So I made the caption LED anime katanas with an emoji, okay? I backtested this multiple times, okay? This isn't, I'm not just talking out of my ass here. Okay, this helps TikTok identify what your video is about faster, making the product itself the video's search. So this right here, okay? A lot of the times, a lot of videos you'll see or a lot of videos you post, they won't have, especially if they're not doing well, they won't have this right here, okay? And that's a pretty good sign that the video is not going to do much, okay? Normally when a video has something in its search bar, it goes viral or at least performs better than others. Also, look here in the comment search, it's not even, it wasn't even a blue comment in the video, okay? It just did that, and you can only assume that's because of what I made the caption. Testing a product. Once you find a product and you start running it, you will test it, okay? Every product you ever run will go through a testing phase because not every product you run will go viral and make sales, okay? That's just how this works, okay? So instead of trying to beat a dead horse and constantly just trying to make this one product go and go and you just keep trying, you know, it's better to just cut your losses and move on to the next product. I recommend posting for a product 2 to 3 videos a day for 2 to 3 weeks, constantly improving and trying different video concepts, okay? You know, you're not really testing unless you're genuinely testing. So don't just sit there and make the exact same video over and over and over and over and call that testing a product, okay? If you haven't had any traction at all by then, move on. You do not make a website until you have gone viral. So that is something you should not worry about. When you first start running a product, you're just trying to make it go viral. That is it. That is all. Making one before then is just a waste of time because, you know, if the product obviously doesn't hit, then you've just wasted your time on making that website. And yes, you will make a new logo, name, and account for every single product you test, regardless of, you know, if it hits or not. Okay, so what to do when you do go viral and basically you break out of the testing phase. So after you found your product, started testing it, set up your accounts, and you are now making content for a product, let's say you go viral. On TikTok, if you make it to around 800, this is just TikTok, if you make it to around 800 followers and your videos are still performing well / going viral, then you should create the website because, you know, you're probably gonna end up hitting those 1,000 followers and then you're gonna be able to start making sales. But you don't want to end up in that position where you do have a viral video, but it only ends up hitting like 200K and you only get like 600 followers out of it. Okay, then you're still technically in the testing phase of the product. So you don't want to waste your time on a website yet. On Instagram and YouTube, if you are averaging 10K plus views majority of the videos or get a 50,000 plus view vid, then you should go ahead and get a website up, as Instagram and YouTube do not require 1,000 followers to put the link up, and you want to be capitalizing, you know, even if every single video gets 10K views, you know, every 10 videos, that's 100,000 views. You know, let's say the product converts at 5K per million views, that's $500 just from, you know, those accumulated views. Then you're going to keep doubling down on concepts and hooks that are working. After you go viral, you just keep reiterating the same winning concept that went viral to begin with, okay? Something I see all the time, people will start going viral and then like 2 to 3 videos later, they're making completely, entirely new and different content. Don't do that. Just keep doing what works until it does not work anymore. Okay, and then you will make a call to action / salesy response video at 250,000 views, 500,000 views, 1 million views, and then after 1 million, every 4 to 5 million after that per video. And this applies to all the platforms. And the salesy call to action style video that I'm talking about, I go over later on in the content module. I wanted to start this section off, this module off, with stating what I assume is obvious to most, but I want to make sure it's really clear. Content matters the most. Becoming an absolute menace at content is your #1 priority when starting out. Like I said previously, this is the skill that's going to make you millions, and this is the skill that you can capitalize on for the rest of your life. You know, it doesn't matter how good a product is or how well you do anything else. If you cannot attract eyes to what it is you're selling, it will not sell. Okay. With that being said, the best way for you to learn how to make good content is by watching good content, okay? Studying it, constantly putting out your own content in the feedback channel, and most of all, actually making the content, okay? So I'm not gonna sit here and just talk about how to make content. It will practically do nothing. I could go over all these specifics and step by step how to make it, but you know, that will do nothing compared to actually visually learning content. That visually learning and doing content is how you learn how to make good content, okay? So what I'll do instead is kind of go over the basics, and then at the end show just a bunch of good and bad examples of content so you can go ahead and get started off on the right foot. Like I had already said, you will see the most progress in your content skills by making your own videos and studying good videos. This will improve your content more than any course. Understanding dropshipping content. I want to let it be known off rip that content for organic dropshipping is different than any other kind of content on the internet, and definitely nothing like the absolutely horrible videos you see for TikTok Shop. The TikTok Shop videos you see always going viral, getting all these views, making all these affiliate sales, are only viral because they are artificially boosted by TikTok. And I just want to put this out there. So what this means is, you know, when TikTok does away with, you know, how lucrative being an affiliate is, because at some point it will come to an end, or, you know, if TikTok gets taken down, like the government is trying to, these people will be left with going back to their 9 to 5, okay? Because they did not actually master the skill of going viral. They're literally just getting artificially lucky by the algorithm they're using. Okay, now, in a nutshell, what we are trying to do is make high quality videos promoting your product while being disguised as entertaining content. The engaging content basics, okay, there should be fast 1 to 3 second clips within the video. Simple text on screen clip with clips style videos should be only 8 to 13 seconds long unless doing story AI voiceover style vids, okay? Smooth transitions between clips, sound and audio that matches the video's pace and vibe. And still, while doing all of this, you still want to be perceived as somewhat of a legitimate brand, so no super childish, stupid videos, okay? You want everything to look clean, crisp, and nice, like you are a legitimate brand making this content. When starting a new product / account, you are not trying to sell the product. You are trying to make entertaining and good content revolved around the product first. You can start being more aggressive with selling and actually trying to get sales after you gain momentum with the account, okay? Here are some straightforward do not guidelines to follow when starting to make new videos. Okay, so this is what you should not do ever. Never aggressively sell or make your video a blatantly obvious ad. Everyone will scroll instantly. So do not just be sitting there like, hey, buy this product. You can get one now for 20% off, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you know, I'll see some people even, they'll put like these flashing stickers of like, sale in soon, shit like that. That is horrible. That is not good content, and you look stupid, and you're never going to get any views or make any sales doing that, okay? Never do giveaway or free product videos. Yes, they'll make the video perform a little better because you'll get better engagement and people commenting, okay? But all you'll attract is children and broke people who will not actually buy the product, okay? Because they're wanting it for free in the first place. You do not want this. Do not make super inappropriate jokes / sex jokes. You'll just attract kids and look like a bad business. If you're running a weed-related product or anything similar, do not use any keywords like weed, smoke, pot, drugs, etc. Your video will automatically get flagged, taken down, or get stuck at 0 views. So if you are running sort of a product kind of like a weed product or something that's kind of, you know, controversial, you do not want to, you always keep in the back of your mind, you do not want to use words that imply what it actually is. Try not to show the packaging of the product if it's blatantly obvious it's not your brand. So like some products off Amazon, they'll have all this crazy branding and stuff. If it's nothing like yours, you do not want to show that, okay? Because then it just kind of makes it obvious you're a dropshipper. Do not ever, ever, ever steal someone else's content, like trying to save the videos or screen record them and post them on your accounts, okay? None of the platforms allow this. Okay, it doesn't work at all, and it's just a sleazy thing to do in the first place. Do not be lazy. Put in the work. Okay, if you try this 99.99999% of the time, the video will just be stuck at 0. Okay, because it's obvious to the platforms what you're doing. These are the 3 pillars of content. These matter the most. All the other little details are whatever. Constructing these 3 and making these 3 parts of the video good is what makes a good video. Okay. So first, let's start with the hook. The hook is the text or video visual within the first 3 seconds of your video meant to grab as much attention as possible. The hook of a video matters the most. This is what will determine somebody staying to watch your video after catching their eye or them scrolling right past it, okay? The best videos include both a visual and text hook. Now, we're going to use Spidey Face for example, just because I'm already on here. It's the easiest. Let's start with a good text hook, okay? This emoji, it's kind of a little different. You know, he's shaking, so it's like, ooh, okay, what is this? What am I about to watch? And then the don't, okay, that's somebody, you know, that people are people, okay? They're gonna see that, say don't, and be like, oh, I'm definitely watching now, okay? Don't let your boyfriend see this gift idea. That's a good hook, okay? Especially the way he kind of has it formatted here. Here is a good visual hook, okay? Let's get on here. You see him, whatever he's doing right here, you're gonna, when you're scrolling and you see this video, you're gonna be like, oh my god, what in the hell is he doing, right? You're gonna at least stay for a couple seconds, like, what is going on? Is the mirror gonna fall? He has cool lighting, he's just doing something crazy. That is a good visual hook, okay? Now, let's move on to visuals and background. Pretty self-explanatory. You want everything to look good and be aesthetically pleasing. You also want the environment of your video to match your product. Do not be lazy. You do not just want to go somewhere and make all your videos in the exact same spot, okay? You need it to relate to the product. If it's some sort of kitchen product, make a video in the kitchen. If it's a glowing basketball, make the video at a basketball court, okay? No matter what you do not want your background looking like you're in the basement of a trap house, okay? So make sure the area is clean and nice looking. Always strive for a perfect background. This helps a lot. Now, controversy. This one is the most powerful pillar if done correctly, okay? In simple terms, what controversy is something that will make somebody comment on your video, whether they're questioning something, mad about something, or trying to prove you wrong, etc. Obvious controversy is not good controversy, okay? It must relate to your product. The best controversy should blend in so well that it genuinely seems unintentional. Copying your competitors' content used to be really big. This is basically all you had to do, and you would pop off majority of the time. But now this does not work as good as it used to, and I've noticed that TikTok starts to recognize it sometimes now. You shouldn't be copying you can still do it though, okay? You shouldn't be copying your competitors' content bar for bar, clip for clip, because TikTok seems to not like it anymore. At the beginning of an account, try your best to remake your competitors' most viral videos, but with slight variations to the hook and whatever visuals you can change in the video that doesn't affect anything that made it go viral in the first place. For editing, if videos are super simple for a product, you can just film and edit them straight on the TikTok app, okay? But no matter what, honestly, even if it is that simple, majority of the time I still just normally film on the camera and then edit after. So outside of TikTok, to edit your videos, you're going to use an app called CapCut. Okay, there is nothing better. All the apps I say on here are the best and most used. Okay, they're all the best of the best. So Canva and CapCut, you're going to want to use these apps. Trying to find something alternative, you're just going to get something not as valuable. I'll leave a link in the FAQ channel of a really good CapCut overview from YouTube so you can understand the basics. But it's really easy to catch on and use after you just make a couple videos and edit a couple times. And until you get a little more experience and start making like longer AI voiceover style videos, you know, really getting into editing, there's just not much you're going to be doing editing wise besides trimming up clips. Sometimes with editing, less is more. You want everything to flow together. Don't chop it up too much to where there's all kinds of weird skips in the video, but also don't leave clips too long to where there's a dull and boring moment within the video. I see a lot of people overdo the edits, okay, and they'll have all these different random sounds and things pop up on the screen when it's so not necessary, and it's definitely only hurting their video, okay? So keep in mind, sometimes with editing, less is more. For audios, overall trending audios are not needed, but are a plus, okay? No matter what, make sure the audio fits the video well, the mood and flow. Okay, what I mean by mood is if it's a sad song, use it. I mean, for a sentimental video, use a sad song. Okay, by flow, I mean, you know, beat flowing with the clips. you know, on a beat drop, revealing something crazy, things of that nature. You don't want, you know, going to a new clip here and then the beat drop right after, and it throws everything off and makes the video just not engaging, not good. Do not ever sacrifice an audio that matches a video for a trending audio. So what this means is, you know, don't, just because something's trending, don't use that over an audio that literally goes perfect with the video, okay? Because 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a better result from the audio that went with the video compared to just trying to find any trending audio. If a product is niched, use audios trending in that niche, okay? Here's some sauce. For example, if you're running an anime product, go look up, this is what I did for anime blades, okay? And it worked to a T, went viral with like literally in under a week. If you're running an anime product, go look up anime edits. Find all the big accounts, okay? There's a lot of them out there. You're then going to find their most recent viral vids and then use that sound, okay? The way audios work is you'll start to notice, like go on your For You page and watch a bunch of videos. If you watch, you know, a couple videos that have the same audio, you're going to keep seeing and hearing that audio over and over and over and over and over again. So when you do things like this and use an audio or a viral, especially a viral audio within that niche, whoever has seen that edit will be the same people that are getting shown other videos with that audio. So earlier on in the course, when I mentioned a call to action video and what intervals of a viral video to make them for, this is what I was talking about, okay? So over time, because of the evolution of the internet, call to action response videos aren't as important as they once were, because at this point, you know, everybody kind of understands to look for the link in bio if they see a product being promoted that they want to buy. Call to action is simply referring to the action of telling someone how and where they can buy the product. So, for example, somebody saying link in bio in a video. Call to action response videos used to be the main driver of sales, but like I said, as time went on, just making content in general drives the majority of sales, as long as you're making the right kind of content and your account looks very professional. You should still, even with this being said, you should still be making a call to action video as they're going to increase the amount of views that get converted to sales. Obviously, with a call to action video, you're going to make more sales than just a normal video, but the caveat is with just a normal video, you're going to go more viral. So let's say you have a video go viral and you have your link up. You will find a comment in your viral video that is asking how or where to purchase the product. You're going to respond to that comment with a video telling them how they can buy it. You want this video shorter than the viral video, but no shorter than 7 seconds. So, you know, if the video that went viral is 15 to 20 seconds long, maybe try to, you know, make your call to action video 8 to 10 seconds long. Okay. Still actually try to make the video good, because a call to action video going viral equals hella bread, you know, as you would assume. The reasoning behind all this is because response videos are automatically pinned to the top of the comments. So if someone goes into the comments to look and see how to buy the product, you know, they see, oh my God, I want to buy it. They're obviously going to be looking in the comments, see if somebody might mention it. So when they do, they're automatically hit with basically an ad, your call to action video, telling them how to get it, as well as it practically being a retargeting ad, because TikTok puts it on the For You page of majority of people that engaged with the viral video. And as I already said, the reason to make it shorter than the viral video is because whoever's watching the response video is already convinced to buy after seeing the first video. So you don't want to make them have to watch another 30 seconds of a video just to get told how to buy it. It'll hurt how well the video converts to sales, okay? Because somebody's sitting there, they've already watched a 30-second video, and then now they're watching the call to action video and it's a minute long. You know, before they even get to the call to action part, they're gonna be like, fuck this. Never make a call to action video that has a high percentage of foreign audience views. It will only make your account target outside of the US more, which is not what you want, okay? So now we're gonna go over a couple of examples of good and bad content. I got like 3 or 4 of each here. We're just gonna kind of go over them, skim over them. I'll tell you what makes them good, what makes them bad. So let's start with this first one I have here. We're gonna start with bad content first, okay?
Can you go play with Mr. Middle?
Of course I can. Mr. Mr. Middle absolutely loves swinging, and going down the slide is his next favorite thing to do once he gets a little push for courage. Mr. Middle also likes building sand castles, but if sand gets into his eyes, he shows the finger immediately. I mean, who wouldn't?
Can you go play with...
Okay, off rip, this product is not the product to make this style of video for. Okay, this is not the type of product that you want to be making AI voiceovers and stuff for. This is, this would be probably a good Instagram product. I don't know if this is a winner or not. I didn't look too deep into it. But regardless, not the type of product you want to be making AI voiceover videos for. The hook is horrible. It's literally just the comment, the fake comment that's very obviously a fake comment that he put there, and him walking.
Of course I can. Mr. Middle absolutely loves swinging, and going down the slide is his next favorite thing to do once he gets a little push for courage. Mr. Middle also likes building sand castles.
Overall, the clips and stuff aren't horrible. It just, off rip, nobody's gonna watch this because horrible hook, and it's just not the type of content meant for this product. Okay, moving on. So we have a prototype versus product type vid here. Horrible hook with the tape. Okay, so first of all, at that beginning part, like the everything he's doing is way too close to the camera. Okay, it just looks like a bunch of mumbo jumbo and looks like dog crap, honestly. I get what he was going for here. It would have been better if he would have, maybe started with a better hook, maybe like clashing the flashlight and the picture together, and better product positioning within the video. And then when he actually does go to show the product, the big reveal, the big contrast that you're looking for, as soon as the bass drops, bro doesn't even show the product. He shows a little, like a piece of the product, not even put fully together, and it flashing up. That basically takes the whole point away of a contrast vid, this style of video. I mean, bro, he did all that, and then at the very, very, very last couple seconds of this 20-second video that should not be 20 seconds, he shows what the product does within the last, like, 3 seconds. I mean, there's not much to say here. This is horrible. He could definitely improve a lot. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this is a big one that I've been seeing a lot, especially after I blew up anime blades and everybody hopped on them. It literally pisses me off. I'm not kidding. I just realized the mic isn't plugged in, but we're just gonna keep going. So the audio in this one might be a little weird. This is one that's been pissing me off recently. This is horrible controversy, okay? These swords are from an anime called Demon Slayer. He is making his hook something about Dragon Ball Z, an entirely different anime. This is a perfect example of horrible controversy. This basically takes away the point of controversy. Yes, you might get a couple comments calling you a dumbass, but outside of that, not only are you disconnecting from your target demographic, your target audience, you just look stupid. This is stupid, bro. You cannot take controversy that far. It just doesn't make sense. Like I said, the best controversy blends in. This is too blatant. This is too obvious, and just makes you look like you have no idea what you're talking about. And you do not want to look like you have no idea what you're talking about when you're selling a product. Hook was whatever. The visual one was. Even the clips are mid. Yeah, the clips just look really low quality. Okay, moving on. Okay, first of all, so this is going to be our last bad content example.
It's the Snoop roll. And remember, it's only intended to be used for cookie candy. And after adding it to the Snoop roll, carefully place the baking paper. Now watch the magic happen. Finally, I'll close it with a simple twist. And just like that, Snoop can enjoy some candy. This is the Snoop.
Okay, overall, visuals and aesthetic and all that, really good. The hook was mid. And then when you start certain videos out like, hey, this is what this is, that's not really that good of a hook. And the visual hook was whatever. He just put the product in front of the camera.
Snoop roll. And remember, it's only intended to be used for cooking candy. And after adding it to the Snoop roll,
Yeah, his text that he's doing, the text that's matching the speech, it's just off. It's kind of weird and random. Doesn't look natural or fit in with the platform at all.
carefully place the baking paper. Now watch the magic happen. Finally, I'll close it with a simple twist.
Okay, another example of, this kind of goes hand in hand with the last video. You need to research what you are running, what you are doing. Whatever the hell the product is that you're running, you need to look into it more than just face value, okay? I see so many kids running weed products, and they will do this. You see it, whether you smoke weed or not. If you smoke weed, you're gonna look at this and say, what the fuck is that? That looks horrible. I would never use this because that joint is trash. Okay, it's literally everywhere. It's loose as fuck. It looks like dog shit. That is literally killing him. No one is gonna buy this because he's literally showing, hey, it doesn't do what it's supposed to do well. Okay,
And just like that, Snoop can enjoy some candy.
and all of that would have been, not a problem, not a thing, if bro just took the time to look at what a good joint looked like. Okay, and that's just a common sense thing. The thing is loose as shit. It does not look good. If it's loose as shit, it's not gonna smoke good. A real stoner is gonna see this and see how I see a lot of weed products that'll be end up rolling a joint and they look like dog shit like that. Bro, you're making your product look bad. Just same kind of thing that goes for the swords, bro. You gotta research and at least look into the niche or hobby a little bit of the product you're running. Okay, now we're gonna move on to winning good videos. Okay.
Yo, you want to see something cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Yo, you want to see something?
Okay, overall, the visual hook's fire. I mean, you're looking at this motherfucker with some kind of crazy shit on his face. It's gonna make you stop and say like, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. The POV, anything with POV really is a decent hook, just because it just performs well. Psychologically, you're seeing somebody else's point of view. It automatically tells somebody like, oh, I'm gonna see somebody else's point of view on something. Your girlfriend bought you cheap night vision goggles. Decent hook. I mean, but the real killer here is the visual hook. Motherfucker looks like he's in straight up tactical gear, and then his girlfriend coming in on the side.
Cool? No? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay. Video performed really well, obviously, because everything.
Yo, what is up, everybody, and welcome back to another lesson inside the Money Making Committee Discord, and a highly anticipated lesson at that. And what we're going to be going over today is how to make good 11 lab / voiceover style videos. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump straight into it. I'm going to show you, if you don't know what these are or what I'm referring to, I'm about to show you examples in just a moment, but at this point in time, I assume everybody can, even if you are brand new to organic, you're going to understand what a voiceover video might imply. So there are two different types of voiceover concepts. The first one, and this is the most commonly used one, is, I couldn't really think of a great way to explain it, so I have here brain rot and cinematic type. Now, the way these work, you're normally going to hear this with, the Adam voice. These are very fast-paced, a lot of cuts and short clips, sound effects added visuals, like putting certain characters on screen or other logos, all kinds of crazy stuff. A lot goes into these. And the second type would be, what I would call your classic or more realistic type. So a bit slower paced, kind of like a UGC vibe, to where it's kind of just like, hey, I'm a human being talking about a product. Where it just kind of seems, like, I don't want to call it mom vibes, but, instead of this super cinematic, like, oh my God, yada, 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 look at this craziness, I'm over here, I'm over there, sound effects everywhere. It's a much more chill sort of just your exactly what it kind of sounds like, realistic sounding video. Now, I'm going to give you examples here of
We
what
combined
each
a
of these
Switch,
look like.
Steam Deck, Xbox, and a PS5 into one device. It's called a retro disc. You can plug it into your PC and TV, and you'll see that it has over 200 consoles and over 100,000 pre-installed games. You will literally never find a game it doesn't have.
So that is going to be your sort of brain rot / cinematic style. Now, that one's not as over the top as a lot of them that you'll see, but as you can see, a lot of clips, an AI voice behind it,
moving a lot, kind of faster pace, sound effects in there, all that good stuff. Now, this is what your classic or realistic style of a voiceover video would look like.
Car gadgets to make your old car feel like a Tesla. Don't worry, it's not one of those steering wheel covers. So this right here is the CarPlay Pro. It plugs in through your cigarette port, and then you pop it on the dash, and there you have CarPlay. It works with any car through Bluetooth, and that's how you get CarPlay without breaking the bank.
Okay, so you can see how they're very similar, but kind of the differences are, you know, the products that go good with, you know, these sort of super flashy cinematic brain rot style with like some Adam or just 11 Lab voices in general is going to be, you know, kind of your more immature audience, younger, and a lot of the time actually male oriented more than anything. Now, for that realistic style that you saw with the CarPlay, that last previous example we went over, it's going to be more for your kind of more mature audience as a whole, adult-ish products. And reason being for this is because, you know, just in general, what type of content do certain demographics engage with? Your younger audience, they're there for the crazy, upbeat, super fast edits everywhere, brain rot, right? Like that's why I kind of described it that way. As to where somebody more mature, they have, you know, larger attention spans, so they, you know, they're not going to sit there and enjoy something that's super childish. But they have larger attention spans to be able to be okay with this sort of slower paced sort of vibe. Now, let's go ahead and jump straight into how you are going to structure these as a whole. And I'm going to kind of just super surface level go over these, and then we're going to kind of break down each thing. So, very first thing when you're coming up, or when you decide, okay, I'm going to make an 11 Lab style video, and by the way, guys, basically all of this I'm mainly going to be referring to the more faster pace 11 Lab style, which is what all of you wanted anyways, and I kind of just threw the classic realistic type in there as kind of like this side thing. But regardless, this kind of goes for both. It's mainly going to be oriented, like I said, to the brain rot, just classic 11 Labs. And if you were to take all of this, this can all apply to the realistic, but you would just kind of do it at a softer level, so just a little more mature level. But regardless, let's go ahead and get into it. So let's say you're about to you decide, okay, I'm gonna construct an 11 Lab style video. Very first thing is you're going to start with the idea. So am I going to be responding to a comment? Am I going to be, you know, trying to come up with, you know, am I going to be acting like I'm giving a gift to somebody? Am I going to be acting like I found this, you know, in my parents' bedroom? So kind of like, what am I going to create? Am I just going to, you know, be responding to a comment, trying to, you know, tease them on, never answer a question? Am I going to go with a whole storyline, etc., etc.? Then your very next step would be to script. Script first, no matter what, because basically everything you do in terms of filming and editing is going to all be based on your script. So your script sets the tone and everything. So technically you script first no matter what, but obviously the precursor to that is you have to come up with the idea itself. So after you script, that's when you are going to go then film and get your clips and basically, you know, film the actual whole video itself. Once again, the reason it's also so important to script first is because you can kind of literally sit there and, you know, oh, I'm filming this clip for this sentence. Okay, I have a rough idea of what I'm describing here. I'm going to be needing to relay on screen, which we're going to kind of get into everything I'm saying right now in just a moment. But, you know, hey, this is what I'm saying here. This is the clip that's needed, because you wouldn't just want to go into something and film a random video and then try to put a voiceover on it. It just would barely make sense. It'd be really hard. Everything would be everywhere. And it kind of would just kill what makes, you know, the attributes that would make this style so good. So then obviously after all of that, that's when you would edit. And now, you know, with the editing, that's when you're going to come up with all of your post-production, just your simple cuts. You know, that's when you're going to start adding your sound effects. I normally wait until everything is said and done. So by this step, so I've already done all three of these steps. By the edit step, that's when I decide, okay, I want to bring up, maybe I want to put this logo or character on the screen at this moment in time, or this is where I'm going to put this sound effect. That's more of an afterthought sort of thing. Now, just some quick little tips on the side of this before we move on. If you can't come up with anything, just take inspiration from other accounts that cook with the concept. This style of video is very easy to replicate other videos to practically any product. So literally, if you're bone dry and you can't come up with a single little inch of creativity and come up with even the thought of the thought, just as always, you know, go look into these sort of
bigger accounts, like we call them, or these more Titan type drop shippers, you got, even if you're a beginner, you've seen at least one or two accounts that really rip, really cook. Go find some of them that do really good with these 11 lab styles and replicate a video or two from them, or you could just even get an idea from them. Oh, steal their hook, or okay, they did this storyline, I could do this storyline. Okay, they did, hey, I'm giving this to my sister, you can go, hey, I'm giving this to my mom, right? And that really will help get the wheels spinning, especially if you're like, this is like your first time ever doing an 11 lab style video. Now, the second thing is you're going to use a trending audio within your niche, no matter what still, but it's not as important as, like the basic concepts of just, good trending audio with basic hook and then some clips. Now, like I said, it's not as important. So like if it's like the end of the world, you cannot find anything kind of trending. Just make sure it's at least within your niche, because these you can kind of get away a lot more without like depending on the viral audio factor, because there's so much more to them. And then obviously, no matter what, it needs to be longer, because these are longer concepts. You're going to be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 seconds, a minute long. Obviously, the audio you find can't be like an 8-second long audio. Now, finding the audio before scripting doesn't really matter. You can do it before scripting, or you can wait till after, but you should have, no matter what, at least one or a few similar audios, even just like maybe that have the same pace, same tone, in mind before filming, to ensure that your movements match with the audio, which is a huge part of what makes 11 lab style videos so good. And we're gonna get into this in a minute, like I said, but it's just everything being so congruent and symmetrical. So you don't want to be moving at this pace, like you don't want to be moving in slow motion if it's really upbeat, right? Or maybe it's slower, and maybe you're doing a voiceover style, like a realistic one, and maybe it's slower, but then you're sitting there doing some crazy shit, right? So no matter what, before filming, you need to have the audios you're going to be attempting to use in mind. Now, let's get into basically probably the most beneficial part of this entire thing, and that's how to structure your script. Now, this is everything. Like, your script is everything, okay? Bad script means bad 11 lab style video. Now, everything together collectively as one is what makes them really good, but your script itself is going to matter the most, obviously. Now, I'm going to kind of go over this, and then I'm going to use one of my own videos, of course, as an example of just a really well executed 11 lab style video. And we're going to go over, like we'll jump back and forth. Okay, this is one, this is the second part, this is the third part. And we'll kind of break down, and I'll show you what this looks like when you actually put it into practice and you actually use this. So for the hook, or for the script, the very first thing you're going to want to focus on, just like always, just like with any other piece of content, it still matters the very most, is your hook. I'll see a lot of people try this and they'll be like, look at this fidget gun, or, here is this product. It's like, what the fuck? You're not even, you're just so wrapped up in like, hey, I'm making an 11 lab style video, that you just turn the whole video into dog shit and you throw out basically all the knowledge that you have of just basic what makes good content. So no matter what, just like any other style of video, put your maximum amount of effort into the visual and text hook. Now, with these being longer, we can kind of stray away from that 0 to 3 seconds. They can even be 5 seconds if executed correctly, since the video as a whole is longer anyways. Now, second thing is what you could call setting the scene. Now, these kind of go hand in hand, just depending on how you go about it, but you're creating context or building curiosity. So you're kind of explaining the situation or storyline or problem that the video is going to be based on. And once again, I'm going to break all this down, and then I'm going to break it down again, but with our video example beside it, just so it makes even more sense to you guys. Now, the third one is going to be delivering the value. Now, this is going to be naming off all the coolest traits of the product, or insinuating to the customer how it will add value to their life. You want to make it interesting, relatable, or emotional, and make sure to do it in a way that is storytelling. So, and once again, guys, I'm giving you all this, and we're going over all this, and I'm giving you every piece of information you could possibly have to put you in the best position to make, do this exact thing we're talking about great, which is making this style of video. But of course, it's going to come with time and practice and putting in the reps. And I can't convince you, or I can't teach you how to storytell, or how to psychologically, do this or that, or be salesy or this or that. That's something you kind of just adapt to on your own and gain on your own as you put in the reps. But this is a very good baseline for everybody to get a good understanding and starting point to then become an absolute fucking beast. So now, of course, we went over to deliver the value. Now we're on to call to action, which this is kind of situational. So this is really the main majority of the video. And then this is basically your call to action or no call to action, which we're about to go over, is kind of like the ending outro of the video. So like I said, it's situational. Sometimes you can sneak in that link in bio, or like a perfect example of this would be maybe you have a really great concept that like this storyline that you've done multiple different ways, multiple different times, and it hits every time. Well, then you just using your brain, you know, once again, this is the perfect example of the situation to use something like, hey, a link in bio as to, and once again, you can sneak them in even easier with these style of videos because it's not just your basic little concept and you adding a quick little link in bio at the end on TikTok. Now, you can, like I said, you can sneak this in, but the best example situation I could give you for actually going ahead and just throwing a call to action into a video, because you normally don't want to do this, it turns off your viewers, and you know, regardless, the debate is always still there on how this actually affects your videos. As a whole, it doesn't, but still, a video, no matter what, is going to perform better without saying, hey, come buy my stuff, right? That's just basic common sense. So, but the best, you know, situation I could think of to just go ahead and make it 11 lab style and go ahead and say, hey, and you can get one from the link in my bio or get one from our website, yada, 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 is if you know you have a concept absolutely cooks, that cooks almost every time you do it, and then you just, bang, replace a few words, a sentence or two with a link in bio at the end, see how it performs. But regardless, there's also multiple different types of call to actions. It doesn't just need to be, hey, come buy this. But, you know, a more realistic way, or something that you would be doing often for a call to action, is follow for more, or, you know, like, hey, what should we do next, right? And a good example of that is like the fidget guns. So, you know, he's like, oh, you know, somebody will say, oh, but you don't have this, yada, yada, yada. Or actually, I guess that was a bad example, but like, imagine, you know, a good way to play it is just finessing your audience by acting like you're responding to a certain comment, or maybe somebody says, do you have this or that? And you just kind of start this assembly line, or start this kind of thing where you just, almost all of your videos end up being a reply to a comment, or reply to a comment, or reply to a comment, obviously, if that ends up being, you know, the concept that's hitting for you. But multiple different ways you could go about it. It's like I have here, this can be like, hey, share this video if you liked it, comment down below what your favorite blah 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 is, right? Just a call to action telling the consumer, hey, do this action. Now, have this on here as step 4.5, but that would be if you don't add a call to action, which really, either way, like, you can get a little bit more engagement from adding these sort of follows or comment call to actions, but like I said, it's situational, and sometimes you just end up in positions where it just doesn't make sense. But no matter what, if you aren't ending off with a CTA, you need to make sure that you're ending off in a way that psychologically satisfies the viewer. And I can kind of I'm going to show you guys a good example of that in our video once we start doing the side-by-side, but we'll get to that in just a second. Now, you're going to add, just throughout the video as a whole, that's basically the end from 1 to 4.5, that's your whole script. But throughout the video as a whole, you want to keep 0.5 to 1.5 second long clips, should be majority of the video, with the occasional, maybe 2, 3 is really pushing it, second long clips, if what you're doing for that particular clip demands it, right? So like, obviously you don't want to be cutting yourself off or anything. If as long as it's really engaging and what you have to do takes that amount of time, then it's okay to have that 2 to 3 second clip in there every now and again. Now, this is a little what I'm about to say here is a little product dependent, but you never ever just want to hang out in the same spot for the majority of the vid, in which you guys know me, I'm always yapping about progression, and that's basically what this is. But you literally want to try to make every clip look like it's in a different location. And once again, when we get to our video, you will see what I'm talking about. But no matter what, like that first video that I showed as an example of what the 11 labs looks like. So a product like that, like, you're just at your desk, right? Like, there's no really, you know, you're not going to be over there, right? So that's, like I said, it can be product dependent, but even then, like, you could go look back at that first example that I showed. Even then, he did a really good job of, like, you know, being on the side of his PC. Then he shows the monitor. He started off in a whole different location. Now he's, you know, at his desk playing it, right? So he's still with a product that would kind of keep you in one spot. He still did a really good job of adding that progression to where it's, I'm in this different spot, I'm in a whole different location throughout the whole thing. You don't want to just sit there, have a script and text thrown on screen and, you know, be
just hanging out, staring at the same wall, having the same background the whole time. It would just kill the engagement. It's absolutely pointless. Now, bonus sauce. You're going to aim for 20 to 60 seconds max. This is just the number that just over time, data proven, has, you know, performed best with this style of content. Next thing would be keep everything as congruent as possible, from the tone to the pace to the audio to the clips to the movements. This will make or break a good 11 Labs video. So I mean, just as common sense as it gets. If it's super upbeat, high energy, fast pace, you need to make sure your movements are replicating that. Your script replicates that. You know, everything you're doing must be congruent, must be this one nice cinematic masterpiece. And lastly, before starting to film, treat your first script. This one's gold. This is an absolute must every time. I do this still for every script. Every single time I've scripted an 11 Labs video, I've done this. Before starting to film, you're going to treat your first script as a rough draft. So the first script you create, 99.99999% chance that is not going to be your finished product, what you're putting on the video, because you're going to treat it like a rough draft and go through 2 to 3 different times to take out any filler words that may make it boring, and removing every single word / detail that isn't needed to get across what you're trying to say. So all the extra thes and thems. And, you know, I notice a lot of the time people will go through and they'll kind of repeat almost the same thing multiple times. That's automatically going to kill your engagement, right? So your goal is to keep it as not, I wouldn't say cut and dry, because you're still storytelling, you're still doing all this stuff, but say as much as you can in the shortest amount of time possible, basically. Now, let's kind of go over this structure of script with a really good example.
Today we're going to see if our LED katanas can slice.
Bang! First things first, amazing hook. Built curiosity with we're going to see if it can slice. And bro, this visual hook, bruh, I went and grabbed my fucking son's little basketball hoop he had in his room. I took the top off of it and I put a fucking hot dog on this thing just to be like one of those what the fuck moments, right? Which, if you haven't, go watch my YouTube video on hooks and what did I name? I can't remember the exact name, but you'll see it. How to structure the perfect hook. This is everything I've done right here is explaining perfectly. Building curiosity. We have a what the fuck moment for the visual hook. The whole 9 yards. This is a banger of a fucking hook. Also,
Today
not even that. I'm pulling out the LED sword. Everything about this amazing hook.
To see if our LED katanas can slice. Now we know everyone's been waiting for the answer.
Now, right here, what I'm doing is setting the scene. So I'm creating context. I'm building curiosity. I'm saying like, hey, this is what I'm making this video about. This is what's been happening. Now watch and see.
But first, let me tell you a little bit about them. These are our LED
and boom. I jump straight into delivering the value. All of my clips still congruent. Everything flowing together. And guys, I mean, if you haven't noted, like if this just isn't common sense to you, every single clip should be motherfucking perfect. I mean, that's why I hate doing 11 Labs to begin with. Not only just because they take forever, but dude, I'm just such that type of person. I will sit there and retake the same clip like 45 times and it barely even motherfucking looks different, but I'm just trying to make it absolutely perfect. Smooth as can be, matching the pace perfectly with what I'm saying and the audio.
Anime themed swords that have a touch sensor on the bottom of the handle to turn them on or off. They use a
good visuals. Now, once again, notice how just like on number 5 here, keeping things as engaging as possible all the way throughout. Each one of these is only 0.5 to 1.5 seconds long with an occasional, 2 to 3 second long clip if it's absolutely necessary. And look, I'm in my office the whole fucking time. Obviously, it looks a little different. We've had some renovations and whatnot, but I'm in my office the entire time of this video. But look how it looks like I'm fucking literally, I'm traveling, I'm moving. Nobody's even in their mind like, oh my God, he's just sitting in the same little space. Like dead ass, half of what I was doing was just turning my body. And you would never even know because of the way I went about it and made sure to add that progression. Like I said, keeping that in your mind, you constantly want to look like you're in a whole different location, even though I was in the same damn room the whole time.
The charger, so you don't have to deal with batteries and the details.
So I mean, all the way down to there was a trillion different styles of these swords, all the way down to the way I like this purple contrasting with the black on the couch that I used to have in my office. Right? These are all these little things. Look how visually appealing I'm keeping this the entire time. I've already came up with my script. I'm in the middle of filming. I'm thinking to myself, what can I do to make every single thing I'm doing pop, right? Even these clips, I'm thinking almost in terms of hooks. I'm building curiosity. I'm being funny.
All of these things, it just kind of comes together for this masterpiece. I'm storytelling good. I'm naming off and selling the product while making it seem like I'm just telling a story. Also, since from the very beginning with that super strong, great, amazing hook, curiosity building, that's keeping them involved the whole time while I'm psychologically satisfying them with a good script and good visuals.
The detail is almost perfect.
Now, this is a little cheeky, a little sneaky. Yes, I know it's fire as fuck. I added this in there. This isn't an absolute must, right? But of course, I'm as advanced basically as it gets, so you can add some cheeky things in there like that.
But the best part is our 2 collections.
Now this is where it comes in with the edits, right? With the flashy shit you're throwing up on screen. I threw this little touchy part in. Now, and once again, guys, I can explain this to you all day long, but half of when you become fucking a menace and you're going crazy viral with 11 lab style videos, that it's going to be just from you putting in the reps, bro. It's going to be from you going and going and going. I never had anybody teach me how to go edit on CapCut. It's just me continuously doing it all the time and trying new things out. And that's how eventually I got to creating something like this. This is, chef's kiss right here, some crazy shit. And this is actually the first and only time I've ever done this. But I literally can't even remember what the setting's called. But basically, I had it in a way to where I took both of these clips separately, but made it look like they're in the same fucking thing. Then with this nice, beautiful little symmetric layout with the logo right here, everything about it. And now you're about to see me, no call to action, but notice the way I kind of ended off where it just seems perfect, where it just seems like I just ended it off exactly where I needed to with no call to action. This is how psychologically satisfying your ending needs to be without a call to action.
That we've released so far are from the best animes ever made.
Notice what I did there. Now, we're going to watch it one more time, all the way through, and you guys can kind of, look over at how to structure the script as it plays.
Today, we're going to see if our LED katanas can slice. Now, we know everyone's been waiting for the answer. But first, let me tell you a little bit about them. These are our LED anime-themed swords that have a touch sensor on the bottom of the handle to turn them on or off. They use a charger so you don't have to deal with batteries, and the detail is almost perfect. But the best part is our 2 collections that we've released so far are from the best animes ever made.
So that is it for the example, how to structure the hook, how to put them all together. Now, if you are so beginner that you have no clue how to even do the simple basics, it's as simple as going to look up to get these AI voices, which I'm regretting now that I did not add this in here, but we're already 25 minutes in. There's no way that I redo this. But it's very simple. To get these AI voices, all you have to do is type in 11 Labs on Safari, Google, whatever. 11 Labs website's going to pop up. You can do a free version, which they give you all kinds of free credits and stuff. But if you're running a product that requires a lot of 11 Labs, you're probably going to have to upgrade, which we have a free 11 Labs inside of the Discord. But just learn how to navigate on there. It's super easy. You just, navigate the website. You'll find a place where it says, generate a voice, whatever. You can go through, pick your characters. You'll take the script that you create, which really, basically, any of us, you'd probably do that in your notes app on your phone. That's probably most optimal for everyone. Then you would take that script and just copy and paste it into the 11 Labs AI voice generator and then press generate. Simple as that. You can play around with it all day long. Change the voice. What voice do you like the most? And go through and, fondle with the settings. They give you a couple different settings to mess with to change like the tone and the energy they have and the pace they talk at. Play with all those until you get something perfect. I also treat, when I'm getting certain, like when I'm going through the script and I'm generating an AI voice, I treat that just like I was talking to about the clips. I will sit there and generate until I get the perfect tone of exactly how I want him to say it perfectly. All the way to the energy, the tone, the way he says it, how fast he says it, how slow they say it. All of it. So you're going to treat that just like you would trying to get a good clip. And then in order to add that voice to your video, it would just be as simple as, obviously you start with the idea, then you script, then you throw that into the 11 Labs voice generator. And then you would get, well, really technically you would do this first. You'd get the films, or get film and then get clips. Then when you're putting it all together in editing, you would just press extract audio, add, voice, or all you have to do is video or screen record the 11 Labs voice generator.
So like once he starts saying what he's saying, in order to get that, like there's another way you can do it. I think you can like save the files and shit. This is just what I do. It's so easy and it's so much easier and simple because I do it all on my phone. All you'll do is screen record and press play again on your script that the AI voice is speaking in screen recording. Throw it into CapCut with all your clips, and then you're gonna press extract audio, add the screen recording in as just an audio, and from there you can also edit the the voice to make sure he's saying everything perfectly exactly how you want him to say it when you want him to say it, and then that's when you'll go through. So after the script is on, that's when you're going to go through and edit the video, because now what this does is allows you to perfectly match each clip up with what the 11 Labs voice is saying. Simple as that. I am pissed at myself that I did not add that in there, but that was more than clear enough for everybody to understand, even though that probably would have been really beneficial if I added that somewhere in here. Now, lastly, final notes. Normally, these are higher converting because just the nature of them, you're like very salesy. You're always like showing what the product does, talking about how cool it is, how awesome it is. You're always adding that to the storyline, talking about all these traits it has, all this awesome stuff. So they're normally higher converting in terms of, sales per million of views. But this is kind of what I've been waiting on. I didn't want to turn everybody off of the lesson by saying this at the beginning, but I personally do not do 11 Labs style content anymore at all. And I even go as far as not picking up and running products that I know may demand 11 Labs style concepts. Reason being is opportunity cost. Now, once you get to as advanced as I am, you can be picky like this. But if you're a beginner, you don't be picky. Just do whatever the fuck it takes. If that's going to be your first banger, then go put in the work. Who cares? Don't be this picky. Obviously, I'm in a much different position. But in terms of, basically, this is the way I think of it. If there's I just cannot wrap my head around, and especially after Anime Blades, some of those videos, like that video I just showed you guys of the perfect example, that easily took me maybe 4 or 5 hours thinning through, maybe even more if you want to include like coming up with the idea, finding random shit, like the whole 9 yards. Like that's a full fucking day of work for one video. No fucking way you're doing that with 3+ products at a time, right? No fucking way. But they do have their benefits, and of course they're very product dependent. This style of content, right? We already talked about like certain really there's only certain products that you would even want to do this style of content for. But me personally, I do not do it anymore. I don't know if I ever will do it anymore because this is the way I think of it. It just does not make sense to me. Me knowing what I know, and I know that there are products out there that convert at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8K per million views that you get away with just a fucking 8 to 12 second long video with a sound and a text hook and simple clips that take you 15 minutes to record for. I just cannot convince myself to go back into this mode of constantly creating 11 Lab style concepts or just ever, knowing that. Why the fuck would I put myself in a position? It's not even talking about should I do it for a certain product? Do I even pick up a product for it? Whatever. Why would I put myself in a position to go run a product that converts at 2K per mil that I'm putting 6 hours into for one video, when I know there's products out there that exist 5 to 10K per mil that you can literally make damn near what you would consider dog shit content. Just your simple, and really all this is, guys, is this is how organic used to be. And I'm glad it's kind of venturing back into that. But just simple content. No longer than like 15 seconds, no elaborate storylines, no 17 hours into one video. Just product carrying the content, and obviously you knowing the basics of just a good hook, trending audio within your niche, or at least an audio fitting to the video itself, and good clips with, having lighting down and all the basics. That's what organic started out being, and that's kind of what it's venturing back into, in which you should all be glad, because, this era of like really from like end of last year to like basically now, like it's just now starting to dwindle down, but like maybe midway this year, bro, that's hell. Everyone just 11 labs, and I even got myself stuck into that. Just understand that you do not need to go out there and be trying to run 11 labs for every product just to call yourself good at content or be making better content. You just need to be doing the content that the product demands. So like I said,
This is not meant to turn you off from making 11 labs. There should still be plenty of you out there making this style of content. As for me personally, just as I'm always transparent with you guys, I do not make this style of content anymore. And I make sure, I literally go out of my way to not run products that may, require this style of content. But regardless, with all that being said, that is going to wrap up our highly anticipated how to make a good 11 lab / voiceover style video. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you guys get a lot of value out of it. After you get done watching this, feel free to @ me in the Discord. Tell me how you liked it. All that good stuff. But outside of that, that's going to wrap us up. I hope you guys enjoyed. So some final notes on the content module. First and foremost, do not be afraid to put in the work. Don't be lazy. Don't half-ass it. Don't just be trying to get away with the bare minimum. It's okay to put 2 or 3 hours into a video if it's going to be a fucking banger. You know what I mean? Take your time on your videos. Make each video as high caliber as possible, trying to actually make them good. Your effort will compound over time. The higher your tolerance of being able to put in the work without getting instant gratification, the more likely you are to succeed, because that's just the bottom line. You're going to have moments where you're posting and nothing is hitting, and you're putting in hours a day and nothing is hitting. But all of that time and effort spent not seeing any results will be made up for when you get your first product to pop off, or a product to pop off again. So don't think of it as time wasted. This might be a lot to take in now, and I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but don't worry. Don't forget that you'll be able to ask me anything you want inside the Money Making Committee. Just stay active in the Discord and constantly trying to perfect your craft, perfect your content, and you'll be an absolute killer in no time. Okay, what's up, everybody? I'm about to create a video for Anime Blade, so I thought this would be the perfect time to make this portion of the course. I know a lot of you guys have been wanting this, and there's definitely going to be a lot of value. You guys are going to gain a lot of value from this. This is just going to be basically from A to Z. I'm going to use Anime Blades as the example because everybody already knows I run that account. I have the biggest account for that product, so I can be open with that product. So basically it's going to be everything from A to Z, how I maybe find sounds, find concepts. For Anime Blades specifically, I already have a bunch of winning concepts, so even with that being said, I'm still going to show you guys what to do, what not to do for specific products, even if it weren't Anime Blades, things of that nature. There's going to be all kinds of goodies in here. This is going to be from A to Z, me finding a sound, a concept, everything, what I'm going to be using, me recording, me editing it, the whole 9 yards, and giving you guys all kinds of little gems along the way, how I structure things, how I keep things organized, etc. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, guys, so to make this video, to get this out as fast as possible and to not overcomplicate things and drag it on for days, and so I can get this video out to you guys as soon as possible, I'm not even going to screen record nothing. I feel like this easily gives you a good visual. It doesn't need to be like this perfect screen recording that I have to sync up and edit later on. So this is kind of how I'm going to show everything, just for simplicity's sake. So a few things. Right now, it really doesn't matter the order, guys, of any of these processes. It really just depends on you, your preference, and kind of whatever comes up first. And, a lot of my ideas come out of nowhere when I'm not even intentionally trying to find an idea. So this is a little different for me, as I'm basically forcing finding an idea, if that makes sense. So first few things. I want to show you this in my notes. I created a new folder for it and just some older accounts. This is kind of how I structure things, okay? So anytime I'm scrolling or anytime I'm doing anything, and I find or I think of some sort of hook, or I see some video where I could utilize the hook or even the idea, I go straight to my notes. I already have a note written out, kind of like where I will put certain things for that account, and for that product. And I'll do things like this. So for Glow Gesture, for example, every single time I find a random hook that I could use, or one just pops into my mind, I automatically, first thing, come into my notes, throw it in here so I don't forget and I don't lose it, okay? And that goes for basically every account, right? Even this, for example. So another good thing to do is, when I'm scrolling or I find a good video, whether it's from TikTok, YouTube, whatever, I will copy the link, put it in the folder for that product. As you can see here, copy this vid, remake this vid, copy this, but change this, right? Basically just rough ideas of everything, okay? And I used to, if I'd have like a trillion different concepts, like when I was going really crazy with anime blades, I kind of would structure it as, sometimes I would even put in bold letters, kind of like, damn, let's go back here. Okay, so I would structure in bold letters, kind of like Tuesday, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I would kind of just structure everything out just to make things even easier when it came to actually recording, especially if you're really, you know, going crazy with a product. So this is how I structure everything. Now, when it comes to, I'm not going to go to my other side of my notes because you're going to see, actually, let me move it out of frame, and I'm going to try to show you guys kind of an idea of what I'm talking about here. So outside of just the rough ideas, I know you're seeing me talk with my hands now. Let me find one real quick. Let me see here. Sorry. Okay, so this one is really good. So this is what I will do when it comes to actually scripting a video. So that's just rough, right? Rough ideas, hooks that you can use, things of that nature, how I kind of categorize everything I was just showing you. But when it comes to like the actual day or the time right before I'm going to record, I will go in depth right there. So it'll be kind of part of my recording process. I'll find the video concept, especially if it's a new one or it has something to do with 11 labs. Today's video isn't going to be 11 labs. So if you guys still want that one, I'll just make a separate video for it. But what I would do is I have the basic outline of it, rough draft, put into the other notes I've shown you guys. And then right before recording, I will come in and script it, okay? Trying to make sure everything is there, right? So we have, you know, the hook, and this is only referring to scripted 11 Labs videos right now, but just to give you guys an example of my thought process. So we have a good hook, no matter what. Then you have your meat and potatoes, trying to keep it, explain everything you can in the least amount of time as possible, right? You don't want to keep it forever long. And then ending it off really well, almost a call to action of sorts, but not really. Just really giving them really good details. So all of them, you know, or all of everything in the video flows together well. And it's only leaving what the hell is that? No idea. It's only leaving the consumer or the person watching the video more inclined to want to purchase and realizing you are the person probably selling it. So yeah, and then this link right here below it was something that I took rendition from to copy. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Okay. So what happened here, where I'm at right now, is I've been scrolling on the account for Anime Blades, okay? Now, when I was scrolling on the account for Anime Blades, I already have, and I'm already following, and I'm already constantly engaging with anime videos, mainly anime edits. Now, obviously use common sense. This is specifically for anime, but do the exact same thing for your own products, okay? And anime is just a little easier just because there's all kinds of accounts that do like anime edits, things of that nature, etc. So I was coming through and I heard a really good sound. Now, this was completely, you know, unintentional. This is kind of what sparked the idea for me to make another video for it today and then now start this recording. So this part was found unintentionally. I was just scrolling, okay? Okay, so boom, I saw it. I was like, damn, okay, that's kind of a vibe. And I noticed it's very viral, right? I look at the comments just to kind of check things out. I'm noticing, okay, it's a tiny bit older, you know, a little over a week. I go check out her account now, okay? So boom, perfect account. I use all kinds of accounts like this for sounds, ideas, things of that nature, mainly sounds, right? So within my niche, within anime in general, these are now sounds that are viral within the niche. So this sound, for example, okay? This sound is viral in the anime niche, okay? Now let's see how long, or maybe if it, you know, check to see if it's burnt out, or if it's, what you want to look for is, let's say I go press on all these top videos, you want to see it with at least within the last week. So like if you're seeing like yesterday or 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, banger. That means it's currently going viral within the niche. Okay, so 7.3, 7.2, 1 million. I mean, that's a little not in our niche, but it's still going viral 1 day ago. Okay, 6:30. So based on like the actual anime posts, it's a little older than I would like. Okay, but still usable 100%. Okay, then I'm gonna start checking through. Okay, so I found this sound. Okay, and specifically for anime blades, I already know I like to use sounds that have like that sort of beat drop, right? Because it's really good and has a really nice audio and visual effect for when I turn the swords on with a lot of the concepts that are already winners for anime blades. So when I find sounds like this, 9 times out of 10, I will save them and use them. Let's listen one more time. See, bro, so I'm already just kind of, as soon as I'm hearing the sound, I'm already getting into a sort of flow. And I'm at a point right now with anime blades where I'm just trying to vibe. I'm using all my winning concepts, but try to just literally just make them as visual and vibey as possible. So as soon as I heard this one, like, bro, I'm already jamming to this shit. Like, I'm already in my mind, like, okay, I could really flow with this shit. I can do some cool panning with the camera, with the product. I can do maybe some zoom in, some zoom outs and post productions that'll look really fucking crazy and flow with it really well. So as soon as I heard this, okay, now I'm gonna investigate the sound. Okay. Now, just like we did on the other one. So as we already know, this is viral in the anime niche, okay? It's working in the anime niche, and as we click on it, we're seeing more anime, right? So the other stuff is irrelevant. We just need to make sure other anime accounts are using it, and so that, that it'll help start to target people who are already watching anime. So 18 hours ago, that's what we love to see. 1 day ago, right? That's what we love to see. 5 days ago. Okay, 3 days ago. So this is currently going viral in the anime niche, okay? Boom. Automatically, I already fucked with it. I'm already getting ideas in my head. I am now going to use this sound for the product, okay? So boom. Now I found the sound for the video I want to make today. Like I said, today's video is not going to be 11 labs. It's mainly just going to be just a basic vid. But so now we're constructing the whole video though, okay? And now I'm going to run you through where my head is at and what my ideas are. So I already have it in mind with my winning concepts. The unboxing vids do really well, okay? So, and I now have, as you guys know, I have the new part of the office, the renovation I just did to the wall. So my idea already going into this was I want to make one where everything looks super aesthetic. And I'll kind of go ahead and show you guys real quick where everything looks super aesthetic. And I'm thinking somewhere along the lines of like right here and maybe Demon Slayer playing on the TV, okay? So I'm already having that in mind, okay? All these ideas, the whole thought process, everything is just really coming collectively just as I go through things and as I go through the process. And you guys will start to understand more of, you'll get in this sort of flow state, especially after you're already deep into content and you just understand all the basics really well. Okay, so now we found our sound. I know kind of my positioning on it and what concept I'm going to be using, which if you are this is a great time to go to this. So let's say you are just trying to find a brand new concept, okay? Now, and you're not this deep into a product and you don't have, 5 to 10 literally winning different concepts that bang. I mean, literally that's one, just from face value, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different concepts right there that are already winners that I can replicate and change, right? And still have them hit, okay? But if not, like I already said, there's going to be a list somewhere in the Discord. I don't know where I'm going to put it yet. But you're going to find not just any content, okay? You're going to want to find good drop shipping accounts, okay? Like Anime Blades, like this account, Spidey Face, like the other ones I'm going to show you, okay? Now, this is where you can go to get rendition and find concepts easily if you don't just organically come across something and you're just having a really hard time coming up with ideas. Great place to come and look for content. Also, if you're running dry on hooks, like for Anime Blades, for example, like I hate having to reuse the same hooks over and over and over again, and I don't want to dry them out too fast. A lot of them are still really good hooks to use, but I don't want to use them for every single video. So I will come to all of these accounts, and so we're already past finding new concepts, okay? Just looking at all these accounts, you can scroll through all these hundreds of videos they've done and you can find good winning concepts. That part's easy, okay? Just use your own common sense with it. But now let's say I'm dry on hooks. So we already have the audio for the video. I already know where I'm at, what I want to use as the background, the visuals, all that, and the vibe. And it's going to be the unboxing, the winning concept I already have. Or if you don't have already winning concepts because you're not that deep into a product, we know to go to these big accounts, which there'll be a list inside the Discord. And now we can start looking and finding concepts to take iteration from, whether you want to copy them one for one, you want to take ideas from them, or they're not very fitting to your product, and you can just get kind of somewhere to start a base area. These are really good accounts to go and look for. Also, where they're super valuable is just picking brains, right? So these are other good drop shippers, okay? So, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if these same sort of people are not going to other big accounts to do this exact same thing. It just makes sense, right? You're in the brain of a good drop shipper. So when I'm running dry, when I can't think of a good hook, or I think, oh, I want to find a different hook that may be cooking, I will go and also look at these accounts, right? And skim through them, okay? Decent hook, not a good time to use it, okay? Christmas oriented, that's a whole different ballgame when we're getting into seasonal stuff, seasonal content. Simple unboxing, very similar to the concept we're about to do. Okay, we're not going to be doing a prototype or a transitional or of course I'm having some brain fog here, but we're not going to be doing the comparing videos today. Okay, so this hook could work decent, very fitting for his product. Another thing where all these certain accounts really come in handy for me is these are all very closely related to anime blades. Okay, you're in a passionate niche. It's more geared towards, a little bit of a younger audience. Super gimmicky, super toyish. So just really high-tech gadgets of people's, hobbies. Almost toys, basically. So these are really great, and I could almost bar for bar every video transition to anime blades. So this is just a really basic hook. A little bit of a lazy hook. These work. It just depends. If you're really, really dry, you can use something like that and just try to have the video itself carry. But they're good enough to get you started. POV, you're the real Spider-Man. Okay, so right now, guys, what I'm doing is I'm just skimming through to find good hooks. Okay, so we're not going with that concept. You're in a Spider-Man game lobby. Okay, mid. Not the concept we're looking for. Right now we're just skimming. We're trying to find good hooks. So I've been noticing 20K. Okay. There's another one through here. Where was it? 30K. Okay. Both of these kind of basically just saying like, oh, you're the real life Spider-Man or you became Spidey. Okay. So now in the back of my mind, I'm in my head already. So we can kind of go ahead and go to notes. Just so you guys can't see that real quick. We're going to go to notes. And so now I can start constructing a little bit of a hook, okay? I'm doing this for visual purposes. A lot of the time I'll just have it in my head and already know what the hook is going to be. But okay, so he's using right now he's getting decent amount of views with those hooks that are basically saying like, oh, you're the real life Spider-Man. And he's using POV. So we can go POV. Let's think. POV. We can go two ways with this, okay? So within the niche of anime blades, the people with these swords and stuff, majority of them are called Hashira, okay? So POV, you just became a real life Hashira. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into this, but this is basically backing up exactly what I was just saying about I'm sure they even go to other accounts to do this exact same method. I used basically this hook, the hooks he's using. I'm not going to sit here and say that he definitely took them from me, but it is a possibility. I used this hook literally 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. This exact same hook basically saying POV, you're this. So he very well could have got that from our account. But for the purposes of this video, we can still use it again. I only used it like once or twice, and I haven't used it in a really long time, so it can still work. POV, you just became a real life Hashira. So now, with that being said, this is super niche, right? Only people who are watching Demon Slayer are gonna know what this is. Okay, so this is good and bad. Okay, it's not gonna help as much in just general audience of anime, but it's definitely gonna help if we hit all those Demon Slayer fans. Which it just depends. It just depends on which one you're gonna go for. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I want to try to get everybody just as many views as possible, and then we're still going to get those Demon Slayer fans obviously seeing it and noticing it, and then sometimes it's like, okay, but let's test this out. It's really just like with every other product, every other account, you're just constantly testing, trying new things as much as possible. So it really doesn't matter. For this one, we could go a couple different ways. POV, you just became a real life Hashira, or depending on the sword I'm using, for this one, I'm going to use Rengoku's. The character's name is Rengoku. And that's because he's one of the main most known characters. So his sword, every time I use it, does really well. So I could go POV. You just became Rengoku, right? We'll talk emojis later. Or POV. I would have to look it up on Safari real quick, but I can't remember. He's either the flame Hashira or the fire Hashira. Yes, it's weird. There's a difference in the anime. POV, you just became the flame Hashira. Okay, so now we have a rough idea. El Paquito in the Discord. Yes, for sure, brother. POV, you just became the flame Hashira. So now you guys are starting to understand, right? Just based off those one or two hooks I was seeing, we're now converting them to our product in multiple different ways, okay? I probably won't come up with a final ideation of the hook until literally I'm in the final part about to post, and I'm just kind of playing around with the words, seeing which one looks the most appealing and feels the most appealing right before I post. Okay, so now we have our hooks, right? Or at least we have a really good idea, and our hooks don't matter while the video is getting made. So this could even wait until after the video, but definitely you should have a rough idea before you start making content, no matter what. Okay, but for all of you also still looking for concepts, whatever, etc., these are all these accounts, right? I would say anything with more than 70,000, 60-ish thousand followers, go and study all of their videos, get hook ideas from them, things of that nature. We didn't end up having to look through all of them because we found a banger off rip from Spidey Face.
Upgrade your Spidey mask.
But there are all kinds of accounts like this. This account in particular, they don't do very well on TikTok. They actually cook on YouTube mainly, but still really good content. Don't matter that they go viral on TikTok or not. Okay, so now we have our sound. Okay, we found our sound. We have it added to favorites. We have our hooks, okay, that we've already come up with. Now, I already have my concept that I'm ready to go with and that I already know. Basically, rough outline of what I want to do. Now, it's time to get into actually creating the content. So now we're going to switch over to that. Okay, guys, so right now, the sword I'm using, it has a charge. So this is a perfect time to kind of go over just like the basic stuff. I try to put the camera in the corner of the room so you can kind of just basically see everything I'm doing. Right now I'm getting the lighting set up, okay? You don't have to go too overboard with the lighting. I used to go really crazy and it would take so much of my time just to barely see any bit of a difference. And then when I kind of cut it back a little bit on trying so hard to get every little detail perfect, I saw a positive ROI out of it. So I've kind of done less ever since. Specifically for this video, let me show you guys it kind of like what kind of visual I'm going for here, which I did in the last one, but this is where I'll show you. So I already have set up on the TV. Now, guys, just because you're seeing this doesn't mean like, oh, now I'm just going to go and try to copy Ethan's exact video. Nothing like that, guys. This is just for this video. This is just for basics. Like, you should just be taking what I'm saying in general for this. This is basically just training, okay? So, this just so happens to be what I can do with this product, okay? So don't just go and like start making videos trying to get a TV in the background or your laptop in the background, making everything look cheesy, nothing like that. It just so happens that I just so happen to set up a really nice looking background, and this looks ridiculously aesthetic, and I haven't tried it yet, so it's at least worth attempting. I have a feeling that this kind of black backdrop will look really crazy with the swords, and I already have a TV mounted into the wall. So what I've done is, and this is just little gems, right? Little ways to think, okay? I went to Demon Slayer, the series. I went and found the most commonly known episode in the entire anime, which is when the character Rengoku dies, okay? And it also has a really good visual. It's like he starts doing this flame shit. It looks really orange. It just looks really neat. So it's relatable to all, to everybody, anybody who's seen it, they've at least seen this part for sure, or at least have heard about it. So it's relatable and people know exactly what's going on the moment they see the video and when this is going on in the background of the video. Now, also another thing I'm going to be doing is, let me get this set back up over here. Another thing I'm going to be doing is, and this is just my own speculation, but I am going to take off my watch, just so I don't, I every now and again I get lazy and I'll leave it in there. But I take it off majority of the time, Because in my mind, and this is just the way I'm thinking, right? Are the weebs kind of like these anime people? They're probably not wearing $1,000 watch, right? They're probably like, so that's not relatable to them. Does that make sense? So I leave it off. But what is relatable is other types of jewelry, and this is in all niches. I've tested it myself. I've even seen other people test it. 100% without a doubt, you're gonna see a positive return on your engagement and stuff if you're wearing some piece of jewelry. Now, it's not end all be all. You don't have to, but it does help. I've tested it myself over and over and over again. At least some sort of little bracelet. You can try rings too, nice cool looking rings. It just gives them a little more something to look at. It makes it just a little more visually appealing, especially if it looks good. Just things of that nature, that's something to keep in mind. So for the lighting, I'm setting it up. Hopefully you guys can see everything. Let me make sure. Okay. So I'm going to be standing here to make the video. This is where I'm going to be at. I'm going to go over everything, actually in depth when I'm recording, when the sword gets done charging. But right now I'm getting everything set up. So my light, it doesn't have to be insanely perfect, guys. But my lighting, it's definitely important though, okay? You don't want it to look like dog shit, okay? You need to use something to make it look better. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't have went nearly as viral if I weren't using lights and lighting, okay? It makes your products look better. It makes everything look more visually appealing, all things of that nature. So I have my light set up. Used to, when I was always trying hard on the lighting and it just really didn't matter as much as I thought it did. I would have like 2 fucking boxes set up right here, constantly like trying to get everything perfect and shit. Just something to make sure the product's well lit and you can see it really well. I'm trying to think of everything. So for this video, before we jump into like actually recording, I have a chess piece, which all of you guys know in the FAQ or one of the channels in the Discord. I have a whole Amazon thing set up for you to get this, the chess piece, the right tripod, microphones, everything that you'll need to record. Okay, so for this video, for this instance, it's like I use both hands. So this isn't a must, but I do use this thing a lot, I will tell you that. Or at least a tripod if I'm super stationary in a video. But I will use this for products like this where you want to use both hands. Okay, it's also visually appealing because you have to think like, these are very minor things that really barely matter, but just a little bit of a bonus, right? Somebody's gonna be like, holy shit, he's using 2 hands. They have to cognitively think, okay, this is a little out of the ordinary, because not every video you see on TikTok is somebody able, right, to give you that visual, both hands, shit looks like it's floating. That's irrelevant, but there's just little things I think about all the time. So that's where we're at. I have my box, okay? Now, this shit looks ridiculous, but it does help a little bit more with a visual effect and helps me make the beginning of the video a little bit longer instead of just doing the grand reveal off rip. In this video particularly, I'm gonna go over that in the next clip, like when I'm actually really going for it and this is done charging. But I got my box. This one's gonna be an unboxing video. Got my tripod, got my lighting set up. I have the good background. All my visuals are set up. Everything is ready to roll. Now, in my head, as I am going into the video, going into making the video, I'm gonna show you guys this real quick. So I am in TikTok, right? As I'm prepared to make the vid, I'm going to keep listening over and over to the vid or to the sound, right? I'm really getting myself in this groove, in this jam, in this vibe of, okay, like this is how I want to be moving my hands. Like if I'm listening to this, listen to this, right? Off rip, I'm getting an idea of, okay, what kind of visuals do I want to be creating and whatnot when I am going into the start of the video. I'm thinking, okay, so I heard this. I don't want to start on this exact second, okay? I don't want to start right when it starts. I want to start when he first starts saying reincarnated. So I'm not going to start at the very beginning. I'm starting there, right? Right when he starts talking. So now I'm keeping that in mind when I go to create the video. And in the post-production, you'll see, you'll understand a little bit more of what I'm talking about. But we'll just talk about that later. I don't want to confuse you guys so far on. But you guys will see how I'm able to sync up my sounds so well with my videos while still using the audio within TikTok, which all it is a basic screen recording. And then I will go and put it into CapCut under the video as the audio, edit the whole video to it, and then I will remove the audio and keep the normal audio and then go into TikTok and, move the audio to the right place and boom, just like that. I'm using the viral audio in TikTok while still being able to sync it up perfectly while not recording in TikTok. And you guys will see that in the post-production part when I'm in CapCut. Expose him. I'm gonna have to hopefully blur that out. Both of them, blur them out. Rip. But yeah, so hopefully I remember to delete that out so you guys don't see one of my swords that are popping off. But yeah, so now we're completely ready. I'm waiting for this the sword to charge. I have my lighting set up. I have my tripod that I won't be using because you guys are using it. I have my handy dandy chest piece, lighting, visuals. We're ready to go. I'm waiting on that to charge. I'm keeping it in my mind. Another thing is, guys, before I get right into filming, like I said, with the audio, I'm going to consistently, as I'm recording, I'm going to keep going back and forth in the actual recording process. I'm going to keep going back and forth just so I can make sure my vibe is still there with the audio, okay? I can't tell you how many people I see, right? And it's just beginners in content. There's nothing wrong with it. But, you know, you're going to see a dramatic difference in if I can make movements and move my hands and arms to that vibe of the audio compared to just doing it and then overlapping that audio. Okay, you're gonna see the difference. I might try to show an example of what to do and what not to do in the recording process. But that's it for basically just the over explanation of getting everything set up, where my mind is at. Now we're gonna get into actually recording. Now we're ready to record. The sword is charged up. Just another little gem. The reason, you know, I took that time to let it charge is I could have just recorded. It did, like, it's still lit up. But just to give it the best possible kind of visual effect, I charged it up, let it really get almost basically fully charged. So now it will look just that much better in video, okay? These little steps matter. These are, you know, what helps create crazy virality. Just taking little things like that into consideration. So you can 2x, or I mean 1.5x or 1.25 speed up the video. This part is gonna be a little more dry, a little more slow, because I mean, it's going to be literally me. Like, I'm not going to stop recording. Like I said, this whole thing is raw. So you can genuinely get a feel like of exactly what is going on. And somebody who's done literally almost 1 billion views, exactly what they're doing, what they do, things of that nature. So it's going to be a lot of me going back and forth while I'm recording. I like to go, like I said, I like to go back to the video, back to the audio. So I make sure I'm keeping the vibe. Right now, where we can go ahead and get started is, so in my mind, we're still on that same audio, right? I'm thinking about when and where I want to transition, okay? So when you're making videos, especially if you're trying to make them for this exact concept, mainly like it's just a basic video, but the more I can vibe and make it aesthetically pleasing in all aspects, the better the video is going to turn out. So in my mind right now, compared to the audio, I'm thinking how long the duration of clip is, how I want to transition. Do I just want to do basic transitions where there's nothing crazy? Do I want to do transitions where it's a boom, 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 right? And then intertwining them to make it look like, you know, some crazy shit. I think for this one, there might be one, it honestly just comes to me while I'm recording, or if I hear a certain thing in the audio that might make it better. It all really just depends. This is more of like an on the fly thing. And another thing to keep in mind, guys, just like everything else, these basic parts right here, like me actually recording what I'm actually doing, there's not really much to teach you. It's still going to be great for you guys to see me do it and hear me say why I'm doing it, etc. But things like this is all self-discovery, right? Like, I can't teach you, hey, I heard this, and then so that's why I went in like this and I did that. That's going to be self-discovery, just you getting better at content in general. This is still going to be super beneficial and super valuable to you guys. But yeah, so basically now, sword is in the box. I'm ready to record. I have a couple ideas in mind. I think what I want to do, I'm still kind of coming up with how I want to start it. And when I'm going to transition in clips. So what I've come up with thus far is this first part, I think, and I'm trying to kind of position you guys the best way possible so you can kind of see where I'm at here. Let me see here. And like I said, guys, I'm not cutting, and I'm keeping this so raw, just so like I can get this out to you guys today, the moment I get done recording. The editing takes so long with these super long videos and trying to make everything perfect. So I have it on the floor here, mid-ass carpet. So I don't know if I want to leave it there. What I might do, so here's my thought process with this, okay? My thought process is basically, I'm either going to start at the beginning where he's reincarnated, blah, 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 and just do this really nice visual. I've done it one other time before. It performed decently well to where I kind of just graze over the box, okay? And then you see all the characters. That's automatically letting them know it's going to be Demon Slayer oriented, blah, blah, blah. So boom, we're hitting the niche off rip. I'm either going to do something like that, or I was thinking something completely out of the normal where I kind of, let me get you guys back in frame real quick. I'm either going to do that, or I'm going to come right here into where I have my phone set up. We're gonna go ahead and get that set up. Hopefully you guys can see me right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and get on my camera, videoing, everything's in the right aspect, etc. Now I'm here, everything is set up. I'm actually gonna change, and like I said, guys, you can speed up this video a little bit. It is gonna be rather lengthy. Just give me a couple dry moments, but still super beneficial. You guys are gonna learn a lot from this, gain a lot from this. This is genuinely, this is what I do. These are a little faulty. I'm actually might start looking into a different chest piece just because this one's so weird. It kind of gets in the way really a lot. So right now, the other hook, visual hook idea I have in mind is just coming here. And with this product, oh yeah, that looks really good. Let me get you guys over here where you can see it. So I might go for this one. Hopefully you guys can see it. Let me see. Okay, yeah, hopefully you guys can see my phone at least a little bit. Let me get you right where you can for sure. Okay, so right here, okay, for this product specifically, the 0.5, going into 0.5 or 1, it really just depends on the product. For this product specifically, and kind of what I'm trying to do here for this exact concept, I'm going to put it in 0.5, but only certain parts. When I want something to look really, really good, really aesthetic, really just, oh my gosh, visual, I like to keep it at a 0.5 because it does hurt the quality just the tiniest bit. But for something like this, it's okay to have it in 0.5. So I can get like the whole box, because look, if you can see in 0.1, it's like harder. It's so much closer up. It's going to be really hard to get that visual. So I'm either going to do an old hook, something just because that background is so nice now, it doesn't really matter to be reusing different things. I might do like an older kind of hook where I kind of bring it up, which is really good, guys. Like, this is not common. This is going to be a scroll stopper no matter what. This background, and then just the contrast of the color with the black, and then, you know, me actually having the episode running, which I should get going right now. This is gonna look really, really good. It's definitely gonna be a good visual hook. Let me get back on that real quick. And remember, guys, this is just to give you a rough idea, get you guys to understanding more and kind of where I'm coming from. Definitely don't want the audio on. But not for you to copy one for one. So now I'm making sure the background, everything looks fire, everything looks good. We have our lighting set up. Hopefully you guys can still see everything. Let me try to hold this and see. Okay, so I need to scoot up just a little bit. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see the other stuff. But if you can see the TV, which you kind of can, you can see how visually good that looks, right? With all that red and stuff. Plus, like I already said, super relatable to the niche. Easily recognizable. They've all seen this episode for sure. Okay, so now we're here. I'm going to center the TV perfectly so it's super aesthetic. And I think, honestly, for hooks, I could do multiple different ways. Boom. That honestly looks pretty good, bro. Just because the background is so crazy with the new wall I have set up, that might just work itself. Just boom. Okay. Let's see here. Like I said, guys, super raw. There's going to be a lot of moments where I'm literally just sitting here trying to think of things. Trying to figure out in my mind which one I feel like looks more aesthetically pleasing. I like that. I really like that, honestly. That just looks good. Okay, so I'm going to get the hook going right there. I already know in my mind, so I'm going to restart this. In my mind, I already know. So for simplicity's sake, when I'm recording, I like to not have, I like to, when I have a clip in mind, I like to go for the clip. It just makes post-production so much easier instead of spending hours and forever
you know, actually sitting there, cutting everything up, shaving off all the bullshit when you weren't recording or weren't doing whatever. So I like to get the clips done quickly. But there are moments where I will sit there and retake a clip like a trillion times. And then I just got to get over it and edit it in post-production. So here we go. Everything's looking beautiful on the TV. I'm actually going to leave that right there where it is. This will be a perfect time to start recording. And we're going to get that exact hook I want. So I'm here. Okay. So another thing, guys, like, so now you can just kind of check me out visually. Bringing this in frame, in my mind, boom, okay. I don't want it just stand still. I'm going to follow it as I come in. I'm going to follow the box. Now, another thing, like, you guys are just in my mind right now. I want that aesthetic part, okay? I won't go without it. That's the whole point of me being on here. So I'm not going to be lazy. It went too far, and I'm already recording, and now I'm done there. That video's over. Now I know, okay, I'm not even going to use that video, so then that's less time in post-production. Starting a new clip here. And, okay, super nice looking visual. Sometimes I'll even wait. Now, another thing real quick. We're going to make sure that the camera is cleaned off. Sometimes I forget. It's a really good idea to just constantly be doing. It'll leave like this gray, almost smoke look over the camera, which you don't want. Okay, so our lighting's perfect. We got Rengoku in the background. Now we come in. That's really good right there. So I'm thinking follow it as it comes in a little bit. You guys will see kind of the visual I go for here. Wait for it. We're waiting for that background to come in nice. And boom. I didn't like that one that much. Coming again. Boom. Nope, our background wasn't there, so we're going to come in again. Boom. Fucking, of course, it's going to keep fucking us. Okay, good background's coming in. We're going to wait for it. Rengoku's eye. Okay, I don't like that much. That one wasn't bad. I'll try one more when the screen looks really good. Wait for it. Okay, I like that a little bit. I'm going to do it a little different. Background's good enough. That's just going to be a quick little like 2-3 second clip at the very beginning. A good visual hook. So now, probably shouldn't have done that so violently. What the fuck? Now I'm kind of in my head, I'm processing. Okay, now let's go back to the video, to the audio that we like, that we're using. Okay, now I'm here in my head. I'm thinking, what's our next clip? Reincarnated. So right there on that reincarnated, okay, that's when the box is going to be coming in. Boom. We already have that. We've already mapped that out mentally. So now I'm thinking in my head, okay, I want to change clips just to make everything flow really well. I'm going to change clips every single time he goes onto a new phrase or starts another sentence, basically. So, reincarnated, one clip. I was stargazing, another clip, okay? And this is, you know, like I said when I found this audio, I'm looking for a beat drop, right? So this is more of just like an unboxing build up to a grand reveal type of vibe. So the build up is there, the build up is there. So I'm going to slowly unbox and get to actually showing the LED later on in the video. So now, first clip, I was stargazing. Okay, so I was stargazing needs to be a tiny bit longer than reincarnated, right? That clip. So what I'm thinking in my head for that clip is, I'm hoping I didn't just record all that shit and then you guys can't see it. I'm trying to get you guys in like the best position possible to be able to kind of like see what I'm doing. Okay, so now I'm trying to think in my head. So I know the audio, we know where we're going, we already have our first clip. So what we're going to do is now I'm gonna keep replaying that, by the way, guys. This background, I don't want it to just go on. I'm just gonna keep having the fire shit in the background, and that could also work as a little bit of controversy if I keep having the same clip play over and over and over and over in the background. Not the best controversy, but it could work, and you know, somebody say something about it. So we're still looking, because I just want that constantly just super eye-catching sort of visuals on the screen. So now in my head, I know I want to vibe a little bit more with the music, and when I do, and this will be in post-production, but the clip is not just going to be that. In post-production, which is editing, since I want to really vibe with the music, I will do some sort of zoom in where it's really flowing with the music. Sometimes, like, it just depends on which one I want, like which exact effect I want. Sometimes I can get away with just making the basic clip and then doing it in post-production. And sometimes if I want a clip to have like this exact specific vibe, I'll take it like you guys saw me holding it. I'll take the whatever I'm doing, or the phone, or wherever the fucking brain fart. I'll take the phone, I'll hold it, wherever the product is. I'll do the zoom in myself. I'll do like the sway with it, whatever it may take to get like that super, really nice effect that I'm looking for. So, in my head, this is where I'm at. It's an unboxing, so I'm thinking for the unboxing part, we're gonna listen to the audio once more. I know now the clip I'm on is I was stargazing, okay? Okay, so I think for the I was stargazing part, I'm gonna do like this sort of sideways. I've done a similar clip before. I'm gonna do a sort of sideways sort of visual. So I'm gonna have it here, phone and all, with the box. As I'm opening it, it'll have this really cool look. I was stargazing as I open it and turn with it. So it'll have like a zoom in at the beginning, and then boom, we're in the midst of the unboxing sort of concept. Everything's just looking crazy. Everything's super engaging. So boom, a zoom in, and then we have a turning sideways while I open the box. So I'm just doing this basic concept, but I'm turning it into a party. You feel me? So now it's, you know, we still want to think what's next. We don't just want to go clip by clip, because then we might, you know, mess up future clips. So okay, so now I'm in my head. I'm already thinking of future clips. These could change. You know, whatever happens while I'm in the midst of recording. But now I'm thinking, okay, unboxing sideways. I was stargazing. We're gonna listen one more time. Reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need all my babies. So I'm thinking life goes on. I pull it out. I need all my babies. I slide the sword handle in, and catch it with my other hand. Again. Reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need all my babies. Okay. Life goes on. I pull it out. I need all my babies. I hit and I grab it, and you guys will see when I actually start recording. And then I'm thinking on the obviously the bass drop. That's when I hit them with the pull out. Okay, that super aesthetic pull out. I do it in all my videos. It hits every time. It's a banger. It just looks so clean, so clean. Okay, now we're gonna think. I'm just getting kind of a general idea. Okay, so got. It's gonna go looking for the broccoli, hockey, whatever the fuck he just said. As I'm pulling it out, I'm gonna try to keep that clip that was maybe like 1 second, maybe a little less than 1 second. As I'm pulling it out, and then boom, as it switches to that next one, I'm already in my head with the next clip. So the next clip is gonna be me visually showing how it looks like, you know, as if they were using it, which is, you know, these are all things you want to include in your videos. I wouldn't just show it. Like, you want to basically help them realize how they would feel using the product a lot of the time. So the more you can make it of a vibe, the more you can make them go, oh, that's how I would look, that's how I would feel, the more inclined, you know, they are to impulsively buying it. Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, how my babies. Okay, so at some point, it has to go together. It's going to go with the phrases. I'm going to switch to the comment. I use it in all my clips, but I'm going to keep this background a little bit. I might actually change it. So this is another thing you want to do. You don't always, there's specific products. It all really is situational, and it just depends. But you want to see progression in a video. So a lot of the times, especially a video like this, I'm trying to keep it vibey, super engaging. I don't want to do the entire video just right here, right? So after I actually bang it out and pull it out, I think I might switch to over here in this corner, and then get this kind of cool little shit I have on the wall and stuff, which is a pretty good background for when I'm swinging it and shit through the air. We're not to that part yet though. Let's go ahead and get to recording our actual clips that we just talked about. Let me make sure this is still recording. Okay, awesome. So now I'm back to recording. For now, I'm going to keep it in 0.5 until I get to actually the close-up of showing the LED, because the quality doesn't matter as much until then. And there is a bit of a quality drop-off, but it's nothing crazy. It's almost unnoticeable. Super noticeable to me though. So that clip I was talking about, I think I want to go here, right? So now I'm going to set up, make sure my lighting coordinates with that said, clip. Hopefully I don't have to go unplug it. So I might be here with it. And of course this thing is fucking me up here. I'm talking so much in all these videos, bro. I keep getting fucking out of breath. The bulk is killing me. Okay, so now I'm here. I want to make sure the lighting's good the whole time. Make sure the camera's good. I want to face down a little bit more. I'm going to be here. That's what I'm thinking. That looks really fire, honestly. And now they're starting to see, right? They're already understanding some Demon Slayer shit's going on. We're already hitting our niche. We're already hitting the target demographic, target audience. Now when I open this, boom, grand reveal. Okay, it's fucking Rengoku's sword. Once again, I'm using the sword because he is the most known character probably out of them all and the most liked. So it's gonna help keep people engaged who already don't get the picture. So boom, now I've already drug them in this far, right? If they're, 4 or 5 seconds in already, chances are they're gonna watch the damn video, or at least up until you do something cool. So now we're keeping them engaged, we're reeling them in, right? We're only on the second clip. I show the sword, they're like, okay, it's just a sword, right? But it just looks like a sword. There might be something to it because, who the fuck is just gonna show just some fucking little Rengoku sword? So these are all things you just try to be keeping in mind, trying to basically stay in the mind of your viewer. So now I'm here. So we're still with the aesthetic, super engaging looking vibe. Now I gotta make sure the TV is going. Now, since we're not in the hook basically anymore, we're still kind of in the hook. I won't care as much about the TV. But still trying to get that good look in there. So now we're here. Make sure this looks fire. Keep going. And guys, like I said, this is what I'll do. I'll just keep over and over until I see one that's like, that's fire. I'll just keep going. Just keep reading. Because guys, another thing is product positioning in your videos, which we'll get into when I actually start pulling it out and everything. But there is a huge difference, and you'll notice in all my videos, it looks almost perfect. The way I have it, where the product is in the camera. There's never some random moment to where it might be kind of offset over here, or you don't see the full product and the sword is half of it's missing out, right? You want to show them the whole thing in the middle. You want to keep everything as centered as possible the whole time, okay? It just keeps everything looking good, keeps everything looking aesthetic. That's what we're going for, engaging, right? So now I'm here. I'm waiting for it to come back on. Okay, so notice how it came out of frame. I'm remaking that bitch. I don't want it to land here. If you guys can see this, the whole top half of the sword is gone, right? My goal is to really get it to land here, okay, which this shows the whole sword perfectly. So now I know, okay, I need to keep it geared down a little bit more instead of way up here. So going for that aesthetic. Okay, so I keep going down. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. I think that one was good. I think I'm gonna leave that one. And there are sometimes, guys, mid-vid, what you really don't want is to have to go back and re-record a clip. So it's okay to make more. If you make fucking 4 different clips and you end up using the first one, it's okay. It's better to, spend that 5 minutes making those extra clips than having to reset everything up after you're already done recording. So I think that one was good. I'm gonna go back to the audio now, okay? Trying to keep it in mind, trying to make sure I'm flowing with it the whole time. I don't want anything to be off. Okay, so I think that'll work. I felt like the one I was okay with was maybe a little too short, but I think it'll work.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies. Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies.
Okay, so now, yep, I'm gonna stay with the exact same kind of framework that I had in mind. Life goes on, I'm pulling it out. I need all my babies as I bring it in. Boom, whip it out on the beat drop. Confirm one more time.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, and all my babies. Oh God, looking for the star. Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, and all my babies. Star. Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, and all my babies.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna throw the box as well. That kind of just came to me a little bit. I'm gonna throw the box as well. And normally, guys, like I said, you'll want to see a lot of progression in videos. This first half being only like in this exact spot is okay, just because I'm really going for this really nice visual with this background. So we're gonna get back to, there might be a part here. It looks better. So for controversy, I think I'm going to have, okay, so then again, so this is where the things, things to think about. In my head, I was like, okay, maybe for controversy, I will show Rengoku dying, because that's like, that's half the reason I'm showing this episode. That's a big known part. They call him a donut, all this shit. But then again, probably shouldn't, because that risks, TikTok seeing that and then maybe it violating some sort of community guidelines because it's showing somebody dying. So now that's out the window. But that would, if that wasn't the case, like TikTok taking it down, that'd be great controversy. There'd be a lot of people like, damn, he really had to show that. So now, let's see. I think it's not going to be great controversy at all. It might not even work at all, but I think I'm just going to keep replaying the same clip over and over and over, just because I want that visual. And then if it does end up helping out a little bit with, people questioning it, that's just a double win. Okay, so now I'm pulling it out and throwing the box. I'm going to listen to the audio one more time just because I spent so long talking. Kind of lost my train of thought on it.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, and all my babies.
So life goes on, I'm pulling it out. I need all my babies is when I'm switching clips to holding it here. Okay, now we're gonna play it again. Have that good background going. Back in 0.5. Make sure the lighting on it is good. Now I'm here. Okay, I don't want to go flipped at all. I'm going to try to follow the hand. So this is just, as I'm going through, here's just things I'm thinking about. I'm going to try to follow my hand with the camera as I come in. Just give it a little bit better of a visual. And now for instances like this, guys. So this clip itself, it's gonna be hard to do like really nicely if I'm going really fast. Like I want the clip fast, okay? But if I'm doing it like that, it's gonna kind of fuck some things up, make things look shaky, and make things look not as good. So what you can do is keep that in mind, and I can just do it at whatever pace and then speed it up in post-production. So now I'm here. I know it's gonna be life goes on, my babies, right? So life goes on. Okay. And notice, guys, how I have the orange. You're not gonna see it much, but just in case it does end up coming into the clip, that orange in the back matches the product. Just more aesthetically pleasing things. Okay, so now I'm here. Okay, so I need to do better at keeping it in frame. That'll work. Okay, wait. I actually think I want to show me pulling it out and then throwing the box. Let's see here. And then I'll cut it. Okay, now I'm already in my mind, I know I can make that look a lot better in post-production, so I'm gonna leave it, okay? Life goes on, so that's gonna be what all of that was. So now I know, okay, I'm coming in. Normally, the fuck, there's a big ass fly on my wall. Normally I would use the tripod. You guys are using the tripod right now to make this video, so I'm okay with using this. Normally I would set up the tripod though, just because it makes everything easier. I don't have to retake the clips or any times, and everything looks perfectly aesthetic. But I'm okay because I've done this one before and it still looks pretty good. And it actually, no, I'll probably use this anyways. So to go with it, let's go back and hear the sound one more time. So we're already literally over halfway through the video.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, and all my
So Life Goes On right after that is what we just got done doing. So everything after Life Goes On is where we're restarting from.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, hug my babies.
Okay, so perfect. That'll go with it good. Now I'm gonna try to really vibe with the music with this one. I need all my babies, ga, whatever the fuck he said. So I'm gonna try to come in, and I'm actually gonna leave it on 0.5 for this one, guys. I know I just said normally I wouldn't, but I'll sacrifice it just to keep the vibe, because on 1, the vibe just ain't there as much, where on 0.5 you can see more, so I can really like make it look like a whole different vibe, if that makes sense. So I think what I'm gonna do here is now I'm gonna come in, and Life Goes On, I need all my babies, gra, right? So I'm gonna really try to flow with the music. So I'm gonna try to come in, kind of wave this bitch around a little bit, just really just flowing. Like I said, we're turning a basic concept into a fucking party, right? So I'm gonna come in and gra, so it literally looks like I'm kind of like tensing up to unsheath it, which I technically am, but really just making that dramatic. So I'm coming in, boom, and this is all things you want to be doing, right? So instead of recording and then having to cut all this shit out, I'll just kind of really see how everything looks and what I'm going to do before hitting record, so we can leave out all that dead space. Like I said, it makes post-production a little easier. So I'm coming in, I need all my babies, gra, I'm bringing it in, boom, then I'm pulling out, right? But I do want to keep it a little more aesthetic. I don't want it to be pointing straight at the ground, because I already know our next clip after this will be doing that. So I'm going to try to go here. I need all my babies. That's gonna look fucking fire. Okay, that is actually gonna look fucking gas. We might just be making an absolute banger here. Like I said, this one's so fucking finicky. It pisses me off, bro. This chest piece. But it is what it is. It used to do perfectly fine, but now that I've like really been getting like kind of complicated, like with my clips and shit, it's like really starting to get in my way. Okay. So also here's the thing with this exact. Let me make sure we're still recording. With this exact product, it looks better in the dark, right? So now this is gonna take some post-production skills. In the midst of the video, I'm gonna come in, I need all my babies, gra. I'm still going to do the exact motion, so it's easier to sync up in post-production. But then after doing it, I will have to do the same thing, or half of it again, turning the lights off. So when I do pull it out, it's going to already be illuminated in the dark. And that's just, to make the product look better. If I were to do all my videos in the light, this product wouldn't have done nearly what it does or what it had did, because it just wouldn't fucking look good. Like I said, the whole point in just the grand scheme of things, you want to be keeping in the back of your mind no matter what, when you're making videos for products, you're trying to help the customer visualize them having the product. Okay, so the cooler and more of a vibe you can make anything, the faster, the easier you're gonna get a customer to impulsively buy it. Okay, so now I want to get this out of the way just in case this ends up coming back in frame. We're gonna move the box because you want to make sure no matter what, because in all these random movements and shit I'm doing, there's gonna be, I might, although it's not gonna be in the frame at all, barely, there might be just a moment in time where I barely glimpse over there, So always keep that in mind too when you're recording. So now we're about halfway through the vid. I already know I need all my babies. Okay, so we already know the exact clip we're wanting. I still remember exactly how it sounds. Now, motherfuck me, break the sword. I need to make sure my fucking chest piece is there. Okay. So now we're here. Our lighting's there. I already know the sword. I want it like this. It's gonna be perfect. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna leave that there. Yeah, that actually looks fire as fuck. I actually might want that exact thing. Also, another thing I could do for controversy is leave this exact scene because it's kind of blacker, so you can literally see my body in the reflection of the thing, which actually could be decent controversy. There will be a lot of people, oh my god, I could see bro in the fucking TV, what a fucking blah blah blah. So that actually might work. Let's see if we can pull this off real quick. Okay, so we're there. I'm gonna recreate it a couple times just to make sure I get a perfect one. Okay. I lied to you guys. I'm gonna recreate that. Or I'm gonna listen to the audio one more time. Just to make sure we really get it.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, hug my babies. Oh God, looking for the box.
I need all my babies.
Reincarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, hug my babies.
Okay, so yeah, it's gonna work. I need all my babies, gra, gra. So literally, I'm intentionally, fuck my life, come on. I'm intentionally going to pull in on the gra and then back out on the other gra. However the fuck bro says that. Okay, so make sure I'm on 0.5. Now we got Tanjiro crying, which is okay. That's pretty decent visual right there. I'm okay with it. Everything's there. I'm gonna go. Too fast. Okay, so I'm thinking. Okay, so I'm gonna go a little different. I'm gonna pull it in before. So yeah, I'm gonna be here. I already know, guys. So this is another thing to keep in mind when you're recording. I already know exactly where my hook is gonna be. So you wanna make sure it's not too much in the way of the product. It's okay if it, slips a little bit, but just trying to keep, everything seen that you want to be seen. So I'm thinking, gra, gra. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go here, gra, gra, pull it out. Now I'm having to go back. And this is fine, guys. This is just a little more editing that I'll have to do. That's basically it. I'm gonna keep it going. So we're here. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, so that's gonna work. I'm gonna have to quickly do this. Trying to stay in the exact same spot basically, so it's not much of a difference. Let's see if that's still glowing well with the other light on it. No. So we're gonna turn this one. That's what I do majority of the time for it. So now we have that super dark looking effect. Okay, that looks good enough. Actually, I might completely turn this way down to really get that good effect. Now we're here. So now it's really looking baller. That'll work. Okay, I think I'm good with that one. Just because this video is getting so long, guys. I literally thought I'd be able to do this shit in like 15 minutes. This shit's gonna be over like well over an hour of footage that you guys have to bore through because it's pretty dry. But this will be really valuable to you guys. This will definitely help you guys a lot. Like I said, you should be probably watching this in a little bit more sped up so you're not spending hours just basically a lot of dead space, me just kind of staring at a screen. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that one. Like I said, the 0.5 does hurt quality a little bit. After looking at it and after the clip, I wish I would have configured it to not be 0.5, but I'm not gonna go back. It'll be okay. It'll still look really good, but just in my own mind, I was like, oh, damn. Wish I would have constructed some sort of clip to make it in 1x so it looked even better. But it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be fine. And I am thinking about it now. The background, the TV is gonna be at a whole different scene when I actually do undo it, but hopefully in post-production, when I intertwine them, it'll barely be noticeable, and if it is noticeable, it still just goes right with it. So that's that. So now I should be done with my chest piece, but we're gonna see something real quick. We're gonna go back to the audio. So now we're over halfway through. The main part's over. So now the rest is just filler and to give a little bit more of a vibe to it and to end the video off really banger. So we've already done the grand reveal. Now we're gonna really sink in on that vibe of how cool we can make it look while we're using it. So once again, give that vibe to our viewer.
Reincarnated, I was stargated. Life goes on, honey, to all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot cake, keep a horn on me.
Okay, so at this very moment in time, I don't know exactly how it's going to fit in, but what I want to do, I want to get like a close-up vibe of the product. So I'm gonna be here. I can get this to fit in post-production once I actually have the audio there. And I already know like basically the vibe. I just don't know exact time, but I know the vibe I'm going for and the vibe I want. So I want to be, so now we can switch to that point when now it's going to look really aesthetic. So our next clip is going to be here. That's going to look absolutely fucking fire. Okay, perfect. Another thing is, guys, you won't have to deal with that a lot. Let me make sure you guys can see me in frame here. You won't have to deal with that a lot. But for this one, for instance, it's LED, it lights up and shit. So, you know, sometimes if you want something to look a little clearer, you just click on your phone. It'll help with the quality. It'll help it focus, which obviously probably the majority of you know by now. So I'm gonna still be here. Now we got Tundra in the background. That would actually be perfect. So I'm gonna be here with this vibe. I'm actually just gonna keep it simple. I want Tundra to come back. Fuck me. I feel like that one scene. So this kid's name is Tundra, main character in the show. So it'll also be really nice to have him in that one really clear clip in the background. If it would ever fucking get to it. Is this shit paused? Are you fucking me? Wow. Okay. Sorry if some of you guys don't like the language. Like I said, it is raw. Okay. I'm gonna keep that. I know at least out of one of those clips that I'm gonna have a good one. Really just wanting a close-up vibe there, making it look all good on that 1x instead of 0.5.
Reincarnated, I was stargated. Life goes on, honey, to all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot cake, keep a horn on me. Duck on my seat. RP, ownership, the blueprint is by me.
Okay, so now I'm gonna do, to finish it off, once again, really get that vibe in there. I'm gonna go for a visual that I've done multiple times. It just works really well. See if you guys are still in it. Okay, awesome, still recording. We're just about through, guys, and then we can get on to editing. So now, this looks really good. I've done this clip a lot. Now I'm making sure the background looks really, really, really nice. Let's see here. Okay, that's fine. My desk is a little dirty, but still looks okay. Okay, now going to get the flash on. I'm gonna turn this off. Get the flash on the phone because it looks really good when I'm doing this. Keep it on point or on 1x, so no 0.5 zoom. So what this does when I use the flash on these sort of clips, guys, this helps it look like it's super bright in the room, and this still looks super glowy, which just makes the product look that much more high quality, that much better. All of that stuff. Just things to keep in mind. Okay, so now we're going for our last clip. I really don't want this pillow in the background for it. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so we're going for our last clip to finish it off. I'm just gonna get jiggy with it. Like I said, we're turning this simple concept into a party. I want all of this nice stuff, which I'll show you guys as soon as I get done with this clip, what the background looks like. Actually, I don't know. I wish I could fucking, okay, that's why. So like, this is, guys, this is how you make bangers, okay? You can't be lazy, you gotta do all this little shit. I was wondering why my room looks so bright when it normally doesn't. Had the damn window blinds open behind the curtain. Okay, so now it looks really aesthetic. So now what I can do, guys, I'm gonna turn off this TV. You guys might barely see shit for a second here, but just to make the product look as good as possible. I think I just banged one out right there, perfect clip. I'm gonna do it one more time just to make sure we have a perfect one. I might just go crazy with this one, do just something completely new that I haven't done, just to really vibe with the audio. Okay, that one was actually kind of crazy. It looked weird as fuck, but I promise, guys, in post-production, that's actually gonna look fire as fuck, especially when I go into like zooming in and out and all that bullshit. So that is everything. Now the video is done. I got all my clips. I went through bar for bar. That's literally my entire process. That is how I make a video. It took a little longer just because I've done so much explaining for you guys. I think on the video right now it's at like 40 minutes. Normally it would take me about half that time, if that. But I really wanted to be as thorough as possible with you guys. I hope that helped you a lot when you're in the middle of recording. I already know that after I get done with this, there's gonna be a trillion things I think of afterwards. I'm so bad at that part. But yeah, that's literally in a nutshell exactly how I would go to record. Now we are going to move on to the editing process. Okay guys, so now we are moving on to the editing process. So this is basically gonna be, you know, obviously an editing tutorial and a little miniature CapCut tutorial. So off rip, we load into CapCut, new project. We are going to add in all of our clips. I do believe this is the one that we ended up going for the beginning clip. The rest I'll just add in and delete them if I do not need them. I know that I didn't end up using that one and I went with this one instead. So now we're going to add. Okay, so now we're in here. Now let's go over some basic functions. Okay, here's where we can add text. A lot of the time, if I'm doing like a simple hook like I'm going to be doing on this one, I won't add a text through CapCut. I'll do it through TikTok. That's more of just like my own sort of skepticism in thinking that it might do a little better than adding the hook on here. But it really don't matter, guys. Like that literally probably doesn't affect anything at all. I have been talking so much and so fast that like I've basically lost my voice, and I feel like I just ran a fucking marathon. But okay, so let's get this over with here. So now I'm just coming through. I'm going to trim this up. Okay. I'm just going to go through my normal processes and you guys will see how everything works, and I'll explain them as I do them. So now I'm going to find this exact clip that I ended up ending with. Okay. So I'm here. Where do I want it to start? I'll drag to that exact spot. Okay. The split is what you want to do when you want to split clips, and this is where you're going to start trimming and stuff and whatnot. Okay, so like let me use this for example just so I don't fuck up the clip I was just creating. But let's say like you want to trim something off of a clip, you can just move this, okay, side to side, take some off, add some, etc. Okay, makes sense. So if I wanted to end right here, I could just drag this to it, boom, now it's ending right there, right? Okay, so now I'm deleting all of this. I want to get to my final clip, which I started here. Okay, so now we have the beginning. I don't even know if I like that one, to be honest. What I can do is make it a little longer, and now I could speed it up. Okay. I don't know if I like that at all. It is what it is. We'll leave it. So now I'm going to the next clip. And I like to, as soon as I get done, and like something to keep in mind when you're filming and you actually do get your clip, it'll probably be at the end of the clip. So you don't have to like sit there and watch all that shit and make editing longer. You can just skip to the end of what you know the clip is, which you can easily see by that little white bar on your clip. So like, this is a new clip. This is a separate thing. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the end of this one, the last thing I did. So now I'm here. Boom. Boom, boom. And let's play it. Okay, I like that. Perfect. I like to wait until the end of the video to do all of my like zoom in, zoom outs. If I add any, which I normally don't, but if I add any sort of transitions like through CapCut, which I'll show you guys after I trim everything, I'll do that post-production or after trimming as well. So basically wait to do anything extra until after it's almost in its final form. So trim everything first and then go add all the extra stuff. So now we're gonna get all of our clips perfectly lined up. Fuck me running. Okay, sorry for the language. So first things first that we need to do is actually go back to TikTok. Like I said, I'm going to, and I'm so,
reincarnated. I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, to all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me. That could my seat. I peep. Ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet.
Okay, so we're not going to end up using all of the audio like I've already stated. We're going to go ahead and get it in here, then we'll trim it up. Should have done this first. Not a big deal at all, though. So split, you treat the audios just like you would the videos, guys. So I split it, I'm trimming it. Okay, so see, perfect. Like literally that's how in tune I was with the audio. You guys are seeing this firsthand. I already had it edited and it's still syncing up with the audio before I ever even added the audio. That's how in tune I was, how locked in I was while recording, while keeping the audio in mind. Okay, so now, and literally guys, I'm not shitting you. If I were to have kept going, it still would have been in sync, okay? So that just shows you how fucking absolutely locked in I was. So now we're gonna go just to the end of each clip, keep trimming, and now we're gonna keep lining it up with the audio as we go through. So I already have it open, now we're on to our third clip, me pulling it out, and when I liked it. Okay, so I know it was somewhere around here. Last time I pulled it out was the clip I went with. So now we're here. I'm gonna start it there.
Life goes on.
Okay, I'll end up probably speeding those up. But let me see here.
I need help.
I'm just kind of like rough drafting it almost, and then I'll go polish it up. So I'm just going through right now, guys. This is just basic trimming. That's all I'm doing is getting all the clips right, getting all the timing there, getting rid of all. Sorry about that, guys. Camera died mid-recording. So let's resume where we left off. Now, like I said, we're just getting rid of just all the bull crap, all the stuff that we didn't end up using. So just basic trimming. Okay, so I like to just, as I'm editing, as I'm trimming, I just go back to the beginning every now and again, just see how everything's turning out.
Reincarnated. I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, to all my babies.
Okay, so now we know things need sped up a little bit. We need to trim some stuff off in certain areas, but we're still going to try to keep it going with the audio as much as possible. So now, like I said, I like to do basically just a little bit of a rough draft while I'm trimming, get everything just like where it needs to be, get all like the actual clips settled. Then I'll go in, I'll trim up, I'll take some off where it needs to be taken off or add more where it needs to be added. Then I'll do those zooms, the transitions, all that stuff. So we'll rough draft it, then we'll go in and do the rest. Okay. A lot of people mess up with these transitions, guys. It's okay to be like super thorough. I've seen so many kids try to like copy my videos and stuff, and it looks literally horrible. It's okay to be super thorough when you're trying to do like these complicated of transitions where they have to look almost seamless. So that's perfect, but this needs more, or it's like off, so it needs more speed.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli.
Okay, that's okay. Now,
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer.
I'm just gonna keep going, guys. I'm just gonna like, because I can always add more and take off more. Like I said, we're rough drafting it, then we'll go through and really match everything up and get everything looking perfect. So we're gonna get this clip. This one took way longer than it should have. For such a simple clip, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, that clip's good. Okay. And like in this clip, guys, I shouldn't have been so lazy. Probably should have moved the random money I have laying on the table and my trash can full of shit, but it's gonna be all right. It's not in there that much. That's a little long of a clip. I already know in my head I'm gonna end up trimming that way down, or making it faster, speeding it up.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me. Deck of my seat. I peep ownership. The blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off.
Okay, not bad, not bad. So now we're gonna go in, speed everything up where it needs to speed it up.
Life goes on, I need all my.
So yeah, this is super slow. I definitely want that one faster. But we also want to keep it, you know, synchronized with the audio.
Life goes on, I need all my babies.
Okay, almost. So I feel like if we speed this one up to that 1.2, these up by 0.1, it'll still keep it pretty groovy with the audio, but might just get us right where we need to be.
Life goes on, I need all my babies.
Nope, a little too slow. And also, I'm already seeing
Life goes on, I need all my babies.
Where it's too slow. Anyways, like I wouldn't want this on there anyway. Boom, boom. Hopefully it still stays with the audio.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need all my babies.
Almost perfect. Now, I saw this one. It's a little slow for me. I want it faster. And that might just put us exactly where we want to be.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need all my babies.
Perfect. Okay, so now we're gonna trim this one down. I honestly, so this is, I'm kind of torn on this because it goes with the audio really well, but at the same time, that's just a little bit too drawn out for the clip. I wish I could get it, you know, definitely under 2 seconds. I'm kind of go back and forth and see what I'm gonna do.
Life goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn.
Okay, so let me see here.
Woke up looking for the broccoli.
It just goes so well with it.
Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn.
Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it. It might hurt our engagement a little bit. That is a little bit longer of a clip. I don't really like keeping them that long.
Oh my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli.
I really do want to. I might just. It might leave it a little more engaging if I speed it up. I add it to the back end.
Woke up looking for the broccoli.
See, like it's just not, don't flow well when I'm shortening it like this. So okay, that might go.
Need her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot key.
Okay. If I could speed this up. Okay, by the way, guys, I forgot to tell you. So if you're wanting to speed up a clip, you just click on the clip. Right here, you'll have all these different things. And guys, you don't really need a tutorial for CapCut, but it might as well include it while we're going over this. It's really like you'll discover, it's self-discovery just like half the other things. Just go through here, guys, while you're editing and stuff. You'll understand how everything works. I never watched a single tutorial on it. Just over time, me making videos, I just started to understand how it works. And if you don't know how something works, you just keep clicking on shit until you find it. Find it. So click on the clip. If you want to speed it up, you press speed. I don't mess with any of these ever. You just press normal, and then you can slow it down or speed it up with this right here. So 1.2. Let's see now.
Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot key. Keep a home.
Okay.
Looking for the broccoli. Hot key. Hot key. Keep a
And guys, remember, we aren't doing any of the zooms or anything yet, so it's going to have an even better visual after we're really done trimming.
looking for the broccoli. Hot key. Keep a horn on me. That could my seat.
Okay, so I know I want it to end around here. After hearing that, I didn't mean to do that. So now I'm going to speed it up. I want this faster anyway, so it goes better. Okay, so see, it almost landed right there perfectly where we want it. And like, as you guys will see, like a lot of the shit, like I'm like zooming through and like almost being able to like predict what's what and what. And that's just from experience, guys, just editing so much. Okay, not bad at all. So now we're going to trim up this. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we're almost there. We're basically like, this is our rough draft now.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazing. Life goes on, honey, her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot key, keep a horn.
I don't know if I like that at all, really. I don't know if I like this second clip. It does look good. Maybe it'll look better once we actually add our zooms, but it don't really flow that well with the audio. So.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazing. Life goes on, honey, her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot key, keep a horn on me. That could my seat.
Okay, that was a little better. We're gonna deal with it just for the sake of not of this section not taking 45 years.
I'm a stargazing. Life goes on, honey, her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Hot key, keep a horn on me. That could my seat.
Okay, actually, it didn't turn out bad. Definitely is gonna look better now. Okay, so now this is gonna be a pretty. This is the one thing I had to look up when using CapCut at the beginning of my journey. This is the one thing I didn't know how people were doing, and I get asked this a lot. So the zoom ins and zoom outs, you're gonna use what are called keyframes. They're those. Let me click on that again. They're these little diamond looking things right here. So a little complicated to explain, but you'll want to click on a keyframe from wherever you. So let's say I want to the zoom to start right here. Okay. I want to start in a certain position. I'm going to click on the keyframe and get to that position. Okay, so I'm wanting it to look like it's going to follow the box, basically, and then zoom out. That's what I already have in my mind, okay? So it's starting there. It's going to keep it there. And now, since I already have that keyframe there, it's basically already like registered. So wherever I move it to next, it's automatically going to go, like wherever I move the positioning of it in the crop to, is where our next keyframe will be added. So it'll basically move there, if that makes sense. So I'm moving there. Okay, see how it automatically added that little keyframe right there? So now I know right here, I want it to be zoomed out towards the end. Okay, and this will, guys, as you progress and edit more, it'll all start to make more sense and get easier. See that nice little visual right there? Notice how much different that made the clip look, bro. Okay, like look at how good and smooth that looks now. That looks fire. Okay, so now in this clip I want a slight zoom in, so I'm going to add the keyframe so this is where I want it to start the keyframe, and I just want this one. This one's super basic. I just want a simple zoom, slow zoom in, but I want it to end. I don't want it to be zooming the entire time. I want it to end at the zoom for just like at the tiniest millisecond, the clip end not moving at all, if that makes sense. So I'm going to do it right before the video ends. Boom.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies.
Okay, so honestly, let me watch this again. I might not use any zooms on these next couple parts.
Life goes on, honey, all my babies.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. I think that's perfectly fine. But I will hit this zoom on this part. I like this. This visual looks really good when I zoom in after unsheathing it. And I will do this one all the way to the end. And I like to make it look like it's kind of following. So I kind of drag it up as well, if that makes sense. And plus, so I'm already keeping in mind, guys, where my text is going to be. And so, like, this is obviously making your screen miniature. But on your actual phone itself, you want to think that you're going to cut it up into 4 parts, right? Imagine your phone is cut into 4 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like, imagine they're all equal, though. You're going to want it in, like, this 3-ish, 4-ish area where they connect, if that makes sense. So, really a good thing to keep in mind is right around where your power button is on most iPhones, actually. Within that area, give or take, a little bit of movement, that's where you're going to want your hook majority of the time, okay? Not way up here. Sometimes, like, if it's, like, super appropriate for the video, you can do a bottom one, but those are definitely not as common. So, right around here, between your, actually that's even better. So between your volume buttons is a really good area to keep your hooks. So I'm keeping that in mind when editing as well. So let's see how this looks here. Okay, so I'm also going to want to zoom there. Okay. And guys, notice how much this is transformed. Like, yes, the video already looked good, especially with the movements and the aesthetics that I'm doing with my hand and shit. But look, just in post-production, I mean, dude, I'm taking this video from like a 7-ish, 8-ish to like an absolute 10 on the visual aspect in post-production, okay? So editing does matter, guys. If you can edit good, you can make almost any video look fucking insane.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies.
I mean, yeah, that shit looks insane. So I'm looking at this now. I might not want this as fast. So let's go back. Just see how it looks. Not as fast. Yeah, it looks way better at that speed. So let's see if that ends it. Okay. So we're going to end it there. Also, that's another thing I like to do, guys, is for some reason, like, it makes sense. It just makes everything all around better. And it definitely helps with rewatches. Also, like, something to keep in mind, if you end your videos at a good point in the song, that really does help with rewatches, because it just makes it a lot easier for them to just play it over and over and over, because it just makes it that much more pleasing to the ears. So instead of ending it off like where he's in the middle of a word, if you end it off like right when he gets done, right when like whatever the audio is gets done with like a certain phrase or something, it just makes it that much easier to rewatch and that much more, engaging and easier to like keep rewatching. See, like right there, you heard that at the end. Let's take that off then. So that will have to do. You won't even, honestly, like it does have that little up at the end, but you probably won't even hear that. So. Perfect.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me. That could my seat.
Okay, now we're final touches here. I want some zooms here. I'm gonna just follow it. So I'm gonna go all the way to this end over here. Just a little zoom. Keep it nice in frame. Okay, at this point, I'll probably just zoom over here to it, but zoomed out a little more so you can see more of it. Okay, now I think I'm really gonna zoom out all the way. Okay. And now when it comes back here, I'm gonna zoom in. Back in. So it's really just like a clusterfuck. It's gonna be hard for you to keep up, especially if you're a beginner. But this will probably turn out looking really aesthetic. Yeah, see how that looks? Okay, so we took it from that previous clip to now it just is that much more just eye-catching. Now let's watch the whole thing, see if we're okay with it.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, all my babies.
Yeah, absolutely fire. Okay, so I'm okay with that. That looks great. I'm now going to delete the audio, and you don't have to do that every single time, guys, but if you're like really trying to go for like some super vibe, or like for this exact sort of concept where I'm unboxing and I'm really mainly relying on how much of a vibe I can make the unboxing, then you can use that method of just like, you know, exporting the audio in there and using it, but then take it off, because, you know, the whole point that is beneficial, you know, trending audios aren't everything, but, you know, if you can use them, that's just the cherry on top. You definitely want to. So always exporting in 1080p. That's weird. They just updated that button. It used to just be like the download arrow. Okay, now we're done. Now we're going to go to TikTok. Okay, now we're going to add. Don't pay attention to the draft. Okay, now we have Jared calling us. Let's end that real quick so it doesn't mess us up here. Okay. Now we're going to add it in. We already have our audio saved. Now we're going to trim our audio to where we started.
Life goes on, honey, my babies. Woke up looking for the reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, my babies. Woke up. Incarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli.
Okay, so it's right at the end of that little tiny.
Incarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, my babies.
Like, guys, this stuff is like.
I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey. Incarnated. I'm
gonna go here just so you can actually hear me fucking talk. That's getting so fucking annoying. But like, guys, these little things matter, right? Like, these are the little things that make the difference between, you know, these kids that barely make it ever work, or maybe get like one random product to hit off luck, and actually, you know, becoming like literally actually knowing the skill of going viral, being able to consistently go viral. These sort of things, these matter, right? When I'm making this, I know what engaging content looks like. I know what is needed. You cannot be lazy with these sort of things. That seems so tiny, so minor, but dude, I will sit there until every fucking little tiny detail, and that's what makes a banger.
Incarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me, that my seat.
Okay, perfect. So now we're in TikTok with it. It's perfectly flowing with our audio, and now we're actually using the viral audio that's going viral in the anime niche on the video itself through TikTok itself. So now we have now it's time to put the hook in. So let's go find those. Let's go back to those. Okay, so now basically this is just, now it's just my own personal preference, which one I feel like I should use. POV, you just became Rengoku. You just became the Flame Hashira. Okay. I think I want to go with POV. You just became. So this is really just me brainstorming, guys. I'll be honest, I really genuinely just don't like any of these. Although they are decent. Okay, so now while we're in here, actually, we can go ahead and look at some of our old hooks. Maybe get some ideas from there. You're a Demon Slayer fan, I got you. Demon Slayer. Set your heart ablaze. Okay, so this is a decent one. I've never ended up using. We might go with this one actually because, okay, so like that's a big common like meme within Demon Slayer. They call Rengoku a donut because that's how he died. So he got like fucking, somebody punched him through his shit, like through his stomach. So they call him a donut. So that one would be like a funny, good one. I don't know. So the vibe of the video is more like serious, like badass, like, oh, we're vibing. And that's more like a comedic type shit. So, so this is another kind of comedic hook that I come up with a while ago. 2 words, glowing Demon Slayer swords. A little slightly comedic, definitely controversial. You'll have a couple retards in there being like, yeah, not 2 words, blah, blah, blah. So this is where you see that we've used that hook in the past, the one that we were just looking at. How to impress a Demon Slayer fan. Okay, so that one also might be good. That one might work. Okay. Now, guys, like I said, this is really, you're just in my mind right now. You're going through this, like, this is completely raw, doing it with you guys. Let's see here. How to impress a demon slayer. And these emojis, guys, like this emoji, like some emojis, you'll see they work really well. Like the embarrassed face emoji and the secret emoji, that really pulls in the viewer. Because you're kind of like hinting towards something that they don't know about, right? Okay. I think I really like this one. I don't know if it's that good though. Let's see. So now you're in my mind with me here.
Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need her, my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. I keep a horn on me, that come my seat. Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, I need her, my babies.
This format, when using the emoji, it really, for some reason, it just hits. And it makes sense. It's kind of like a little different, so definitely is a little bit of a scroll stopper. Okay, not a bad hook. How to impress a Demon Slayer fan. The emoji is definitely going to carry this sort of format with the 3 dots and the secret emoji that hits on a lot of things, basically with anything you say. Then how to impress a Demon Slayer fan. That's insinuating you're gonna see something cool involving Demon Slayer. So that's basically like the thought process behind why that's a good hook. Another thing is I like to do, guys, you don't want to have your hooks like that, right? I'll see a lot of people do that. That'll cut off like half your shit, bro. Like it'll like literally cut off the entire N and the entire H, right? Because what it does when you post on TikTok, it zooms in, it magnifies by like 1.2 or some shit like that. So I like to keep them. You don't want to go too small, obviously, but I like to just really bring them in. The best way to think about it is like right on the edge of your profile pic. That's just about perfect. It doesn't have to be like exact, guys, but you definitely want to make sure it's at least that distance. And then just over time, you'll just consciously just understand, like you won't even have to think about it. Okay. Yeah, bro, and now I'm noticing that background. The background looks fire in all the clips. Perfect. Okay, holy shit. So I didn't even see that when I was first filming, but that was a really cool visual. I want you guys to watch. That was actually really nice. So it showed Rengoku on one side of the screen, and then when I actually opened and did the transition, it showed Tanjiro on the other side of the screen while they were basically like doing the same thing. Okay, that's pretty fire. Unintentional, but fire. Okay, so then just the background in general. It's another thing, guys, like setting up your, like, whether you have just your room, you have another office, whatever. I literally intentionally, like, my whole office is set up on some, like, trendy TikTok looking shit, right? So just really just every background, anywhere I film, it looks really nice. The background does. Okay. So we're gonna watch one more time. And that is a banger from beginning to end, editing and all. A fire vid. That one is a banger. I actually could see that one doing really well. And just as an extra little golden nugget, we'll even do the description together. But I won't be posting right now because for this account, it normally does really well when I post a lot later at night, like literally around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. is normally when I post for this account. So how to impress a Demon Slayer fan. Sometimes you can go based off your hooks, guys. Sometimes you can just go way off the wire. You want to do something that's engaging. You don't just want to do bullshit, okay? Like you already see in another part of the course, a lot of the ones I'll do for Anime Blade specifically is just literally describe what it is. It really helps TikTok's algorithm basically understand and throw the videos in the right places off rip. But you can also do something that goes along with your hook. For this exact example, let's think together. I could easily just do a really common like description that I use is just another good hook. That's another thing you should do, guys. So if you have previous winning hooks and you're not using that exact hook in the video, you can just use that hook as your description, okay? Which is just, you know, double whammy, just really adds the cherry on top. So what I can do for this one is, no, I don't. So normally for something like this, if it wasn't this exact hook, I would probably do something like, don't let a Demon Slayer fan see this. With the shh, but you know, that's a little, it would just seem a little weird with this exact concept, or with this exact hook. So I'm gonna do Rengoku's katana, but it glows. Okay, now we're adding even a little bit more controversy into the description as well, which is what you can do. It doesn't normally work nearly as good as inside of a video. And in this video, guys, I know I didn't really do any controversy. You really want to try in some way, somehow add it into every single video. But you definitely can go viral without controversy if it is a good enough video. Rengoku's katana, but it glows. So this one... this is the emoji. I like this emoji. I like to use this emoji a lot. It just goes with the product. Rengoku's katana, but it glows. So this one describes it really well. And also what I meant by like a little bit of controversy, it obviously doesn't glow, it lights up. Actually, let's just keep it like literally straightforward. So I like that. Okay. Engaging, nice emoji, some capital letters and shit in there. Just a decent, the description really barely matters, guys, but it's definitely something you don't just want to literally not give a fuck about. Okay, and then I just use all of my hashtags that normally work really well. Sometimes I'll change them up. Like if the previous video didn't do that crazy, I'll like go and like, and this is just all my own skepticism. This really doesn't matter. And also, guys, hashtags also don't matter, but I've just always used hashtags for this product, and this is a good product to use hashtags for just because it is so niched. I'm actually going to take away that anime for you page. Goku. Hashtag. Tanjiro. Hashtag. Demon Slayer. Hashtag. Anime. Okay, so now we can see exactly how it looks on the For You page.
Life goes on, honey, hug my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me, that could my seat. Incarnated, I'm a stargazer. Life goes on, honey, hug my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me, that could my seat. Incarnated.
Nice. Okay, so that's it, guys. That is from beginning to end. This entire new section of the course, raw as it can get, all the way from me starting, coming up with the concept, audios, all that, all the way to editing and getting it posted. I hope you guys gained a lot of value from this. Yeah, so that's it. GG's.
All right, guys, I hope you've been enjoying the course thus far and been getting a lot of value out of it. And now I'm going to hand you off to one of Per Mill's Inner Circle advanced coaches, Samuel, where you guys are going to sit down and build an entire high-converting organic dropshipping website from beginning to end. Enjoy.
Hey guys, my name is Samuel. I'm a coach in the Per Mill Inner Circle, and today I'm going to show you how to build a proper website, what to look out for, and what definitely not to do. And I'm going to build the website for the Cereal Cup, which is one of the biggest products I ever ran up. So it's going to be pretty straightforward. I'm going to show you everything you need to know. I'm going to show you the apps you need to have, and I'm going to show you the basic overview and structure of things. Okay, so let's get started. I already I'm at the dashboard of Shopify. I hope all of you have already seen this, and I hope that you guys know how to basically navigate through everything. If not, you'll definitely learn a lot of that stuff in this tutorial. But apart from that, you just have to play around with it a little bit by yourself, and then you're gonna know what you have to do. I prepared a checklist for you guys and for me that we have to follow to really have a good store in the end. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with the store details, and let's get started. So store details, we're gonna go to settings, then general, and basically right here we have the store details. Pretty straightforward. We just gotta give the store a name, whatever it is. We usually give it the name of the product itself. So in this case, it's gonna be cereal cup. The store email is perfect. Store phone number, you can add one, but you don't have to. I'll not, so I don't get any spam calls. Then billing address, that obviously depends on where your country or like where you live and where your business is registered, but you're gonna do that depending on that, obviously. I'm not gonna fill that out right now because it's not necessary, but definitely do that because otherwise your invoices from Shopify will not have the right information on them, which would be an issue. So then, obviously, when you are selling, for example, to the US and you're outside of the US, make sure that you have US time set up here. US time should be somewhere here, yes. Central time, for example. And then the Shopify dashboard shows you the right time. Like, then the dashboard, I'll show you right away, will, when we go to home, oh, we don't see the statistics so far because we don't have any sessions and everything, but it will just like show you the entire day of the US and how the sales are going for this specific day with the right timing and so on. So first thing is done. That's the store details. Next thing you guys are gonna do is get a Shopify plan. When it comes to the Shopify plan, you have several different options, but since you usually get a free trial for the first 3 months, which is $1 per month, you can get this one, the advanced one, because it's still $1 a month, and a few days before you're gonna renew for 300, just go down to the basic one for, I think this is the yearly prices, I think for monthly it's like $35 or whatever. But definitely get this one for the start, because you have way lower processing fees and you have a few more options. You don't really need them, but mainly for the processing fees, you're gonna save a lot of money on that. So you're gonna choose a plan. I'm not gonna do that, as I said, because it's not necessary for the tutorial. But then next thing is you guys are going to buy a domain. The domain is a pretty simple thing. You go to settings, domains obviously, then you go to buy new domain, and here you are going to search for a specific domain name. I already bought this cerealcup.com for my actual website, and I have a few other domains for that one, but you can, for example, buy cerealcup.us, whatever you want to. In general, when you buy a domain, always try to get the .com one. If that isn't available, you can go with a .co, but that's probably also taken, I guess. Yes, that's already taken. And if you're in Germany, for example, you can definitely go with a .de domain. And if you're in Switzerland, you can go with a .ch, but it really depends. The best thing you can do is always to get a .com. I'm also not going to do that in this case because we don't need it for the tutorial, but definitely do that. And the domain, don't buy it when you're finished and done with everything, because this can take some time to be activated. This roughly takes like 30 to 90 minutes usually until the domain works perfectly fine. So do that right away when opening the store. So then we got to upload all the images that we have to Shopify. Images of the product, images and GIFs from other people we may have downloaded from other competitors or whatever. But the main thing here is, before starting to build the website, make sure you already have all the images, you already have all the GIFs you want to use, because then you can make it a seamless process of uploading the stuff and using it when you're starting building the website. So upload all the images. We're going to do that right away. You got to go to, where is it? Content, files. And right here you can upload the files. Now we're going to upload all the files here. And that's maybe going to take a few minutes or a few seconds, but should not be a problem. Perfect. Here we are. Ignore the messages. That was just a different issue on my end. But right here we have all the GIFs and all the images we wanted to upload. So next thing done. Perfect. And now we're going to create or import the product from a supplier. This step really depends, because sometimes you're working with a supplier like Dropshore or Zendrop, for example, or maybe even Deezers, whatever, and they may have a product listing on their platform that you can just import to your product page or to your website. If that's not the case, for example, you have a custom product or you're working with a private supplier that doesn't have an app or whatever, then you simply create the product by yourself. And that's what we're going to do right here. So we're going to call it the cereal cup. And we already have the images and everything. So we're going to go with this one, and this one. These are the ones we're going to need for the product itself. Then obviously we have to do the pricing. In my case, it shows Arabic dirhams. So we're going to go with that for now. We can do 119.90 for example. Then obviously you can make a compare price, which just this price will be shown as like the price it was before, and this one will be the actual price. So kind of like give it this perceived value of, oh wow, now it's cheaper than it actually was before. Then what we are going to do here is we're going to untrack the quantity, at least if you know that your supplier does have enough stock on hand. If you know that your supplier only has a certain amount of stock, then actually use the correct number right here that he has. Apart from that, if you're working with a supplier and you know he has unlimited stock, then you can easily uncheck this one. Then charge tax on this product, depends on where you live, but usually you will have to pay VAT to the country you live in. Then the rest is going to stay the same. What we're going to do here with the search engine listing, we're going to make this as short as possible. So right here we have the Shopify domain /product/ the product URL it is right now. And we're going to change this to cereal cup just for it to be a little bit shorter, because the shorter the better, especially when it's about links. So, and to make it a little bit easier for you guys, I'm going to change the currency to USD. So change store currency, United States dollar, or what does it show? Or is it on top? Oh yeah, US dollar, perfect. And we're just gonna save that. Then I'm gonna pop this in real quick. Beautiful. So that's done. Now back to the checklist. We have created the product itself. So now next thing, we gotta set up the markets and set up shipping and delivery. This part was kind of tricky for me when I was a beginner, because it was pretty hard to do and I didn't really know how to set it up properly. So if you have a hard time doing it, just follow along with me and stop the video if you just need some time for yourself to get this done. So set up markets. This is what we're gonna do now. You're gonna head over to the dashboard and then you go to markets. And right here, it really depends on where you wanna sell. Most of you guys are probably gonna target the US. So we're gonna have your home market, like this one. In my case, it's the UAE. Or if you are already in the US, you're just gonna leave the US market, blah, 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 whatever. But we are just gonna create one new market right here. And I usually just call this worldwide. So we gotta set it to active right away. And then includes, add condition. And we are just gonna include everything for now. So this is the worldwide market. If you only sell to specific countries like Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, only to German-speaking countries, then that's perfectly fine. Then you only add these countries in here and that's it. But in this case, we are gonna sell worldwide, so we're gonna set it up this exact way. So make sure it's set to active and then save. Next thing is, next thing, obviously, as we said, set up the markets, and next thing is set up shipping and delivery. So the market takes a little, perfect. So it already says shipping rates aren't set up. So shipping and delivery is the next thing we're gonna do. We're gonna go to settings, shipping and delivery, and then we go to shipping, general shipping rates, and we're gonna delete everything that's already set up here by Shopify. Delete and delete, perfect. Then we're gonna add a shipping zone. In this case, let's make 2 shipping zones. Let's take the United States, add this as a country, United States, perfect. And then we're gonna add a rate. Here we're gonna make it free shipping and make sure the pricing down here is at 0. Then we have free shipping. Perfect. Now we can add another shipping zone for all the other countries except for the US. So we're gonna tick them one by one. Europe, North America. So, and obviously United States we can choose because it's already in a different shipping zone. So that's perfectly fine. We're just gonna go with the rest. Perfect. This one we're gonna name worldwide except USA. And we're gonna make this shipping right here standard shipping. That's what we're gonna call it. And we're gonna sell it for $2.90. So shipping will be $2.90 for everyone except for the US. This is the way we set it up. So US is free shipping and the worldwide except US is standard shipping. Perfect. So now that's set up as well. Beautiful. Now let's check the list. Perfect. Set up shipping delivery. That's done. Next thing, we got to set up the pages and policies. That's pretty straightforward. When we're going to set up the pages, we go to online store, pages right here, and we can delete this one, do not sell or share my personal information. We can sell this one because we don't really need it. Except for people in Europe, you might need it. But really depends on your country. So we already have the contact page, which is important, but we're gonna add one more page, which will be the FAQ. So we're not gonna have any content in here for now. We don't need that. So let's just leave it like that. Oh, and make it visible. That's important. Beautiful. And then when it comes to the policies, you can go to settings again, then go down to policies. And right here you have to set up return, refund policy, privacy policy, terms of service, shipping policy, and contact information. The regulations are a little bit different for the US compared to Europe, for example. So it really depends on where you're located. But set up all of them and you can use specific generators for this. For the privacy policy, Shopify already has one set up for you, and this is already perfect. You don't have to change anything about this one. But when it comes to returns and refunds, it's a little bit different because, for example, the European Union has some specific rules. For example, you're allowed to give back or like return the product within 14 days without providing any reasons. And I personally don't know if it's the same way for the US, but if not, you might need a different one than people in Europe. So make sure to set this up properly. It's not that hard. Just Google and use Google for some like privacy policy generators or terms of service generators. That's perfectly it. Like, it's not more than that. Just set it up. So that's for the policies. Now that's done. Set up the menus. We're gonna set these policies up before. We're gonna do it very simple. Just gonna type one dot in here just so we have it set up. That's all we want to do, just so we have a policy. So publish all of them, then go to shipping policy. Perfect. And contact information, this one is required. Boom. So all the policies are now available. They don't have the correct information in there, but that's fine. Now we're going to set up the menus. For the menus, you go to content, menus, and here you have the main menu and the footer menu. So the main menu will be very, very simple. This one right here, we don't need the home page. We don't need that. And we also don't need the catalog. What we need right here is contact, which is perfect. And then we need the product, which is in this case the cereal cup. And we're gonna label this as buy now. And then we need the FAQ we created. So you go here, go to pages, FAQ, and we can leave it like this. So the contact, we're gonna pull this right here because buy now is the most important. So this should be the first one people see. Then we go back to menus again. We have the footer menu. We're gonna delete the search, add menu items, and this is where we're gonna add all the policies. Contact information, then privacy policy, then refund policy, a lot of policies, shipping policy, and last but not least, we're gonna add the terms of service. Perfect, and this is the footer menu. We can leave it like that. Easy, so that's done. Set up the menus, done. Now we gotta upload the theme file. I personally always use a free version of Shrine, which is very good. It has all the basics we need, and there's a few things we can change about the theme. I'm gonna show you guys that later on, but that's what we're gonna do. So for everyone who's watching this right now, there will be a link available to download the Shrine file, or it will be in the Discord. It will be available to download. If you need any help or if you need the theme, just contact me or someone else from the coaching to give you the file. So we're not gonna go to customize. We are gonna go to import theme, upload zip file, add file, and now I have it saved as somewhere here in business. Yes, Shrine optimized. Perfect. This is the theme everyone should use. Of course, if you're making a shit ton of sales, at some point you can get a better theme, a paid theme that has more options and more flexibility. You can definitely do that, but it's not necessary, especially when you're just starting out. A free theme can be enough and should be enough. So let's wait until this is uploaded. This is going to take some time, so I'm going to stop the video in between. Perfect. So the theme is uploaded, and we are going to publish it and replace the current Dawn theme. Perfect. Now let's upload the theme file. That's done, but we still gotta remove the password, which is very simple. Just click here and remove password. Boom. Now everyone can see your website. Perfect. So that's done. Next thing is edit the theme. So what I did is I already prepared all the copy and all the text and all the images I'm going to use in the website. So I would suggest you to do the same. Before starting to build the website, make sure you already have some copy and you already have all the images you want to use, because it can save you a shit ton of time if you don't have to use or come up with the perfect text or title for your website. If that's already done beforehand, you can just quickly build the website. How do you come up with good copy and good text? It's pretty simple. We have ChatGPT nowadays, we have Claude AI nowadays, so there's so many options for you to have some good copy, and it's very, very easy to do. So take some inspiration from your competitors and people in your niche and use AI for the copy, and then you're good. Like it's not hard. It's very, very simple. So now we're gonna edit the theme. This is the part that's usually gonna take the longest. So we're gonna click on customize right here, and we're gonna start with the home page. We are going to delete everything we have on here for the start, and the contact form, we're gonna make that invisible, and this is where we start. So before we fuck around with the theme itself and like different sections and so on, we're gonna do the basics. We are going to go to theme settings, and we are going to colors, and this is where you're gonna upload our colors. So in our case, we are going to use some kind of like orange, most probably. Oh wait, how can I get a good orange? Yeah, this is fine. This is the button label. Maybe make it a little bit brighter. This should be fine. Perfect. And we're gonna remove this ugly ass fucking orange, brown, and we're gonna make that white. So perfect. So accent, we're gonna make all the accents in this color right here, but I mean, this obviously depends on the product you're running. So obviously, if you're running some kind of like sports product, just find a good color for it, which could be blue, which could be red, and so on. So this really depends on what your product and your logo obviously looks like. So colors is done. Then we're gonna go to logo, and I'm gonna upload my logo real quick. Perfect. So now the logo is uploaded. We're gonna click on done, and it's gonna take some time. Perfect. And now we gotta set the perfect size. We shouldn't make it too big, so it really depends on your logo file, but 170, 160, I would say 160 should look good. Let's go to mobile view. Yeah, that's perfect. So now let's try to get the exact color of the logo, and I can do that with a color picker. There's several apps that can do that. That's just easier to get the actual hex code for the right color. Perfect. So that's the correct hex code. Boom. Use that as all the colors on the website, and we're good to go. I'm gonna close that one. Okay, now we can actually start building the website. Obviously, we gotta add some sections and some stuff on the website so it doesn't look like this anymore. We're gonna go to desktop view again and add the first section. As the first section, I always use some kind of like image banner or some image with text. So in this case, we're gonna use the image with text, and we are going to only upload one image. That's what it says, first image right here. We're gonna use that one. Keep in mind, the homepage is really not that important, because with organic, we want to bring all the people to the product page directly and not to the homepage or FAQ or contact or whatever, directly to the product page. So 95% of people will never see your homepage. So don't bang your head against the wall trying to get the best website, the best homepage or whatever. It's just not necessary. So image banner, here we have all the text. I'm gonna replace the text later on because I've already prepared everything, but this is the way we're gonna set it up. We're not gonna upload a second image in this case, but you can if you want to, but this is what we're gonna do for now. We are also not gonna need both buttons, so we're gonna delete the second button label right here, and then we only have one button. This button right here, this will lead to the product page, the cereal cup in this case. And we're gonna name it something like buy now. Perfect. Next thing we're gonna add is image with text. So I'm gonna upload some image. Doesn't really matter which one. We're gonna use this one several times on the website today, but make sure that you don't reuse the same image several times. Just use every image or every GIF once on the product page and on the entire website, and then you're good. So we're gonna align that in the middle, and let me check this. Yes, this is what we wanted to do. Perfect. As I said, gonna replace all the text later on. But now again, we're gonna have all the buttons lead to the product page. So buy now again. And we made a mistake when it comes to the colors, as I can see, because the buttons itself are not in a color. So we're gonna need that one here as well, probably. And then we need the button label. This gotta be white. Perfect. Now we gotta set it up correctly. Easy. So next thing we're gonna add is gonna be the product itself. So featured product. Then we're gonna choose the product, in this case, the cereal cup. Click on, perfect, that's fine. And we're gonna move that above the image. So the first thing people see is the banner right here, and next thing they see is the product. We're gonna delete the text which says cereal cup up here, and we don't want it to be shared or anything. We want people to stay on the product page. When it comes to buy buttons, I usually deactivate the buy it now button, and I only have the add to cart button, because the problem with people is the more options you give them, the harder it will be for them to choose one. So I don't want to give them 2 buy buttons. Just have one on there, and everyone knows what to do if they want to buy. And I've seen a better conversion rate with only one button instead of the dynamic checkout button, because of the reason I just explained. So it's not that deep, but I personally just deactivate it. Boom, perfect. Now we've got set that up. Next thing we're gonna do, we are gonna add some testimonials. And it's gonna look like this. So now I'm gonna add the logo down here. That's the last thing we're gonna do for now. Let me check. No, this is the wrong file. It should be transparent. I don't have a transparent file of this logo right now, but it doesn't really matter. So we're gonna leave it like that for now. But later on, when you build the store, make sure the file, the logo up here and the logo down here are a transparent file. That's just gonna look so much better. And I'm obviously gonna make it a lot smaller. But I'm gonna copy and paste all the text in here, and see you in a second. Perfect. So now all the copy is on the product page, and now we're gonna go down here to the menu. We're gonna change this menu from main menu to the footer menu to actually show all the policies down here. And we are going to make this one invisible. You can use this bar to show off some kind of offer that you currently have, for example, as this says 30% off plus free shipping, whatever, but we are not going to use that for now. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to edit the product page itself. This is by far the most important part, way more important than doing the homepage or the FAQ or the contact page. So this is where you should spend most of your time when you're building the store. So same thing here as we did with the homepage. We're going to delete most of the stuff. So I'm actually going to delete basically everything and then build everything from scratch. So this is what we're left with. I'm going to make a few things invisible, and now we can actually start building the website itself. So add section, then I usually add an image with text first. In this case, I prepared this image. Boom. And with this image, this basically just explains how it works. We don't need a text anymore. We really don't. So I'm gonna delete this one right here. So we're gonna just leave it like that with the image shown here that basically explains how it works. So we don't really need any more text, like a headline that says how it works or whatever. So on mobile, it looks very good. On computer, we have some blank space right here. But as I said, 99% of all sessions are going to come from either a smartphone or maybe a tablet, but that's probably like 2% of sessions. So it really doesn't matter. Next thing we're gonna add is another image with text section. But this time we are going to add the GIF that I already have on the home page. You guys should use different GIFs, not the same one. And again, we don't need the button label. And I'm gonna replace all the text later on. So next section we're gonna add is gonna be collapsible row, I think it's called. Collapsible content, perfect. So this is where we're going to mention some of the main benefits of the product itself, which could be, for example, in this case, that you can sleep longer in the morning because you can eat breakfast on the go, or that the cereal doesn't get soggy and it stays crunchy, whatever. But you're gonna see that when I imported all the text. So this is what we're gonna do later on. So next up, we are going to add a section that I personally call the customer journey. It basically just explains how a customer can go from seeing our product and ordering it to living their dream life with the help of our product. It really depends on what your product really does. But with our product, for example, our product, the cereal cup in this case, helps you to sleep longer in the morning because you don't have to eat breakfast at home, but you can now eat it on the go. Or we can take a different approach, for example, saying that now you don't have soggy cereal anymore and your cereal always stays crunchy. And this is the dream life of the customer. So we're gonna add this section for this one, and this is, I think it's called multi-column, yes, this one. So you're gonna see what text I'm gonna add here, but for now I'm just gonna remove the button label right here, and we're gonna add one more section, and this is gonna be the FAQ. It is collapsible content again, but in this case, it's gonna be the FAQ. So now I'm gonna add all the copy and the text again, and then I'm gonna show you everything that I did. Okay, so we're done with adding all the copy, and I'm gonna show you what exactly we added and why we added it and how you can do it yourself. So first thing we changed is the key benefits emojis here. So right here, you just want to show off the key benefits of the product. In this case, it's that it keeps your cereal crunchy and it can sleep long in the morning because you can eat breakfast on the go. And something that might be important for some people is that it's 100% BPA free, which makes it a healthy variant of this kind of product. So you can add this at the emoji benefits. Just use some kind of emoji that fits the text and you're good to go. Now, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna deactivate the dynamic checkout buttons. Perfect. And now I added this text right here. So in general, what we try to do with the product page is just to, first of all, explain our product, and second of all, convince people that it's good. And this is what we're doing with everything right here. Right here we have a GIF of, this is me, ladies and gentlemen, showing off the product and using it, and we have some kind of text that fits it. This text isn't perfect. I did this very fast. I just ChatGPT'd this shit. But spend some time on the copy. The copy should be good, it should be convincing, and it should put your product in the best light possible. In this case, we're basically just explaining the product, what it can do, and what the benefits are. Then we have the next section, which is the collapsible content, again showing off all the features. For example, always crunchy. With the cereal cup, your cereal stays crunchy until the end, blah blah blah. Sleep longer, explaining this one. Your cereal from Smacks Nougat Bits. With the cereal cup, you can enjoy any cereal on the go, and then easy to clean. The last one, you can simply rinse the cereal cup with water and dry it. That's all you have to do. Now this is the customer journey. Step 1, ordering the product, explaining how easy and risk-free it is. Step 2, explaining how long the delivery time takes. And then step 3, sleep longer. With your new cereal cup, you can sleep longer in the morning without having to miss out on a delicious breakfast, which is the dream life of this specific customer ordering this type of product. Last but not least, we have the FAQ. When you don't know what to write in the FAQ, also use ChatGPT or Claude AI or some other AI to come up with a few good questions. Same thing I did here. I mean, I would have never thought that anyone wonders how this works because it's being shown in the videos. It's very, very simple, but people wanted to know it, and that's why I added an FAQ question, simply explaining how the product itself works, how much milk and cereal it holds, and for example, if it's dishwasher safe. So it's pretty straightforward. What we're going to do and add afterwards, after we're done with the entire product page, we are going to add reviews here, and we're going to add reviews down here. I'm going to show you which app to use. I'm going to show you how to set it up properly. Okay, but this is the product page and it's perfect. It's finished. This is all we need on here for now. We're going to add a few things later on. So save this one, and now we're not completely finished. There are a few more things we can do actually. So FAQ itself, we're basically going to paste the same FAQ we have on the product page to the FAQ page, again with the collapsible content. So just copy paste the stuff from your product page to this one here. Then we gotta go to contact and fix a few things, because it always says this stuff at your company. In this case, we are going to replace this with cereal cup, and that's perfect. People can send us a message whenever they want to. And this is all we gotta do here on this part of the website. Now, edit theme, this is done. Now we gotta edit the checkout. To edit the checkout, you gotta go to this button right here on the top, and we're gonna go to checkout. Oh, we gotta save this one first, my bad. We're gonna go to checkout and customer accounts. So in the checkout, we have to add our logo again, which is this one. And we're gonna change the colors. So let me check if I still have the color code. Do I? No, I don't. But I can copy it again. Perfect. So we're gonna make accents in the same color again. We're gonna make this completely red. Perfect. So this is the checkout. We're gonna make the logo slightly bigger, just like this. Yes, that looks good. We're gonna make it centered as well. And now this is what the checkout is gonna look like. Don't trip over the example you're showing, $10. This is just an example. This doesn't mean you have done anything wrong with the shipping fees. Like if you followed the tutorial, you did everything perfectly right. So save that one, edit the checkout, that's done. Now we're gonna install some apps to increase the AOV, to increase conversion rates, and to increase, very important, the trust. So let me go back to the shop itself. Now we're gonna download two specific apps. The first one is going to be Judge Me Reviews. Perfect. We're gonna download this one first and set it up. It's very, very simple to set up. You don't have to do anything crazy. Basically just follow along with me during the setup process. I mean, it basically leads you through everything, so there's nothing crazy you have to do. So settings, obviously, depending on where you're selling and what language your store is, then choose the theme. In my case, my current theme, which is the only one I have. Then enable the app embed. The app embed is this one right here, and this one has to be on, and then saved. You can close this tab now and wait until, perfect. Now install review widget. That just means you're going to install the section on the store where the reviews will be displayed. It does all of that automatically, so just click on got it, and now you have some sample reviews down here. People won't be able to see them for now, but you already have them down here. And because I know in the next step we need to give it a color code, I'm going to copy the color code again. There we go. And save. Now close this tab again, and then we gotta do the same thing once more for the review stars below the product title. So we're gonna move the stars below the title right here. Perfect. Wait until it's saved, close this one, click on continue, and then use the right hex code. But I think it fucked up the color. Let me check. This is definitely a different color. Yes, beautiful. So here we can set up automatic review requests. I usually just leave this on the basic numbers, which is 14 days. Yes, 14 days after the request, blah, blah, blah. So just leave this as it is. But if you know that your delivery and your shipping will take much longer than 14 days, then set it to 21, for example. Because this just means people will get a request to review the product after 21 days after the order has been sent or like sent out. So perfect, that's all done. Now we're going to click on import reviews, and for this we are going to need the AliExpress app from Judge Me. Very, very straightforward. Now we gotta put the My Shopify address in here. You can find the My Shopify address in here. You just click on your URL when you're in the dashboard, and this part right here, this is your URL. It's always behind the, like after the store slash, and then the next part is your URL. So you're gonna put this in here and add .myshopify.com. So perfect. Now we gotta install this app and import some reviews from AliExpress. This is very, very simple. I'm just gonna show you a random example because unfortunately in our case the cereal cup, my product, isn't available on AliExpress, so we won't be able to find this exact product for the reviews. So we're just gonna find some other random product. Let's just say let's just look for a random product that has reviews. Perfect. It, as I said, oh fuck, that's not a link. Let's find some random product that has reviews. Beautiful. This one has 27 reviews. That's perfect. We don't need more than that. So if your product is custom, you're usually an advanced guy. You know how to get reviews for a custom product. But if you're a beginner, you usually don't do custom products. So just import reviews from AliExpress like this. Paste your link in here, go to import. Obviously choose the language you want them to be translated in. Then choose the number of reviews you want to have. In this case, let's leave it at 15. Don't email me. And to also import reviews that don't have a word count, or like they don't have a word that's just 5 stars and that's it, we are going to set this to 0. Boom. And now import the reviews. This can take some time, but it usually is pretty quick. Okay, it took a few minutes to finish importing, but now, as you can see, we have 15 reviews with 5 images. That's perfect. That's all we need for now. Now, if we go to online store and we check out what it looks like, we can go here, then buy now. And right here we see 15 reviews. That's only 4 stars. You should always aim for having only good reviews. So delete all the 2 stars and 3 stars and 1 stars, obviously. Only having 4 and 5 star reviews. But that's okay for now. We have reviews. Now the next very, very important step is we want to increase our average order value and our conversions. So there's one specific thing we do, especially with a product like this, where it would make sense to sell, like, to explain it very simple, there's products where you can sell several units to the same customer, and then there's products where it just doesn't make sense. For example, a very stupid example, but let's say you're selling beds, a very big bed. People are usually not going to buy 2 or 3 of those because they usually live alone, have 1 bedroom, they only need 1 bed. But let's say you're selling the cereal cup like I do, you might get one for your kids or your friends or someone else in your family, so you can easily buy 2 or 3 of them, and we're going to give them a certain discount if they do that. If they buy 2 or 3 or 4, they're going to get a certain percentage discount. So we're going to use the app Kaching Bundles. You can also download this in the App Store. Click here on apps and sales channels, all recommended apps, and download it here. You can either get the monthly or the yearly one. I get it monthly, and start the free trial right here. Approve this, and then we're gonna set it up. This is also pretty straightforward to set up, but first we always gotta activate the theme, the app in the theme itself. So this is what we're gonna do right now. Save right here. This is gonna take some time. Perfect. And now we can create the bundle deal. We are going to make a quantity discount. So this means quantity break for the same product. We already have a few like templates for ka-ching bundles, but we're going to use the quantity discount. There's different ones you can use. For certain scenarios, the other ones may be better, but today we're going to use this one. So take this one, you're going to call it upsell, or not even upsell, we can just call it AOV boost, whatever. Then the block title is this right here. We can say something like for friends and family, and we are going to only select, or only for selected products, which is in this case the cereal cup. So then we can obviously change all the colors, and that's what we're going to do at the end. But for now, we're going to set this quantity discount thing up. So first, quantity. The first tier is obviously going to be 1 unit. So we're going to call it buy 1. We're going to remove this standard price thingy, but apart from that, everything else will stay the same. Then we have the 2, buy 2, and we are going to give them 10% off. Yes, that's fine. And most popular, we're gonna do this very simple. Most popular. So that's fine, but I don't like the label with like what they had before with safe, blah blah blah. I don't like that, so we're gonna make it very clean. So add another one, quantity break, by 3. Then we're gonna copy paste this, this subtitle, and we're going to give 15% discount on this one. And then we have the quantity discount by 4 in this case. Again, quantity discount 20%. So when people buy 1, they pay the normal price of $29.90. When people buy 2, they save 10, 3, 15, 4, 20. Perfect. It's that easy. Now I usually have the buy 2, the most popular either on the buy 2 or buy 3 option, because usually people don't buy 4 most of the time, so it wouldn't make sense. And we want to get them away from the buy 1. We want to sell 2 or 3 at least. So this is where we're going to place the most popular. So it's already fine right here. Perfect. Now we just gotta adjust the style and the colors and everything. Do I still have the color? No, I haven't. I don't have it saved anymore. But let's see. Still, again, need the hex code. This is it. Or no, that's not it. This is it. Perfect. So let's add all these colors right here. Perfect. We can either set it up in this way, or we can use different colors. I usually use the main color that I'm using in the store for the quantity discount as well. You can change the style of it. There's different styles, but for the average and normal quantity discount, this is the best you can do. And then there's one very important thing you can do. When you're only selling 1 product in your store, make sure to use skip cart and go to checkout directly. This just means people are not wasting one step where they click on add to cart, then they get redirected to the cart page, and then they have to click go to checkout again. If you're only selling 1 product and someone clicked on add to cart, you want them to purchase. You don't want them to be in the cart and have the option to opt out or scroll or whatever. You want them to be redirected to the checkout instantly, since you can't sell them anything else if you only have 1 product. So always use skip cart, go to checkout. Perfect. Then you can play around with the text and everything, but that's not really necessary. Just make sure it looks good. You can't really go wrong with this one. But we're going to save that for now. Perfect. And we're going to go to the online store again. Customize. Go to buy now. And boom. The quantity discount gets shown automatically. You don't have to do anything else. There you have it. And this is the best way to boost your AOV if you're only selling 1 product in your store, which you should as a beginner and you don't really know what you're doing. You should definitely just sell 1 product. What I also do, I always make the price invisible up here, so people only see the price down here, and the closer the price is to the add to cart button, the better. So this is the way we're gonna do it. Boom. Nothing else you're gonna do for now. Now I'm gonna show you one more app that's very, very important. So we installed and set up the apps, Judge Me and Kaching bundles, and there's one more app, and it's kind of like a hidden gem that most people don't really know about. And this one is called, I'm gonna show it to you, all recommended apps. It's called Section Store. What Section Store does is very interesting, and it's very, very helpful, especially if you don't want to spend hundreds of euros or dollars on a paid theme. Section Store gives you the option to use specific sections that are in paid themes and buy them for $10 and have them on your theme forever. So you don't have to pay $300 for a good theme. You can just buy the 2 or 3 sections you need, and that's $30 and you have the perfect theme. So go to Explore Sections, and you can already see there's some crazy stuff. For example, the Trustpilot reviews. This is a section I use very, very often in my stores. You can adjust it, you can change the colors, you can obviously change all the text, you can add images. So this is crazy, and that's for $9. And you have a Trustpilot section, and you have this for everything. You have literally everything. We can go to the most popular ones. We have payment icons, we have menus, we have banners, we have reviews, we have some trust badges. What else do we have? We have comparison tables, another trust badge section, blah blah blah. You have all this crazy stuff. You have a footer, so it's really good. But then you can go to bundles and just look through if you can find something good in here, because they're like, for example, this one is like $70. You probably have everything you need for beauty brands in this case, and that's $70, and you won't get it for any cheaper. If you just compare it to a paid theme, most of those of the good ones are like $300 to $400, or maybe $200 to $400. But with this one, you can get a very, very good store for $20 to $30. You can just add it to your free theme, and you're set. That's perfect. So one more thing we're gonna do is basic SEO. This is very, very simple. So we go to online store, preferences, and just add some stuff. In this case, usually this will just be your domain. I don't have a domain in this case, so it's my Shopify domain. But homepage title, we can edit this the way we want it to. For example, Jewel Cup. Enjoy your breakfast on the go. And then you can do a meta description. Let me see if I can find some good text on the product page. Yes, perfect. We can use this text, for example. Boom. This is the way your website will appear in Google searches, which you want to customize this to really look like a brand. You can add an image, which could be the logo or whatever. Okay, perfect, didn't work. But this, you can definitely add some kind of image here, the logo or your product picture or whatever. So this is what you always should do. Then, so basic SEO is done. Now we got to set up the payment providers. This obviously you have to do by yourself. I can't really do this for you. So you go to settings, go to payments, and right here you have, first of all, PayPal, activate PayPal. You can just log in with your PayPal account. And in my case, I'm in the UAE, Dubai, and here we don't have Shopify payments. But if you're in the US or somewhere in Europe, you most probably have Shopify payments. It will just say activate Shopify payments. You may have to upload your passport or some driving license to just verify yourself, but that's it. It's very, very simple. Maybe I can show it to you in a different store. Give me a second. Yeah, there you can see it. So this is what it should look like. You have Shopify payments up here. Just activate Shopify payments. It will probably ask for some kind of proof of address and a passport and whatever, but Shopify payments is very, very good. And alternatively, if you don't live in a country where you can use Shopify payments, then use Stripe or Air Wallets payments or just another alternative. But this is basically all you gotta do. And from here on out, you can try to do a test order in your store and see if everything works. Just order the product and then refund yourself. Just check. But if you followed along with this tutorial, you should be ready and set to go and ready to make sales. And it's that easy. So I hope you guys have a lot of success with your store. And if you need any help, reach out to us in the Discord, in the Permill Discord, and ask us anything. We'll always be here to help you guys. Have a good one.
You do not want to lack on your customer support, okay? Now, unless you have the capital to spare and are able to hire somebody off Indeed or Fiverr for customer support to respond to customer emails, you will have to do it yourself, okay? It can get annoying if you have a store start to go really crazy because, obviously more customers equals more emails. But by that point, when it gets to that point where it's like, oh my God, this is too much, you'll obviously have the capital to, go and hire somebody off of Indeed or Fiverr to act as a customer service rep. So it doesn't really matter. Do not be lazy. If you just ignore customer emails or respond to them poorly, your customers will start creating chargebacks. Chargebacks are not good, okay? This is when they dispute the charge to their bank. These cost you and the bank money. And if you get a lot of chargebacks, your payment processor will flag you as high risk and withhold your funds from you. This is probably the worst thing that can happen as a dropshipper. This will kill your entire business, especially if you don't have a lot of capital, okay? Unless your margins are crazy, if your funds get held or a certain percentage of your funds get held, how are you going to be able to fulfill later on in future orders? Okay, so it just starts a snowball effect of fuckery in your store. Your entire business will die. But don't be too frightened by that. Okay, as long as you just have good customer support, that won't happen. While you're the one doing customer service, though, don't overcomplicate it and just follow these guidelines to keep customers happy and to make sure you don't get any funds put on hold. Okay, I've only had funds put on hold once, and it was only like a 40% hold or some shit like that, but never again. Okay, because I stay on top of this shit. I don't anymore because I have customer service reps, but after I did, I was staying on top of it. Make sure to use correct grammar and punctuation when responding to customers. Remember, you are a legitimate brand. You have to act like one, okay? If a customer wants to cancel their order, do not be greedy. Automatically cancel it. You just don't want to get a chargeback and lose more money and potentially get funds withheld just because you didn't want to lose out on an order or two, okay? I used to be like this, okay? I would try my hardest or just ignore them instead of, canceling an order or two. It's not worth it. It's not worth killing your entire business over canceling 1 or 2 orders, bro. The 2 private suppliers within the money-making committee both offer full refunds for damaged or lost packages. So if a customer contacts you wanting a refund because there's something wrong with their product, simply get them to send you a video or pictures of the problem so you can communicate that to your supplier. You and the customer both get refunds, okay? So there's no reason you're not giving people refunds if you're able to get proof from them and give it to your supplier. Now, this one is kind of something you can decide on your own, but when you get a complaint from the customer saying, my package did not arrive, you have to do you have to look into it yourself. And me personally, I just kind of gauge based off the way they're talking and the information I have, whether or not they're telling the truth, because there are scumbags out there, okay? There's going to be a lot of people, especially when you start making a lot of sales, saying, oh, I didn't get my product, so they can get the product for free, okay? Don't just be giving everybody their money back just because they didn't receive the product. But, once again, it's for your own personal judgment. Try to do your due diligence. Try to separate the scammers and frauds from actual genuine people. And more often than not, I will refund them if they're too much. But, just really keep that in mind. I'll be honest, half the time I just deal with the chargeback and just try to finesse them on the chargeback end. I'll respond to the chargeback super professionally and explain how they're obviously scammers. And dude, I have like a fucking 80% success rate on my chargebacks. That's crazy. And I think later on I'm going to make an entire portion in the bonus content module giving you like the best way to respond to chargebacks to win them. But yeah, so just respond to emails and help the customer as much as possible and your funds won't get held. That should be everything for websites and customer support. Feel free to revert back to this section whenever it's time for you to create your own website. As far as shipping goes, the actual process of shipping is obviously carried out by your supplier. They'll deal with fulfilling, sending tracking numbers to customers after you pay them, all that good jazz. Super simple. I recommend for shipping you add majority of the world to markets and ship worldwide unless your supplier says they can't. Some things like toy guns and stuff, they have certain restrictions, but your supplier will let you know beforehand, hey, we can't ship here or we can't ship to these countries. Then you can kind of just ask them for a list or something, and then you go take all those countries off of your shipping and ship to the rest. Little black hat tip, this is literally free money. I've done this since I've started.
and a lot more people buy it than you think. Price your shipping with a free option. Always want free, unless you're doing, trying to improve conversions by lowering the price of the product and making shipping not free. But majority of the time, you just want to make it free. And add an express shipping option for $5 to $10. Okay, I do 10. I don't give a damn. If they're gonna buy it, they're gonna buy it. And that's literally just free money. There's nothing you do differently at all. It's literally just free money.
All right, guys, so now that we've made it through the bulk of the value of your organic dropshipping masterclass, before we move on to my $500,000 Instagram strategy and the organic extras module, I know that some of you watching this course are getting a lot of value and you're learning a lot, but some of you will just do better with a little bit more hands-on help. And if that isn't you and this is all you need, amazing. This course has served its purpose. But if you are one of those people that would like a little bit more hands-on help, I want to take this time to give you the opportunity to join our advanced organic dropshipping program, where you'll work with me and my team of 6- and 7-figure organic dropshippers and basically team up with us until you find success with organic, where there's no more guessing and where you constantly know that you're on the right path, where you'll be constantly getting winning products hand-fed to you, as that's a big struggle majority of organic dropshippers deal with, is being able to actually find and constantly run winning products. Inside of Per Mill's Inner Circle, we guarantee you only run winning products handpicked by me. And then day to day through a 24/7 WhatsApp group chat and multiple monthly calls with me and multiple other advanced coaches, one of those coaches doing over $1 million in revenue with organic dropshipping, will be constantly dialing in the content for those products to keep you consistently going viral. And you basically just get me and all of Per Mill's other coaches one-on-one as your personal mentors. So if you made less than $500,000 with organic and this sounds like something you'd be interested in, then I'll leave a link down below in the description of this video. You can click on that link, book a call with me, where we'll see if you'd be a good fit for the program. And if everything works out and you do end up inside the program, you'll have us there to help you make your first or your next 6 figures with organic dropshipping. But with that being said, I really hope you've gained a lot of value out of everything that I've put together in this masterclass for you thus far. And let's move on to my $500,000 Instagram strategy.
Okay, so the famous Instagram strategy that has made me around 500K. Organic with Instagram is a whole different beast, as I mentioned earlier in the course. It makes up for majority of sales in all of organic dropshipping. 70% of my own sales are from Instagram. Instagram is not nearly as strict as the other platforms, so you get away with doing and saying things that would normally hurt your reach on TikTok or YouTube. You can repost, spam call to actions, plus just the general demographic of Instagram users are older, right? Older than both of the other platforms. Obviously all of these things lead into making your life easier and being able to make more money. So you can see why Instagram leads the pack with majority of sales going through them. Literally everything I just named off only helps you go more viral and helps you convert more views to sales, which leads to you making more money. I don't know why I put that twice. So you should always prioritize all 3 big platforms, and normally how things should go is posting on TikTok first, because that's where you'll be adding audios and all that good jazz. Or me, I'll edit in CapCut, and then I'll put the hook or whatever wording I have in it, as long as it's not too complicated, through TikTok, just so it looks that much more native to the platform. And then saving, so after you do all that jazz and you post on TikTok first, that's just the best way to go about it. Then you save the video from there, and then that's when you repost it to Instagram and YouTube. But when starting a new product, if you notice that your Instagram is starting to perform really well, you can make it your primary focus and begin the strat. And what I mean by this is, I would say if your videos are starting to get thousands of views, or if you even have one video do to like 10 to 20K views, boom, make Instagram your primary focus and you will print. Okay, so overall guidelines for cooking on IG. Make sure your videos are between 7 to 13 seconds long. Instagram loves videos within this link. Go look, go do your own studying. 99.9% of the accounts printing on Instagram, this is the length of their videos. I don't know why, I couldn't tell you why, but this is just the length of videos that Instagram likes.
Always add link in bio to the last second of your video. Like I said, you can do these things. You can spam call to actions. So there's no point in, wasting that or trying to make videos and then do call to actions, okay? Every single video I post on Instagram, I'll even, like if I'm still posting on TikTok, I'll make it normal on TikTok, save it, or I'll make it with link in bio. For the one I'm posting on IG, save it, and then go back, take the link in bio off, and post it normally on TikTok, okay? There's no reason you're not adding a call to action to every single video on IG. Keep it simple. Instagram does not like super edited AI voiceover type of videos, okay? This is just not what goes viral on there. It don't work. I've tried it myself personally with all kinds of products. It just don't like it. They never do good on there. Hashtags don't really matter. I don't recommend unless the product is super niche. Always utilize all 3 topics. Do not just pick topics related to the product, okay? You want to try and pick topics that you feel like your audience will engage with. So that could be different than what you would think is the exact topic for your product, okay? You want to think in terms of your demographic, not the product. Every time you post, you need to comment, click the link in my bio, or word it however you want. You just say go to the website in my bio, whatever. Okay, so you're gonna click the link in my bio, or put your domain name, to get and then the product name. You're then going to pin that comment and like the comment just to help it be more visible to customers, okay? This will dramatically increase view to sales conversions, okay? Another thing about this is, and the reason I say or go to and then put your actual domain, on Instagram, it's very common to get Facebook Reel views, okay? They'll send your Instagram Reels to Facebook Reels. This hurts your conversions because now they have no way of getting to your link because they're not connected. The video isn't technically connected to your IG, okay? But when you put, that what I just named off in the comments and pin it, they are able to see that. So you'll at least be able to pick off a couple instead of getting none at all from Facebook Reels. Even the glow gesture, I forget what it converts at. It was at one point converting at like 5K per million views. But as soon as I started doing that, even the videos that were getting only Facebook views were starting to convert at 1 and 2K per million views, even from Facebook views, and that is completely unheard of. 3 posts a day, every day, although sometimes on other platforms, messing around with how much you can post can sometimes help with engagement. That does not matter on Instagram. Post as much as you can handle / have the time for, but I've always found 3 is the sweet spot. I would not recommend posting more than 6 times a day on any account on any platform, because there's no way you can keep content at that high of a caliber for every single video with this many videos a day. And you can also potentially look like a bot or spammy to the platform by posting too many videos. You just don't want that. Once you went viral, post the most viral vid on your IG story with a clickable link every 24 hours, okay? If somebody comes snooping, not only do you organically reach other new people with Instagram stories, although it's very minimal. When people go snooping around on your page and stuff or your account, and they're like, oh, they notice your story, and then they click it, boom, that's just another call to action right in their face. Okay. When posting, make sure to go to Reels. So right here, you'll see this little slide every time you go to post. Make sure you slide it over to Reel, okay? Then if the next screen looks like this, okay, so you're gonna caption it like normal, toggle this off, okay? Take that off. So where you're only sharing it to Reels, okay? You're gonna add your topics, add topics, and post, okay? You won't mess with this. You can allow it to post on your main grid if it has this option, okay? Now, here's another option that you can get, okay? I cannot act like I know why that they're different, okay? But I've even had some accounts that don't look like either of these two and don't give me the option for profile display or also share to feed. I think that they're kind of experimenting on Instagram, so it's almost random. Like the actual platform itself is experimenting with it. But if the next screen looks like this, then you'll write your caption, change profile display to Reels grid only instead of main grid and Reels grid, add your topics, and post, okay? This is what I do, okay? This is what works for me. I know it sounds weird and I know it looks like, okay, why would that change things?
or affect things? It just does. Okay, no matter what, when you try to get the point across to Instagram that you're only wanting it to be a reel, that's normally when they will perform better. Okay, once you have a video go viral on Instagram, keep recreating it over and over. Okay, this isn't like TikTok to where you can only recreate it every now and again, or it'll perform bad, whatever the case may be. Instagram loves this shit, bro. Once you have a video go viral on Instagram, keep recreating it over and over, test a few different hooks, find the best performing ones, and cycle through them. If you do this right, you can keep a lot of good momentum for weeks to up to a couple months. So literally just the same exact video format. You can change background every now and again. You might be able to change one tiny movement every now and again, but you want to keep it almost the same. And do not just keep reposting the same video over and over. Keep remaking 2 to 3 videos just the exact same every single day. And then cycling the hooks on top of that. Instagram is a cheat code, but sometimes you'll have dud accounts that just won't hit no matter what you do. If your vids are doing 0 views or just a couple hundred after a week, make a new account, okay? Because, if they're doing that, very likely they're not going to do shit at all, ever. Also, I don't know why, but Instagram likes it if you repost vids. You've already posted, if you repost vids, you've already posted, so every 5 to 7 days, make one less video than you would and just repost one of your most viral videos. I don't know why, they like it. That should be everything. Now, don't let it be the only thing you care about, and do not make it your main priority when posting until an account starts getting really good engagement, because a good amount of accounts, like I said, are going to be duds. But when it does come to the platforms, you will definitely end up making most of your money from Instagram. And that concludes my Instagram strategy. So I'm assuming this is going to be a lot of your guys' first ever business. So I really wanted to add this in here just to try to help you guys out. This is just basically just legal business shit. How to get the ball rolling on the legality and paperwork side of things when you actually do start making money. So do not worry about setting up any kind of business structure until you are close to making around $10,000. This is when the IRS wants you to actually incorporate what you're doing. This is when they want you to start actually reporting the money you're making and legitimize your business. Until then, if you have started to make sales but not hit $10,000, I recommend setting up a second personal bank account to keep things organized and to separate business from personal. Okay, it is just simply good business practice to keep finances as organized as possible, and it will help you and throw out all kinds of questioning, and you won't fuck up, financials and money, and fuck something up that you don't want to fuck up. Once you do start to make $10,000 or more, this is what you will do to legally create your business. You are going to go to irs.gov and navigate to creating an LLC. This is a limited liability company. You're going to choose single member LLC. You can make the name of your business whatever you'd like. This will serve as an umbrella company to all of your drop shipping stores. So no one is really going to see this except for you, the government, and the bank. Okay, it's not like your customer's going to be seeing this, so you can just make it something dope. Okay, my business is named Concept Cash with 2 Ks. So it literally doesn't matter at all. After you set up your LLC, you're going to stay on the IRS's website, and I'm pretty sure they give you, they pop up a prompt after, if I remember this correctly when doing mine, they'll pop up a prompt like, oh, do you want to get your EIN number? Then you'll just follow that. But if not, you're just going to navigate more on the website to creating what's called an EIN number. You're going to think of this as your business's social security number. Among many other things, you will need this to set up a business bank account. So once you've set up your LLC and you got your EIN, you're going to go to your bank of choice and open up a business bank account, okay? You'll need that EIN. There's no other way to set up a business bank account. And you're obviously going to take all your business, paperwork. Anything business related at all, you should be doing through your business bank account, okay? Keep them separate. This is common good business practice, okay? The money your business makes goes to your business bank account. The money your business spends comes from your business bank account. Pretty simple. Once all of this is done, the moment you have enough capital, I recommend spending the money for an accountant and bookkeeper so you don't have to spend your time worrying about taxes and all that other bullshit. Okay, I promise it is so frustrating, and you want to spend your time building your business, getting better at your craft, bro, not dealing with taxes and shit. Side note, after you're really printing, I recommend talking to your accountant about getting an S-Corp elect, okay? What this does is it makes your LLC recognized as an S-Corp entity to the IRS.
And in some states, this can really help you save a fuck ton on taxes. And these are all things, all these terms and everything that I'm talking about, look into them yourselves as well. It's just good to know all this shit, especially, as you're becoming an entrepreneur. Yo, what is up, everybody? Sorry for the voice and the low energy. I woke up this morning and I think the change of weather has got me a little groggy. But this was something great brought up in course suggestions, and it was kind of the thought process and how I set up my room to be so aesthetic, so nice, and have such a good background, yada, yada, yada. So it's not gonna be the longest video ever. Kind of just, I'll give you guys the framework of how to do it and where my mind was when I was creating it. So number one thing you want to keep in mind is trendy or cool, right? So like, if you already just naturally, I kind of got a little bit of drip, you know what I mean? And I'm not like trying to glaze myself, but just like naturally, I have cool shit. I like cool shit. All my shit looks cool. So it wasn't that hard for me. But let's say you're somebody who just has a very average, whatever. You're not into style. Everybody has different passions and hobbies and shit. I've just always liked my shit looking cool, the way I dress, the shit I have set up, all that good stuff. So if that's not you, to get a good idea of what I'm talking about, you can start going to look up on TikTok like aesthetic stuff, aesthetic rooms, aesthetic boy rooms, aesthetic setups, yada, 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 to get the brain rolling. And then I want you to go to Pinterest and start looking up the same thing. This will start giving you ideas for your room, okay? Everybody obviously already knows what my room looks like. It's a little bit of a mess right now, but I have quite a bit of good stuff set up. I kind of threw a whiteboard on that wall and kind of said, fuck it, I guess I'll just never show that wall in videos. But like, I have it set up to where I know, okay, I can have probably 5, 6, 7 different angles just on the 3 or 4 corners I have set up nicely, really anywhere in the room. It's set up nicely. And sorry guys, it's my first time I'm like vlog styling this shit. I just felt like it was most appropriate for what I was going over. But really, yeah, virtually anywhere besides this one wall over here, which I made it like that for a reason. This is kind of like just my whatever wall over here. But every other part of my room, really, you could take a video. This is the way you want to think about it. Can I take a video at any part of my room and the background look really nice and aesthetic? Okay, once you hit that, then your room is ready to go and you have an amazing background. You have, that ideal setup. I'm even going to change some things around in here in my office. I was going to move here recently, but we decided, no, fuck it, we'll stay here. And really right now I've been debating, do I move out of the home office and go and buy an office somewhere and, lease an office, rent an office somewhere, just to because I'm so tired of every day. I just feel like I just sit at home every day. So just something to make me feel like I'm fucking not repeating the same day over and over again. But obviously a lot of you are not there yet. But, even now, like I still change shit all the time. I still add shit. I still, I'm like, oh, this would look cooler. That would look cooler. But in a perfect world, your room would be set up so well and be so nice and aesthetic and look so good and have all this cool shit all over it that you could take a video at any point in time, like this right here, or, obviously of a product, and the background look elite. The background look vibes. The background look like a fucking Pinterest room, right? That's really what you want to base it off of. After you, do a little bit of digging on TikTok, go to Pinterest, type in aesthetic rooms, cool boy room setups, cool men's room setups, and this will start giving you all these ideas. You're then and this is great for a budget, but really like it's hard finding this shit anywhere else. It's weird, but go to Temu or Shein and just, load up a cart, depending on your budget. Like I went in that bitch, probably honestly, like dead ass, all the shit. First of all, there's thousands of dollars dumped into this office with all the shit I have in there. But my first, when I first was like, okay, I need to make the office look insane, is at least like $500 or more worth of just random shit. Half of it I didn't end up using. Half of it I got and the quality was horrible. Half of it I got, right? So that's something to keep in mind as well. Just a little tidbit of sauce for you guys. Some of the shit you order will not look how it's supposed to look. But, keep things in mind, right? Your rugs, shit you're going to put on the wall, shit you're going to have on shelves, put some shelves up. I mean, the whole fucking 9 yards, right? So that's the method. I'm done yapping. Gonna go to TikTok and Pinterest, look up cool men's rooms, cool men's decorations, cool men's aesthetic rooms, cool wall art for men's rooms, cool rugs for men's rooms, right? And then you're gonna head over to Temu and Shein, create a cart depending on your budget. You know, say, okay, let's say you're working with a $300 budget to fucking just pimp your room out. Boom. Load that fucking cart up with every bit of drip you can see. Already trying to be kind of like visualizing, where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put that? And then bang, bada bang, bada boom. Get that shit in. Get everything set up nicely. Like I said, there's going to be a certain percentage of shit you buy where you're like, what the fuck? This looks retarded. This is nothing what I thought it would be. And then you just basically will never use it. But yeah, that's exactly how I came up with this room setup. And really, you know, add your own vibe, but my mind was really like just trying to get into the consumer with the way I set my office up. Obviously, it's vibes, it's aesthetic, but I thought in my mind, you know, just literally, I want it to look trendy. I want it to look, and like I said, I already naturally had this sort of aesthetic to myself, so it wasn't hard. But, you know, I'm assuming not everybody, you know, because everybody's into their own thing, and that's perfectly normal. But, you know, keep in mind, you want it to look cool, you want it to look trendy, you want it to look fit in, because it literally helps your videos. I don't have any doubt in my mind that this background has helped some of my videos go more viral, or go viral when they never would have, because it just looks so nice, clean, and aesthetic. And then we're talking about relatability, right? Depending on the product. Let's say somebody's, you know, they think you're even cooler, so they're gonna sit there and watch your content. Sorry, I keep moving. Dude, my fucking shoulder is on fire from this. I could probably never fucking vlog. Jeez Louise, bro. Fuck, dude, the pump is crazy. But then when I get it over here, my finger starts to cover and shit, and then I look retarded. But yeah, guys, like literally, like we're not even talking about like relatability, people saying like, because think about it, dude. Think about this shit, right? I'm always trying to get y'all onto the psychology of things. But I mean, people are interested in people above all else, right? But then let's just talk it. Sorry, somehow I accidentally ended the video, so now I have to clip these together. But you know, what I was getting to is basically the psychology behind it and why like things like this matter and shit, and like your background and whatnot. Like, think about it, bro. Like, let's say there was two different instances, and we're not even talking about which one looks cleaner, but which one looks cooler, right? So let's say we're selling a product that a lot of 15 and 16-year-olds are going to buy. If you have the cooler setup compared to, let's just say, an average ass room, you're only going to get that much more engagement and that much more people enjoying your content and wanting to look at your content, because they're associating what they're looking at with this super cool guy. Like, that's why you'll see, like, bro, like people in big houses and shit, these monstrous houses, or just have bougie shit in general. Bro, they go viral so easy left and right, because these people automatically, when somebody is viewing their videos, this is kind of what I was getting to. People are viewing their videos, they're automatically associating them with a higher value, a higher status. So they feel almost obligated to want to stay and watch. They feel already before the video's even viral that this is virality, this is value, this is stuff that's never seen before, this is something uncommon, this is, you get what I'm saying? So that also is kind of what leads into why a good background is so nice. You know, think about this super trendy looking TikTok room automatically associates me with style, vibes, nice aesthetics, maybe has a little bit of money, you know, all these things that on the back end, although yes, in the grand scheme of everything, it's not like it's going to fucking, just this is going to fucking make you go viral. But like on the back end of shit, it definitely just gives it that little bit of boost, which is, you know, any little tiny bit of help you can get for any sort of engagement is great. But yeah, guys, that's the basic framework of setting up your room and getting it to look all nice and aesthetic. Obviously, I can't teach you guys how to literally put shit where it needs to go. So you have to use your own brain and your own creativity. But the TikTok and Pinterest to get the vibes, and then the Temu and Shein working with a budget, whatever your budget may be, and just doing a huge haul of just a bunch of dope ass shit. Make sure you get shelves, rugs, shit to put on the wall, just everything and anything you can think of to make your room look much better than it is, or your office if you have a home office, whatever. But that should be everything. Yo, what's up, guys? So recently I've been getting a lot of questions, especially from my beginners, about, you know, when do I make a new account? You know, I get questions for every single platform, you know, oh, I'm doing this amount of views, it's doing this and that, should I make a new account, should I wait, how long should I wait? So I thought, you know, that'd be a perfect thing to add to the course, so you kind of have like a definitive strategy or something to kind of go off of, and a path to take for every single account, so you know basically exactly when, where, what, and how to switch accounts or make a new account. So let's go over it really quick. Let's start with TikTok. Now, This is like really between the two on how problematic it is. Really, TikTok isn't too problematic, but over the last like 6-ish months with TikTok Shop coming in, it has started seeing a lot more issues. But let's just ring these off. I'm going to try not to make this video too long. So if you make a TikTok account, obviously, and you should be warming up properly, which I already go over in the course, guys, but you should be warming up properly each account to make sure, you know, to help, sorry, I can't talk, to help make sure that these problems do not, you know, actually even come up. That's why we warm up accounts. So no matter what, you should be making an account and not doing anything with it for the first 24 hours. For the first 24 hours, you should only be scrolling through it a little bit, maybe an hour or two in total of time, liking a few things, and maybe 1 to 2 comments throughout that entire 24-hour period, not following anybody, not putting anything in the bio, not putting up a profile picture, nothing like that. Okay? So then, let's say you warmed up an account and you're starting to post. Let's just fly through this. I'm yapping for no reason here. So if all of your videos are doing 0 to less than 200 views for the first 10 posts, make a new account, okay? If 90, because really the odds are of it coming back pretty slim. If 90% of your comments on majority of posts are obviously burner accounts, so if like every comment is just posting random emojis, a lot of people are dumb now with their burner accounts and their burner names are literally burner, or you'll know what a burner account looks like. If majority of your comments look like that, your account is cooked. It's only going to be targeting everybody's burner For You pages. So you're not even going to be able to do anything with it anyways. Let's say you're even if you're doing 10,000 views a video. If all of your comments are burners, you're doing 10,000 views to people who are never going to buy your product because they're just doing product research. Okay, now, so make a new account. If you end up still posting on an account stuck in the 250 view range for longer than a month without a single bit of a difference, make a new account. Now, within the 250 view range, that means there's nothing wrong with the account at all, but it's almost like the reason I say to make a new account if you're stuck there for a really extended period of time, so a month or longer, is because you could get lucky by, when you actually do go make a new account, you could get lucky and it might actually just start targeting those first few right people, the right audience, and your account may perform better. You might, get lucky and get a really cracked account. So it's really just like, might as well if you have nothing else to lose and you're still stuck within that 250 view range, which once again, it's not the account's fault. Your content has to get better, but you still, just on an odds basis are better off making a new account after such a long period of being stuck in that range. Now, if your account is doing anywhere from between 200 to 500 plus or thousands of views, it's primed and simply waiting on good content, okay? Now, this is something I want to go over real quick, actually. I'm going to have it over here in extras and final notes. We'll go over the other things after, but this is, since the beginning of time, been a problem with beginners especially. It is not the account. We're going over all this stuff and, I'm going to give you all these strategies, a playbook to go by to make it easier for you, but 9 times out of 10, it is not the account's fault. Excluding IG because IG is the most problematic, but really just in general, if you are putting out good content, you will not run into these problems. You will not be getting these horrible views. Quit blaming the accounts. That's why that's why me specifically and now all the other coaches, they try their hardest not to even bring up or talk about accounts, because as a beginner, it's really easy to start blaming all of your problems on the account, when really at the end of the day, it's your content is not good enough and you're just simply not going viral because your content isn't good enough. It's really a disservice to you and yourself by trying to blame everything on the account, because like I said, 9 times out of 10, if your content is there, you're not going to run into a lot of these problems. Okay, so now Instagram. Instagram is the most problematic platform. This is kind of like a double-edged sword. It has a caveat. It's like the best platform. It generates the most sales in all of organic, and it has a huge flywheel mechanism where normally if you start going viral, you go viral a fuck ton, you do a crazy amount of views for a very extended period of time. If you get locked in with an IG account, a really good one, you will make, no matter what, tens of thousands, but majority of people make 6 figures at least. So, off of just one super good IG account. Now, for Instagram, you need to post 2 to 3 videos a day for at least 2 to 3 weeks before making any decisions on the account, okay? We have to keep in mind, a lot of these issues and like your account performing weird or bad or whatever is the platform flagging you or viewing you as some, suspicious user or a bot or scammy and spammy, right? So a lot of this stuff has to do with age.
really you'll see just across the board on all platforms, the older an account is, the less problems it has, because that's kind of like a surefire way to say, okay, it's not just some super botted account that was just made with 30,000 other ones that just got created. And because the accounts that just get created are the most likely to be bots. So it's like their vetting system basically. But let's proceed. So just keep that in mind. After 2 to 3 weeks, if you're still doing 0 to a few hundred views and everything just like you're looking at it, it just looks like dog shit. You got 50 views here, 0 views, 120 views, 0 then new account. Make a new account. You're better off. It could come back, but you're better off making a new account. And that brings me into another part of our extra notes over here is do not delete an account when switching, guys, because once again, going into what I was just talking about with the age stuff, that account can always come back. Like I've had a few accounts to where they do really bad, and this is mainly for IG, but once again, it's going to go for all of these platforms. They do really, really bad, and they're like worth switching, and I stop using them. But then, they're still on my phone 3, 4, 5 months later. I go back to using them, and they start performing well because now they're aged. Now they have it, they're at a different spot in the hierarchy of accounts to the platform. So keep that in mind. Never delete an account or take away an account. Like let's say you don't have enough room and you have to take an account off your phone. At least make sure you have the login information saved. And 3, 4, 5 months down the road when you need to go make a new account or you have a new account, bring that one back. Okay, odds are it'll start performing or doing at least better than what it was. Now, at 2 to 3 weeks, this is kind of like how you're gonna your little strategy towards IG. Obviously, none of this is anybody is ever gonna get perfect. But this is kind of the route and, the angle I take to every single Instagram account. So after 2 to 3 weeks, if nothing's changing and you're still at 0, maybe a few hundred, switch accounts. At 2 to 3 weeks, if you start seeing progress, you're going to keep going for another week or two. And what I mean by progress is like, okay, maybe now you went from 0, 0, and 100, and 0, and 50, and 0, to now you're consistently every video is doing a couple hundred views. Or maybe you're still at the 0, 150, 120, but every 10 posts is, or maybe you've had at least 2, 3 videos that have hit, thousands and randomly hit. These are all signs of, okay, maybe I can push a little bit longer. Now, after prolonging and nothing changes and everything stays the exact same, and we're talking like after you prolong, you don't get a single another video with, maybe 1,000 or more views. Everything's still super wishy-washy. You're still getting plenty of 0 views and plenty of double-digit views. And, your random 100, 200 view vid. Then, boom, new account. Now, for Instagram, once an account is doing on average 1,000 plus views, so at least like every other video or every 2, 3 videos, like just averaged out looking at all your views, if the main consensus is it doing 1,000 plus views, a few thousand views, it's primed. That's a good IG account. It's just waiting on good content. You bring good content, you're going to go crazy viral and make a shit ton of money. It's that simple. I have never seen an IG account that does thousands of views and not, actually go and take off. It's every time one is in the thousands range, it's just waiting on good content and it'll cook. Okay, so for YouTube, this is your least problematic platform. There barely anybody ever even has issues with YouTube. But still obviously going to throw it on here. If all of your first 15 posts are at 0 to a few hundred views, new account. That means, they're not liking you. The account has some issues because that's just not very common. Like I said, around 15 posts, if you have not seen anything, you haven't seen one like 5 to 10K view vid, and so the kind of same concept goes for this as it was for the IG. So like, let's say you do this and then on like the 10th video, one video randomly hits 5K or one video, randomly does 10K. And that's your sign, okay, maybe prolong another week, another 2 weeks, and then gauge. All just trying to see how long or what you can do to get it to, that prime spot of doing what I have here at the 5 to 10K views on average. The account is primed and waiting for good content. So once you get to 5 to 10K views, like consistently on average, then it's just waiting on good content. If you're not going viral, your content isn't good enough, and that's just that, okay? Now, I think I had one more final note. Oh, yes. Okay, so based on all those time frames I just gave you, make sure you're also testing like how many times you're posting a day and what time you are posting at, okay? So if you're doing all of this for the first week, let's say for the first week, let's just use Instagram for example. The first week you're posting 3 to 4 videos a day and nothing's changing and you're still stuck at your 0 to 100 views range, maybe start trying to post twice a day, and then maybe start trying to post once a day. Just everything you can to really test around and see if you can get the account to start performing differently before giving up on it. But with that being said, overall, I think that's everything. So now there's really no question. I'm pretty sure I covered literally every question I've ever got asked when it has to do with when, where, how, and why to switch accounts. So now you have your answer, and I just want to leave this off with one more thing. Quit blaming it on the account. Don't even have that on your mind until it's super obvious and super apparent. I have a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, all my videos are stuck at 250 views. That's because your content is not good enough. And I don't mean this rudely. You need to hear this so you can better yourself. Unless it's very obvious that your account is messed up, don't even have that on your mind. Quit using it as an excuse because it'll only hold you and your skill and your content back. But with that being said, that covers everything. So now you know when to switch or make a new account on every platform. Okay guys, so I know I already go over this in the course briefly, but I'm making this to break it down and go into even greater detail. So you know that you're making the right decision on your own and you actually have some sort of system in place to follow. So this is the perfect time to make a website for a product. So when, at what point, and what stage of a product's life, you should go ahead and make a website. So let's get started with TikTok really quick. Around 700 followers with a lot of momentum or a video actively going viral. So let's say a video is at 1 million views and you're at 700, even 600-ish followers, and you're updating it and it's doing a few thousand, let's say it's going crazy turbo mode, no signs of slowing down, and it's doing a few thousand every time you refresh, or even 10,000 or more every 30-ish minutes, which is normally if a video is really going viral, what it'll be doing, even more so to speak. Or you rapidly see you're sitting there and a video is going so viral, every time you slide up, you're gaining a few followers, then yes, it is time to go ahead and create a website so you're ahead of the curve, and when you do hit that 1,000 followers and you do get to throw that link in bio, you're not missing out on any of those sales. Now, keep in mind, guys, let's say you're a little late on a website and it's been a few hours, even a full day after you hit 1,000 followers. The amount of sales you're missing out on isn't the end of the world, and it's okay. Because at that point, if you're already going viral, that means you have momentum. The sales are going to come anyways. You're going to go viral again, and it's irrelevant. But with this being said, also, if you're just at 700 followers, but basically your account is dead and you're just doing basic normal views and you're really not gaining a crazy amount of followers every hour because you're not going crazy viral, then it's okay, then you can chill and not jump straight into making a website yet. But let's say you're already at 700 followers and then you notice a video starting to go viral. It's now 50,000 views, 100,000 views, now it's really starting to cook. Throw that website up. Okay, so it's really around 700 followers with any sort of momentum or noticeable reason for it to very quickly get to that 1,000 follower mark. Now let's move on to IG. Now for IG, who cares? Since IG and YouTube, you don't need 1,000 followers. You want to do it pretty early on so you can snag every sale you can. So if a single video on IG hits 50,000 or more, just go ahead and make the website. If it's doing 50,000 or more on IG, not only are you going to go ahead and snag the sales from those views, but if you have a video that does 50K on IG, the flywheel has already begun and you're about to print millions of views, 9 times out of 10, just because that's how IG works. If you just keep pumping out the same content. So you're still technically getting ahead of the curve and just trying to do it, really set it up as early as possible. Because like I said, if you're seeing a 50,000 view vid on Instagram, let's say it goes and dies, no matter what, shit's about to go crazy. So getting ahead of the curve. Now, you'll notice at the beginning of a lot of IG accounts, even the ones that perform really well, a lot of the really first week or two, the first 10, 20, 30 views, they might be getting really good views, maybe even 5, 10, 15,000, but a lot of them will be from Facebook Reels. A little bit of extra sauce. How you'll know this is not only can you click Insights and scroll to the bottom and it'll tell you, but if you have let's say something's at 10,000 views, 50,000 views, 100,000 views, and it has a really small amount of shares, 2, 3, even just 10, then it's probably Facebook Reels audience. Now, with the method I've already given you inside the course on what kind of call to action comment to make, you can still make sales from the Facebook audience, except obviously It's not going to convert nearly as well, but might as well pick them off if you can, right? So, and then also, like I said, a lot of accounts will hit Facebook Reels off rip. So if you're at, a $500,000 or a 500,000 view video, even if you see that it's, mainly Facebook Reels, go ahead and throw it up, because not only can you snag the 500,000, because normally if you're doing 500,000 on Facebook Reels, it always just, I've seen this over and over, it always goes to 1 or 2 million. Then completely dies, yes, but it's like 9 times out of 10, if something goes viral and is hitting the Facebook audience, it'll shoot it to 1 million or 2 and kill it every single time. So might as well be prepared and snag those sales as well, even though it's not going to convert nearly the same, like maybe 25 to 50% of what you would normally convert it if it was all IG Reels or IG audience, but still nonetheless might as well get those sales. So after a single Facebook video hits 500K or more, or with the Facebook audience, or IG audience hits 50K or more, and it's strictly IG, and you can see that based off the analytics that it's strictly IG, throw up and make a website. Now, last one real quick for YouTube. Also, this goes for the same for Facebook itself. Guys, anytime you really see me referring to Instagram, for Facebook, it's literally basically the exact same thing. So like creating accounts, when to switch, websites, when, where, how to post, like the whole 9 yards. Basically exact same strategy for Facebook Reels themselves, like actually posting on the Facebook app. So now let's move on to our last one, YouTube. So almost the exact same as IG, just because they're almost in the same position. If even, with not having to put, or not having to have 1,000 followers before you put a website in the bio. So if even a single video is at 50K views or more, go ahead and create the website. Or a consistent 10 to 15K views around 5 to 7 videos in a row. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go throw up the website and you're going to freaking bang out $1 million, but, not only does that show that your YouTube account is really primed, ready to roll, but, you can still be snagging a few sales from each of these 10 to 15K view videos, depending on how good the product is. Now, let's say you get here, and this goes for anything. Let's say you get to these moments and you just start to realize like there's like no demand, or everybody hates the product, or you even to figure out yourself like this product is trash, why am I even running this? Then save your time. If you have that intuition of like, bro, it does not seem like, but okay, I'm actually going to take that back, because I don't want you guys making the wrong decision. You can start making decisions like that when you become more advanced, but this is, even for my basic and intermediate guys, no matter what, go ahead and throw up the website for you to gauge demand yourself, because I guess I have also seen plenty of products that do decently well that still people just don't even care to comment on, and it also depends on the audience. So scratch everything I just said, but I'm not remaking this video or adding edits. So scratch what I said about, deciding on not to make the website or not. If any of these things occur, you go and make the website until you are advanced enough to make decisions like I was about to go over on your own. So that concludes the perfect time to make a website. I'm pretty sure this covered, basically everything. So now you have a playbook on when, where, why, and how, just like I just created for when to switch to a new account, on how, when, where, and why to make a website for your product.